Subscribe because it motivates me to post more. 7. Bye. Shadril. That's about all the things that can be said about second chances. In a world where errors result in fatalities, they are seldom provided. But that's not fun, so let's just go ahead and do it. In which, to be honest, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are not too upset about finding themselves back in time. The drawback. They are all unaware of the other two. When will they ever? Thus, Naruto returned in time. What more recently happened? Whoa, Sasuke too. That's probably a little less common. Except for him. It seems like Kakashi will have a really great squad this time around. By that, do you also mean Sakura? That is a form of cheating, right? Wait a minute, are any of them even aware of the others? This is going to be a little messy, don't you think? How can I say this? Had Kakashi took a moment to observe the trio of recent graduates from the academy standing in front of him. The first row had Haruno Sakura, the class's best kunoichi and the one he'd expected to be the most tactful of the three, seated with her head resting against one hand and appearing to be lightly dozing, judging from the slight rise and fall of her shoulders. Standing right beside her was Uchiha Sasuke, the year's top student. He was currently sitting with his legs crossed over the desktop, head back and obviously asleep, as if he were trying to outdo the girl next to him. But the dead last. Lying on his back and sprawled out across the remaining surface of the open desk, Naruto was snoring loudly. Was I really that late? Chapter 1. This seems remarkably similar. Without a doubt, Naruto Uzumaki was a stupid person. That was the general consensus in the village, at least. Almost everyone knew about the pain in the ass in some way, and a sizable percentage of people shared their distaste for him. When he was always pulling practical jokes and wreaking havoc greater than most village raids during a war, how could they not detest him? When he carried within him the biggest demon on the face of the earth. If he could truly stroll down the street as he was doing at that moment, blind to the intense looks aimed at him from every angle, the boy was just unbecoming. But if anyone could hear what the boy was thinking at that precise moment, they would most likely think twice before passing judgment on him. Was I really traveling back in time? Yes, the list would have to include crazy. Naruto's problem, you see, was that he had woken up in his old apartment that morning instead of the place he thought he had passed out earlier. In addition, he had been much older at the time. Naturally, after verifying that it wasn't a single large ninjutsu, he freaked out for a while, made sure he still had little Uzumaki, created a clone, and slapped himself twice. But from now on, he was just going for a stroll and enjoying it. This is really strange. Naruto looked around the street of markets. Even though he could easily recognize the stores and people, the experience felt unreal. As though he was meandering through a dream. After all, the village had undergone changes over the years, especially after it was almost completely destroyed on several occasions. He saw people who had passed away now strolling the streets disregarding their bleak futures. And those expressions: disgust, hate, even fear. Ice greeted him everywhere he looked. I nearly forgot how much of a hate I once had from everyone. Nearly. Hello there, Naruto. The customary. It took him a moment to recognize his location. His feet had naturally led him to his favorite ramen joint. Aim's happy face, peeking out from under the cloth covering the awning, grinned at him. There it was now, a timeless experience that brought him warmth like the purest sunlight. No money ni-chan, he grinned regretfully. It is, in fact, rather common. Especially in the absence of any mission pay at this time to assist. After all, his monthly stipend could only go so far. Next time then, she shrugged in response. I'll make Dad give you a free bowl. Where is he? Inquisitive, Naruto asked. The old man hardly ever left his stall. Just obtaining a few necessities. Soon, the lunch rush will begin. Sitting on the stools, two men came into the booth. Talk to you later. Sensing that the girl was already preoccupied, Naruto tensed his legs and appeared to instantly disappear from the view of any onlookers. And there he was, wincing, on a nearby roof. Oh, he collapsed backward, massaging his ankles. Had he damaged them? They couldn't have been merely sore. He sighed, definitely a kid body, and settled in to wait for them to heal. He would have to rest until he was certain that he wouldn't shatter it to bits. It wouldn't take that long with Kurama, at least. Well, considering. With his eyes closed, Naruto reclined against the warm roof made of tiles. He was in the sewer-like version of the seal space in a matter of seconds. What a mess, sank into the water. Naruto sighed. Unlike the much larger ones that he knew were empty, the mass of tiny pipes that ran along the ceiling dripped to different places. Kurama. An answer was not forthcoming. Not that he was hoping for one. Let's examine right, left, right. With only the sound of his legs slicing through the water, Naruto wondered out loud. It had been the same amount of time since he'd left the village and ventured into his sewer-themed imagination. As if it made a difference which way he went. All the paths, even those that theoretically ought to have taken him in circles indefinitely, ended at the same place. When Naruto eventually emerged into the large room that held the fox, he exclaimed, "There you are." The fox would frequently be found sprawled out in boredom, his one and only eye the only sign that he was even observing the blonde, he recalled. But this time. How do you know that name? Standing tall and imposing with a glare that was likely the most intimidating he had ever experienced due to the sentient mass of chakra, the Kyuubi towered over him. Still, the positively mind-numbing paralysis anyone would have probably experienced as their body shut down in fear just swept over the blonde like a soft breeze, leaving the ridiculously happy smile he was returning entirely unaffected. You told me, Fuzzbrain. Angrily, I did not, was the reply. The roar was so strong that the water rushed outward. Naruto simply rolled his eyes as he disregarded the seal paper and stepped through the cage's large bars. A huge hand hit him pinned to the ground in a matter of seconds. His air was cut off as the water effortlessly closed over his head. Naturally, this was disregarding the intense pressure applied to his whole body. He was hauled out of the water in a matter of seconds, hovering just above the surface and directly in front of the fox. What was interesting was that he had no moisture at all. An odd effect for an even odd space. You sealed your fate the moment you entered my cage, the Kyuubi said to him, his teeth bared in a grin so wide it could have easily filled his whole field of vision. Do you have any final wishes before I devour your poor mind and seize control of your body? People you want me to leave behind when I turn this human waste hive into dust? His expression conveyed a lack of mercy. Naruto spit water out of his mouth. Do I really not seem any different to you than usual? Irrelevant. Your face is irrelevant. The Kyuubi gave him a long, silent look before speaking again. Where did you learn that name? Naruto gently picked at his ear with the hand he'd managed to wriggle free. I said it already, you told me. The Kyuubi snarled, but said nothing more. How? Naruto gave him a perplexed look at this. In the future years I believe I traveled back in time. Like my body did not, but my mind did. No way am I dreaming, I've already verified it. Not even a genjutsu. Besides, you're here, so that pretty much rules out anything else. I'm not sure what I would do if you weren't being truthful. Or if I was a female. The idea made him shudder. The Kyuubi had obviously been taken by surprise. That's definitely not what he was expecting the boy to say. Do you take me for a fool, brat? Surprise, Naruto shook his head. You're the smartest guy I know, no way. I'm not kidding. Even though the fox's hand was putting more pressure on him, he couldn't help but smile. You're much older than Jai Jai, I think. You're a wealth of knowledge. Time travel is like something out of a fairy tale, the Kyuubi snarled. Naruto's expression got a little obstinate at this point. I still think it happened. Then prove it. If me knowing your name isn't good enough, then what can I say? The boy said nothing to change the Kyuubi's glare. Figure it out. Naruto shot back a glare of his own, for the first time. Alright. Allow me to go, and I will. Both Kyuubi and Naruto gazed silently, their eyes unreadable and expressionless. They held this position for a minute before Naruto grunted as his hold on his body relaxed, enabling him to fall back down the considerable distance. There was hardly any ripple on the surface of the water when he landed gently. Naruto whimpered, ouch, the ankles, and landed on his posterior with a tiny splash. That's a quick breath from the Kyuubi caused Naruto's clothes to flap. I'm waiting, brat. The boy gave the fox a cold, hard look and scowled. Over the course of your life as the Kyuubi, you've intentionally saved the lives of 7 humans. Naruto paused and leaned back on his hands, a tiny smile appearing on his face. All young kids. The Kyuubi turned away for the first time, as though the boy's words were so absurd that they could not even be acknowledged. What nonsense. Even though you've detested people for a very long time, I know that you still harbor a small amount of affection for them. Just the way your father brought you up, Naruto said, adding the detail more as an afterthought. Really, tiny part. The Kyuubi suddenly fell into a relaxed resting position with a thunderous crash of displaced water, causing Naruto to cry out in fear, as a wave of water briefly engulfed him and forced him back out of the cage. Leave this place, brat. I'm out of patience with you for the day. With a simple okay, I'll visit later then, Naruto stood back up. Though before I go with his eyes closed in focus, Naruto extended his right hand palm up, while the Kyuubi cast a sidelong glance at him. A violet-colored chakra appeared on his fingertips a few seconds later, as if they were on fire. With a gentle sigh, try not to make me go crazy, he glanced up through the bars. It would probably cause a huge problem. And with that, he stabbed right over the middle of the seal with his fingertips. Naruto jolted awake and sat up quickly. Though time had elapsed, the sun remained high overhead. Nevertheless, he was only vaguely aware of his surroundings. He was widening his chakra pathways bit by bit, painfully, while attempting to suppress the massive influx of Kurama's chakra into his system. Anyone detecting the fox, even for a split second, was the last thing he needed. To be honest, he didn't really know what to anticipate other than a little, well, discomfort. The last time Jiraiya had done this to him, he had blacked out and seemingly nearly killed his sensei in a fit of wrath. The risks he took for his village, really. 5, 10, 20 minutes passed. Slowly the surge receded back to normal where he felt nothing but his own chakra circulating his system, though there was no doubt whatever fine control he'd managed to retain had gone right out the window. It was nearly an hour later that he finally stood, stretching with a huge yawn. He He was also pleased to note that his ankles were entirely healed. Swell of him to hold off like that, Naruto said to himself, well aware that the fox knew he'd said it. Considering everything that had happened, and that he had absolutely no idea how to go back to his original time, listening the seal was the best step he could possibly take to fast-track his recovery to the level he should be at. Abusing shadow clones would assist with anything that may have slipped, but there was no getting around his weakened and younger body. Easier access to Kurama's vast chakra and healing would allow him to tear his body apart and recover incredibly quickly. Really, it was just unfair the kind of advantage he had. It was too bad the other half of Kurama was locked behind the Shinigami's death seal. After everything he'd been through, not having that piece made him feel like he was missing something. Then again, it wasn't like he needed to be one of the strongest shinobi in the world anytime soon. No need to rush things along if it wasn't necessary. Besides, being a kid again was an opportunity in itself, especially given. Naruto suddenly looked to his right as a shinobi landed on the roof as well. Even with the badger mask, he could tell the person was giving him a blank expression. Shouldn't you be at school? School. Naruto. I forgot I still went to school, okay. The blonde shouted back, clearly frustrated. Just graduate me already, this place sucks. If you didn't suck then you would have graduated years ago. Not cool, Iruka-sensei. Ha 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 ha. What a moron. Say that to my face, Band-Aid. Band-Aid. Naruto, you retard. What kind of idiot forgets something like that? You weren't helping, Kibba. Come on. It's not my fault he's developmental. How'd you manage that big word with a tiny dog brain? Hey, don't insult dogs. Then stop barking like one. You wanna fight, orange slice? Bring it on, Meow Mix. Outside. Sasuke rolled his eyes as the two boys argued with Iruka, insulting each other with every other word, as they were both dragged and summarily tossed into the hall by the backs of their shirts. They'd be buds after standing outside for 10 minutes regardless, the two were that similar. It was also just like Naruto to show up to class halfway through the day, only to get himself out in the hallway seconds later. Turning his head away from the commotion, he returned to doing what he'd been occupying himself with for the majority of the class, looking out the window. It was a nice day outside, and he was looking forward to class ending. Considering that he'd spent so many years in different regions, it was nice to have mild weather once again. Besides, without the obsession of finding and killing his brother, he found he had more time to do whatever in general. A lot more time. Killing your brother once already kind of did that. Actually, what was he going to do when they finally met? Get dango. Now, as I was saying before we were interrupted. Sasuke turned his head back to his returned sensei automatically. Old habits die hard. With your graduation test only a week away, I wanted to remind you once again that although we aren't doing anything new, it is on you to practice your skills. The academy training ground is always open to you after class, so if you don't have another place you prefer, I suggest you use it. The academy library is also there if you need it. Any questions before we continue our review? There were a few, all of which Sasuke tuned out in favor of looking at his classmates. They would all become quite strong given some time, though certainly not to the level of himself and his old teammates. Speaking of old teammates though, Sakura was asleep. There was no second way about it. She looked awake enough, leaning on her hand, bangs just shrouding her eyes, but he could tell she was resting. All things considered, she looked exhausted. Bizarre, really, he couldn't remember a day where the girl wasn't as attentive as could be in class. Or tired for that matter, at least before team training. Then again, against all logic, it truly did seem as though he'd been thrown back in time. Who could truly say that he was even in his own original timeline? For all he knew, Sakura actually did do some kind of serious training, and Hinata was some kind of super extroverted maniac. He paused for a moment before sneaking a quick look at the Hyuga. She was still watching the door Naruto had been tossed through with a hidden fond expression, touching her pointer fingers together like she usually did when she was being shy. Thank Kami for that. It wasn't long before the bell rang, signifying the end of the school day. Naruto ran off with Kiba, likely to do something stupid, and Sakura had also left immediately, which put him at the center of a group of girls, asking him to spend time with them. Now there was something he still hadn't readjusted to. Well, he said to himself, performing a quick substitution with a log outside the nearby open window, much to the girl's disappointment. This is a bit of a problem. How am I supposed to get my Manjikyu Sharingan back? Can I even get a Rinnegan again? Ugh, I'm so weak. And he sulked off, the picture of misery. Sweetie, are you sure everything is okay? It's fine, Mom, can I have more rice? Oh, of course. Sakura happily accepted her fourth bowl of rice, eating with a vigor worthy of her knucklehead classmate with the ramen obsession. Her mother had, quite expectedly, been rather concerned with the radical change in her eating habits. Going from hard dieting to what looked closer to binge eating was probably more than a little alarming. Her father, however. Ha ha ha. That's my girl. Finally found her father's appetite, didn't she? Dad, stop, I'll get fat if I eat like you, Sakura said with a smile. And they laughed, her mother just shaking her head at their nonsense. Of course, what her parents didn't know was that she was using an absurdly advanced medical technique to help stimulate her body growth and muscle development, something that required her to eat an obscene amount of food for the energy it took. Not as explosively potent as any Amakichi technique, but far more holistic and 100% more permanent. It would take a while before she was anywhere near the strength she used to have, but she'd only have to suffer through it at this extreme for a week or so longer. At least when she was done she wouldn't feel like she was dying of starvation anymore. How has she ever had the energy to do anything before? Oh wait, she hadn't. Useless fangirl. Actually, what was she doing insulting her past self? She ended up becoming arguably one of the strongest ninja in the world before she turned 20. People wish they had a success story like she did. This time though she was shamelessly cheating. I'm really looking forward to graduation, she said suddenly, pausing between bites for some water. Being on a team should be fun and I'll be able to help make the village a better place like you guys do. Her mother beamed at her while her father finished his drink with a satisfied exhale. You'll be a fantastic Kunoichi, he said with the utmost faith. You've got your mother's mind and your father's spirit. Whoever's on your team will be lucky to have you. Sakura just grinned. The revenge-obsessed survivor of a slaughtered clan and a downtrodden, desperate Jinchuriki with delusions of grandeur. They sure will. Man. Short but sweet. It's a fun idea that I like more than any of the other Naruto ones I've come up with. All three of them try to fix things in their own way. The main aim I think here is gonna be fun and feels good. Let me know if you enjoyed it and want to see more D. Also, any of the Naruto stuff I put out has a decent chance of being totally inaccurate, so just roll with what you read and just enjoy. Cheers. We are Team 7. Chapter 2. Konoha inadvertently creates the strongest team in history again. Couldn't you have just thrown a shuriken or something? Naruto grumbled, his orange jumpsuit hanging on a nearby branch of one of the many trees that grew directly out of the roof. He was sitting there in a white shirt and his noodle-patterned boxers. Iruka-sensei is going to blame me for the room being all wet and the empty pond by the window. Besides, that thing takes forever to get dry, and it's heavy. Don't know why you wear it then, Sasuke said honestly, though he was still putting most of his focus into fixing his hair back to how it had been earlier. Hey, it's good clothing. Don't hate on the orange, Naruto argued indignantly, though he kept the heat out of his voice. It was a sensible statement after all. Of course, if something like wet clothing was enough to slow him down, he'd be a failure of a shinobi in general. You okay over there, Sakura-chan? I'm fine, Naruto. Sakura was just sitting with her knees to her chest, body angled away from the boys. Everyone can see straight through my shirt, why wouldn't I be fine? Ah, sorry, he said quickly at her blunt sarcasm, turning away from her with a light blush. Sasuke just rolled his eyes at the exchange, taking a moment to squeeze any extra water out of the bottom of his shirt. Naruto wasn't kidding about the empty pond. You're not what I expected, Kakashi admitted freely, looking between the three of them with his single eye. What were you expecting, sensei? Asked Sakura, curiosity peeking through her annoyance. Honestly. Kakashi took a second before pointing to her. A dieting, love-struck girl who doesn't actually know the first thing about being a shinobi. He pointed to Sasuke. A pretty avenger with an extreme ego problem. He pointed to Naruto. A weak idiot who somehow convinced himself he can prank his way to becoming Hokage. The three exchanged silent looks before turning back to their new sensei, now sheepish. Ah, yeah, I can see that. Makes sense. Could be worse, I guess. Kakashi just gave them all a blank look. Well, in that case, why don't you tell everyone a bit about yourselves? Name, age, strengths, likes and dislikes, and any dreams you might have. Keep it short. How about you go first, he added, motioning to Sasuke who just shrugged. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, 12 years old. I'm a close-range fighter, though I can use thrown weapons well. I like tomatoes and dislike being surrounded by airheads. My dreams. He paused while the others looked at him expectantly. Well, I'd really like to travel the world. Before it's wrecked by war, he silently added. Ooh. Naruto had jumped to his feet, the picture of excitement. Yes, traveling. He agreed wholeheartedly. Where do you want to go? Tea country. Sakura exclaimed, hand raised high, though the other was still over her chest protectively. Oh, and waterfall. I've heard it's beautiful there. Doesn't matter where, just want to travel, Sasuke replied. Yeah, make sure to take us on lots of missions out of the village, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. I'll keep that in mind, the man said dryly. You next. Naruto Uzumaki, 12 years old. He said brightly. Close to mid-range fighter, and I'm pretty good with stealth and traps. I like ramen and hate having no money to get some when I'm hungry. My goal is to become friends with a ton of people from all over the world. He paused for a second before adding, here too. Sasuke gave a small snort of amusement which masked his surprise. Not Hokage. What's wrong with wanting to make a lot of friends? Naruto demanded, giving the boy a cross look. Nothing, said Sasuke with a shrug, leaning back on his elbows. He mentally smirked at the surprised look Naruto was giving him. It works out anyway because we're going to be traveling a lot. Just don't embarrass us. Why don't we just finish the introductions, said Kakashi, cutting off whatever Naruto had been planning on saying back. The sole girl of the group sat up a bit straighter at this, addressing them all. Of course. I'm Sakura Haruno, 12 years old. I'm a close-range fighter. I like flowers and dislike people with poor hygiene. I would really like to, she broke off, looking between the three of them. What? Close-range fighter? Surprisingly, it was Naruto who'd said it, though the other two were definitely thinking it. Sakura just blushed. I've been training a lot lately and I think I do best close up, she said hotly. If you knew how good I was you'd snap. She mentally shouted. Awesome. Naruto said excitedly. I can't wait to see you in action, Sakura-chan. Your dreams, Sakura? Kakashi asked. I want the people I care about to be proud of me and to be useful to my team. An admirable goal, Kakashi said kindly. He could surely relate to something like that, especially given what he'd been expecting her to say. How interesting. At any rate, I am Kakashi Haddock, Jonin. Sensei assigned to Team 7. I am skilled in all aspects of being a shinobi. I like reading and dislike wasting my time. Maybe if we become a team I'll share my dreams with you three. Oh, hang on, Naruto was on his feet. What do you mean if we become a team? We're a team, Sensei. Were you late to that meeting too? Kakashi chuckled, smiling at them with his one visible eye. Oh, I forgot to mention, all the academy graduates are given a final test by their Jonin sensei to see if they will become actual genin. Most fail, to be honest. Go back to the academy or get put with the reserves. Some drop out altogether and stay civilians. Quite sad. So we aren't actual genin yet? Sakura asked, surprised. Privately, the girl was highly pleased at how perfectly she delivered the line. Nope. They all spared a moment to watch Naruto fume over wasted years in a classroom before returning to the task at hand. Sasuke simply let out a huff. Fine, when is the test? Now? Tomorrow morning at 8, training ground 3. Come geared to fight. You'll want to skip breakfast as well, Kakashi added, getting to his feet at last. You'll puke otherwise. And with that he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Silence fell on the trio for a few seconds before it was broken. Ah, Sakura-chan, can I talk with you for a second? The girl looked over at a somewhat nervous Naruto in surprise, but not at all the same. She knew what he was going to ask her anyway. I'm heading home then, said Sasuke, getting to his feet. Make sure you eat tomorrow, even though he said don't. It's obviously misdirection. Receiving surprised nods from his teammates, he turned back to the rooftop door, heading for the stairs. Naruto waited until he was gone before speaking. Sakura-chan, I just wanted to say I'm really sorry for the way I've been bothering you this past year, asking you out all the time. Sakura, who had already been halfway to gently rejecting that very thing, froze mid-motion. What? Where did that come from? Naruto looked off to the side, not willing to fully meet her eyes. I got to talk to someone recently about how to get close with people, and he said I've been doing it wrong, asking you out the way I have been. I really just want us to be friends. Oh? Well, what else was there to say? She'd been wondering how to go about making peace between them, and he'd actually come to it himself, albeit with some guidance. She couldn't help but wonder who talked to him, considering how few adults there were in the entire village that actually wanted to help him. Especially now in his life. Well then, in that case, I'm sorry about how I've been treating you too. You didn't really deserve any of it, and I've been pretty mean to you. I guess I was just trying to get attention from the wrong people, she added softly in reflection. But Naruto was shaking his head, now beaming at her. No way, Sakura-chan, water under the bridge. Friends. He held out his hand, palm up. Sakura eyed it for a second before grinning, hitting it with her own in classic low 5 style. Sure. We're teammates now after all. Sakura-chan, you sure? Naruto said, quickly turning away, though he was still watching from the corner of his eyes. Sakura immediately turned around, arms crossed over her chest once again. Past her future, he's still a bit of a perv. Meanwhile, Sasuke took his ear away from the door and began to walk down the steps, finally heading home. Well, that had been entirely unexpected, if not extremely welcome. He certainly wasn't in his original timeline if things like this could happen. A small smile made its way onto his face, refusing to budge. Maybe this time travel thing wasn't so bad after all. Naruto let out a long breath as he finally closed the door to his apartment behind him. He could barely still believe that it had worked out so well. His apology, which had only been given to hopefully lower Sakura's dislike of him, had actually turned into her apologizing back and agreeing to be friends. She didn't even mention Sasuke once the entire day, something that was strange in itself, but that fact had given him the confidence to approach her. Am I really back in time? He wondered for the 100th time, sinking into the worn-out couch with a thump. It looked like everything was the way it used to be, hell, it felt like the way it used to be, but there were definitely differences. Sakura was nice. Sasuke didn't say his dream was to kill his brother, but the massacre still definitely happened, so what was different? Clearly it was something, but was that necessarily a bad thing? He seemed much more level-headed in general now. Sasuke's obsession with vengeance had driven them all apart. Perhaps even caused events to end as they did. This time though, if he were able to keep the team together. Naruto quickly shook his head, stamping down on the feeling. The sheer amount of hope that had risen within him just then was simply intense to experience. He was still so torn about being young again. True, none of the bad things had happened yet, but everything he'd worked for and achieved had also been undone. All the people he'd become close to, none of them cared about him anymore. Not even Tsunade. It was bittersweet at best. Still, it didn't change the fact that his reality was a replay of his past. No matter what happened, he would deal with things as they came. Better to focus on more present issues. Like the fact that he was getting embarrassed over seeing through Sakura's silk shirt. What the heck? Just the thought was getting him red-faced again. Maybe as an actual 12-year-old he'd have been embarrassed, but he was a bit more than twice that in actuality. Thinking on it though. I've been acting pretty immature, he said aloud, frowning at the ceiling. Did the kid me just not go away? Am I both? Well, this sucks. The Hokage is ready to see you, Haddock-san. Thanks, Tenri-chan, the Jonin said with a nice smile, heading down the hall to the Hokage's office. Kakashi, I take it you finally met with your team. Gears and Sarutobi gave him a knowing smile as he took a pull on his pipe. The papers that covered his desk were forgotten as he focused on his guest. If they are anything like my old kids, I'd imagine they'll be quite the handful. I was reading the final academy reports earlier, always interesting to see what there is to say about our star. Rookies. Kakashi took the seat opposite the Hokage's desk with a small exhale. I read them as well. Did you know that Sasuke wants to travel? He asked blandly. That was his dream. To see the world, apparently. Didn't matter where, just wants to travel. Sakura wants to make the people she cares about proud of her, and Naruto wants to become friends with people from all over. He seemed pretty excited at the prospect. The Hokage slowly took his pipe from his mouth, placing it lightly on the desk. What? When I went to pick them up they were all knocked out too. It was cute to see them asleep like that. Got a picture, he added, holding up 2 fingers in a V shape. Before I hit them with the water jutsu, anyway. Gold star reactions. So their profiles were more than a little inaccurate, if what I've seen is true, Kakashi finished with a shrug. I'm actually curious to see how they do. Tomorrow, he continued with a smile. They seem like a friendly group. You don't say, Hiruzen chuckled, glancing over at the portrait of his predecessor at the side of the room. It wasn't often that the academy profiles were wrong, but it had happened before. Particularly with more notable shinobi. How interesting. Maybe I'll watch as well. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura politely as the man finally drew close to the 3 soon-to-be genin. Sakura, Sasuke interrupted, tapping his wrist. Oh, you're right. Good afternoon, sensei. Hey everyone, sorry I'm late, the Jonin said easily, looking between them. I got lost on the road of life. It's a nice day, Sakura agreed, looking up at the clear blue sky. Indeed, it had been a while since she'd relaxed under the warm sun without a care, her village at relative peace with the world. I see, did you all eat? Just finished lunch actually, said Naruto, pointing to a couple takeout bags by the nearby tree. Want some? We have a little left over. I ate on the way, Kakashi replied, completely unsurprised they hadn't been tricked by his light scare tactic. I've been thinking about what you all said yesterday, and I've decided to modify the original test I was going to give you. How so? Asked Sasuke. Indeed, all 3 looked very curious at the news. Had they possibly heard about his test before this? If so, then he definitely made the right decision. Well, instead of making you fight each other to get some bells from me, I think I'll just have you get a single one instead. A half-hour time limit sounds good. He dangled a single bell on a string before their eyes. It gave off a minuscule jingle. However, Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up to reveal a fully matured Sharingan spinning expectantly. It'll be harder. Silence. Then, isn't that one of your eye things? Naruto asked Sasuke, turning away from his sensei. The Uchiha actually blinked in surprise. He always thought Naruto hadn't known about the Sharingan initially. How do you know about that? He demanded, the statement not entirely forced. Naruto, however, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. The KMP caught me a lot when I first started doing pranks, he admitted. Their eyes were like that sometimes. Is Kakashi-sensei part of your clan? I thought, you know. Chen Sharingan Kakashi has always been a popular topic with the Uchiha, Sasuke said with a nod, adding after a moment, back when they were all still alive, that is. And no, he isn't. You don't say, said Kakashi with a smile, that they all knew he was humoring them. You're one of the top ninja in the entire village, taught by the 4th Hokage himself, Sasuke responded, as if that explained everything. Well, to be honest, it pretty much did. From an outside perspective, the 3 genin had hit the proverbial jackpot on senseis. Really? Naruto gave Kakashi an odd look. He bumped past Sasuke to get closer, giving the white-haired Jonin a wide-eyed look. That's so cool. He was a very good sensei, Kakashi said after a moment, eyes lingering on Naruto. And a good mentor. I was lucky to have him. I'm so psyched. Naruto exclaimed, practically bouncing with energy. He was looking quite eager to begin. Sensei, can we start? Whenever you'd like, Kakashi said with a shrug, glancing over at Sakura. The girl was watching them with uncertainty but still ready to move. Okay. At that the boy dropped into a seated position, giving Kakashi a momentary view of Sasuke with his hands in a tiger seal. It was only for an instant though because he was immediately engulfed in an enormous fireball. Naruto, seemingly unconcerned by the proximity of the flames directly above his head, was laughing. Hahaha, tricked him, he said happily. Sasuke just huffed, cutting off the jutsu and looking around. Of course we didn't, dope, he escaped. Indeed there was a blackened log where Kakashi had been seconds before. Oh come on, that was perfect timing, Naruto said grumpily. Okay, he hadn't expected it to work at all, but he was still annoyed a bit. Sasuke caught onto his plan instantly and carried it through easily. Their sensei, of course, was long gone. Even now he couldn't detect the guy. Kakashi really was one of the top ninja around. So what's the plan? Sakura said quickly, coming over to the other two. True, they just pulled off a nice combo, but if they didn't want to work together. I wasn't kidding about what I just said. Sasuke gave each of them a serious look. Father talked about him all the time. Our sensei is one of the strongest ninja in the entire village. He's been a possible Hokage candidate for years. Unless we work together we just don't stand a chance. Especially with his Sharingan out. At least not without being found out, the three all unknowingly thought at the same time. If there's anything you've been holding back from the academy, now's the time to say so. Damn sensei. Sasuke thought in annoyance. Why couldn't he have just kept the regular test? What caused the change? That small meeting the day before. Had that really been enough? I can do this. There was a puff of smoke, and suddenly there was another Naruto standing with them. Hey, he said, waving at them. I thought you were bad at bunchin', Sakura said in a very convincing confusion. It helped that she'd been expecting at least a dozen of them at once as opposed to one. Naruto's chakra control was simply abysmal. He'd probably gotten lucky for once. I had a breakthrough, Naruto said with a shrug. A big one, he added when Sasuke poked the grinning clone, eyes whitening immediately. How about you? Sasuke asked Sakura. Unknown to the other two boys, Sakura was going through quite the inner dilemma. She couldn't reveal anything regarding her medical abilities or knowledge without some significant preparation. She also couldn't use any of the techniques Tsunade taught her. Who knew how she'd even arrange getting trained by the legend once again? Without that, what did she really have? Everything she typically did revolved around it after all. Oh, hang on. Kakashi smiled to himself as he watched the three genin, plus one clone, huddle together closely as they talked strategy. Sasuke, given his knowledge of the Sharingan as well as the Jonin himself, was most definitely leading the group at the moment. The white-haired man was quite curious to see how he'd try fighting against his clan's famous bloodline. Then there was his sensei's son. Apart from checking in on him occasionally, there wasn't much he knew about the boy, except through frequent reports. Anbu hadn't really afforded him the kind of freedom to keep personal tabs on anyone. Captain did have his perks though. Finally, Sakura was a total mystery. He honestly didn't expect much from the girl compared to the other two. Of course, it wouldn't do to start training his team by underestimating them. After all, they might actually get the bell. PFFT, you're right. An older man chuckled lightly as he watched Kakashi through an unassuming glass sphere. He manipulated the control seal to give him a better view and sat back, prepping his pipe for a long smoke. Nico. Thank you, Hokage-sama, the purple-haired Anbu said softly, taking the freshly poured cup in her hands. Her eyes however stayed focused on the crystal sphere. The battle started in the typical fashion most shinobi battles started. One moment there was nothing, in the next there was movement. Kakashi stood among a number of trees, paying little heed to the flickers that danced between them. His Sharingan rendered the cover useless as the masses of chakra surrounded him. The whisper of cut air reached his ears, causing him to lean back as Shuriken crossed his vision in both directions. Absently he noted that they had immediately gone for the kill. A small grin hid from the world under a face mask. Kakashi leapt upwards as the ground at his feet burst open, orange-sleeved hands clawing for his feet, as dozens of Narutos emerged from all around, Shuriken filling the air in a storm. Kakashi pulled a kunai, deflecting the incoming projectiles that were actually going to hit him, while watching the vast majority miss him entirely. Ninja wire suddenly filled the air around him, ready to entangle him and bring him back to the ground. A decent strategy. Kakashi formed a single hand seal. But not quite enough. He vanished, allowing the log he changed places with to become trapped instead of him. And suddenly ducked as a foot passed through the space his head had just been occupying. His legs left the ground as another attack made to drop him. Now completely horizontal he struck out, simultaneously repelling both his attackers as he returned to a regular stance. Both Sasuke and Naruto slid back, having guarded against the hits with their crossed arms, but were moving forward again nearly instantly, having been helped each by another Naruto clone. How many of those things could the boy make? Deciding to test the boy's taijutsu skills, Kakashi engaged them at the upper levels of a typical genin, only to quickly accelerate into Chunin territory. Perhaps individually they were manageable, but the two worked incredibly well together, covering each other when he tried to sneak in extra hits, and setting one another up for follow-up strikes. If he were even an average Shunin, he likely would have eventually fallen to their combo. Without the Sharingan, obviously. Using it just made everything absolutely hopeless for the lot of them. I should go find Sakura, I wonder what she's up to. The thought crossed his mind innocuously, and he moved with a burst of speed neither boy could keep up with. A devastating kick to the chest sent Naruto bodily from their current battlefield, while the second kick had Sasuke joining him, though not before another immense blast of flame raced back to cook the Jonin alive. Kakashi disappeared in a shunshin, now standing above the area against a tree, scanning the masses of chakra below for the one he'd identified as Sakura, before their battle had even begun. Found you. The girl was actually quite a distance away, hiding at the edge of a clearing he'd scouted earlier. Within seconds he was upon her, aiming a strike at her unprotected back. Instead of hitting the off-guard girl though, he connected with the suddenly appearing Naruto, sending them both rolling into the clearing, but saving her from the hit. Of course, Kakashi wasn't to be denied. Two kunai buried themselves in the ground at Naruto's feet, hissing for a split second before the explosive tags on them detonated with force. Sakura was knocked into the air and hit the ground hard, though pushed herself to her feet despite the damage. Naruto, who had once again taken the brunt of the explosion, was gone. He had been a clone. Almost at once, 8 more Naruto clones joined her from the trees. Stay back Sakura-chan, I've got this, one of them said confidently. Not even waiting for a response they all charged. Kakashi almost smiled under his mask as the 8 dashed in to meet their doom. There was no way Sasuke hadn't warned them about facing his Sharingan head-on. Had the frustration of nothing working finally gotten to his head. But what could almost be called precognition, Kakashi strolled through the 8, never taking a single hit, while expending minimal effort to end each clone. Within 4 seconds they had all been dispatched. Suddenly he flashed back 5 feet as both Sasuke and what was likely the original Naruto crashed into the spot he'd just been standing in. He had to give it to them, they didn't back down for anything. Now though. Leaf Village Seeker technique. His hands separated into 2 half-tiger seals. 2,000 years of pain. And that was the end of them. While Naruto and Sasuke both crashed into the ground in the distance to recover, Kakashi finally faced off with the third member of the group. She was a little worse for wear, her clothes were singed in places and outright missing in others, but apart from a light blow to her modesty she looked well enough. I hope you don't think it'll be any easier if it's just me, even if I'm already hurt, Sakura said with a huff, already in a stance that immediately reminded him of the Hyuga's gentle fist. The buildup of chakra in her hands was also quite clear, was she actually going to try to copy her classmate? I think I do best up close. How interesting. The tensing of her legs was all the warning he had before Sakura was within his guard. Fast. His arm came up to block her open palm, causing the chakra she gathered to splash out and dissipate, doing nothing. He blocked 4 more strikes like this before Sakura withdrew, circling around his right, as she threw a series of shuriken he rapidly deflected with a drawn kunai. He watched them fall in a very slow motion, his Sharingan spinning as it drained his chakra at a light and steady rate. Sakura veered to the side as the shuriken she'd thrown came speeding back at her, using the chakra in her hand to sharply angle herself back at the Jonin for another chakra-infused salvo. Still the attack was blocked effortlessly, and after a dozen or so strikes she retreated, rejoining her partially recovered squad. Gee, a lot harder than it looks, she grumbled, glancing at the boys. You two okay? We'll live, Naruto said with a wince. 2 lifetimes of that attack was too many. This guy is crazy, he doesn't have any openings. Everyone has openings. I told you it's the Sharingan, we're moving in slow motion to him, Sasuke said, also doing his best to wipe the last few seconds of his life from his mind. The only hits we're even landing are because he wants to block them. Don't stop now, your time's almost up, Kakashi said with a cheerful smile. If he doesn't have any openings we'll just have to make some, Sasuke said with a scowl. One more time, give him everything you've got. It's all or nothing. Again the 3 dashed in at multiple angles, Sasuke opting for a dual-wield style with 2 kunai, Naruto with a single, and Sakura again with chakra in her hands. Still holding the kunai of his own, Kakashi wove through the 3, blocking the attacks he couldn't easily dodge, and striking back with pinpoint precision. Barely 2 seconds went by without one of the 3 being knocked from the melee, but they always recovered quickly and rejoined the fray. I have to wonder why you 3 hid your skills at the academy. Kakashi mused aloud as he ducked low beneath a sweeping kick from Sasuke, while simultaneously parrying an attack from Sakura to the side. His hand darted up to grab Sasuke's still extended leg, and use his superior strength to throw him into an oncoming Naruto. Anyone want to explain? Being subtle has its uses, Sakura said briefly, lunging forward suddenly. Kakashi sidestepped her by just enough so that her hand almost touched the bell at his waist. He really did enjoy giving them the illusion it was just out of their reach. He then helped her along into the dirt with a kick at her back. In combat as well, he smiled back at her, turning away when he saw that she wasn't getting up. It looked as if her stamina had finally given out. About time too, even just minimally using his Sharingan for half an hour was draining. Are you two done as well? He called over to the boys who were untangling themselves. You've got about 2 minutes left so you can still try to not fail. I don't know. Sasuke finally pushed Naruto off of him and stood up, dusting himself off. What do you think, Sakura? It was then that he realized something was wrong. Kakashi's eyes darted to his waist where the bell that was dangling peacefully suddenly melted away as he cleared his body of the genjutsu he'd been unknowingly placed under. Continuing to turn his head, he saw Sakura get to her feet. Haha, score. Sakura held up 2 fingers in victory, a beaming smile on her face as she presented the bell. Kakashi, who had frozen at the sight, subtly chuckled and pulled his headband back over his Sharingan. Mama, you actually got me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, the Hokage was chuckling as he watched the scene through his glass orb. Though Nico's face was still masked, he could tell she was giving the scene a shocked expression. It was indeed exactly as Kakashi had said. Team 7, and they were a true Team 7, was an exciting bunch. He was proud of all of them, not only for their exceptional skill and ability to work together flawlessly, but for seeming to have accepted one another as comrades. It all fed into the same thing. These shinobi were taught that their true strength laid within teamwork. There was no replacement for an excellent team. Add to the fact that Kakashi actually seemed interested in teaching them. Those 3 were going to be absolute monsters. It is my dream, Kakashi began, instantly grabbing the attention of the 3 new genin, to ensure my sensei's legacy lives on, and become a person worthy of my best friend's memory. Maybe I'll get a cute wife too, he added with a small, undeniably perverted chuckle. Not like that you won't, they thought as one, all with flat expressions. So congratulations. As of this moment we are officially Team 7. Yada. Even sprawled out on ground, Naruto was able to give a whooping cheer of joy. Sasuke wore a satisfied grin as he holstered the 2 kunai he'd been using with a flourish, and Sakura went to go help her hapless blonde teammate up, smiling widely all the while. There was no denying that at that moment, things were good. Better than good. Better than great, even. It just felt right. And for a reason that he couldn't quite explain, let alone begin to understand, Kakashi felt it too. Team 7, Kakashi paused as the 3 snapped to attention from their various positions. Meet here tomorrow morning at 8 for our first assignment. Also, make sure to eat breakfast, he added with a nice smile. And with that he vanished in a swirl of leaves. And there you go, hungry readers. I hope this will hold you over for a bit while I finish the next one, whenever that is. If the response is absolutely insane, I'll see about cranking it out quicker. The Naruto community is a fun one to give to, so look forward to some friendship and fun in this one. As always, any questions, hit me up. Fix the past, shatter the future. Chapter 3. Naruto not having any money is actually a good thing for once. I still can't believe that worked, Naruto said as they walked, shaking his head. Even the best eyes are useless when they aren't looking, Sasuke said with a shrug. Besides, he really went easy on us. Blinking. Constantly. Yeah, I could tell, Sakura agreed tiredly. I've got so much training to do. You two did a lot of the legwork. Did you really have to take the blast though? Uchiha added disapprovingly. No matter how blown away he was with her skill, he couldn't help but point out the apparent flaw in her performance. You're lucky you weren't hurt worse. I know, but I had to sell it, she reasoned, privately not telling them she'd healed the worst of the damage with a unique medical technique. Absently she tugged her shirt a bit higher to make sure she stayed fully covered. The cloth on her right shoulder was basically gone after the exchange following the explosion. Mom's not going to be happy though. You were great, Sakura-chan. Don't think anything otherwise, Naruto insisted cheerfully. Indeed, that would have been much more difficult without her. Or Sasuke for that matter. What drug-induced past had he found himself in where Sasuke was a team player, and Sakura was fast like Lee? Sure, Naruto, just call me Sakura, okay? Said boy seemed taken aback for a second but quickly grinned, nodding. Anyway, let's celebrate. We can, but Naruto suddenly broke off, laughing awkwardly. Actually, I just remembered I don't have any more money for food. We can wait until after our first mission, I guess. Sasuke hesitated for a second, frowning at the situation. He knew quite well what Naruto's financial situation should be like these days, but they weren't supposed to be close enough to just pay for each other off the bat. Still, celebrating actually didn't sound so bad this time around, so. Let's go to my place. Hang on, what? The place? Perhaps it was because of how surprised they were to hear the suggestion that both Sasuke and Naruto spoke in unison. Why not? My mom always cooks a lot of food because my dad likes to eat. There's more than enough for you two. Besides, she paused, looking between the two of them, I want them to meet my teammates, and they'll want to see who'll be watching my back out in the field. The two boys exchanged blinking expressions before returning their attention to the girl. If you don't mind. Thanks, Sakura. Naruto said after a second, still feeling a bit apprehensive. This was new. As new could get for someone who was living their life over. For the record, that was pretty new. Sasuke just nodded, not saying anything. Well then meet me by the big bank in the center of the village. We live in the residential district near there. 5. Getting nods in return, she smiled. Good, I'll be waiting. Make sure you're clean, too. Because who could really trust boys with something like being clean, she figured. And with that she walked off, leaving the two to stand there in silence. It wasn't until the girl was out of sight before it was broken. Hey, Sasuke, does Sakura seem? I don't know. Naruto trailed off for a second before continuing. Different. To this Sasuke shrugged. He had no idea how much this particular past was different from his own, so he decided to play it safe with his response. Of course he wholeheartedly agreed. It seems we've underestimated her drive to become a shinobi. Naruto blinked before nodding vigorously. Yeah. It was with a small sigh that Kakashi finally sat down at the restaurant booth. He was the final member of the group to have arrived, naturally, though the others were all well aware of his habits and weren't bothered by them at all. Of course they were equally less messed up than he was and similarly happy about said fact. So, how did it go? He asked, his soul eye moving from person. There was Asuma, Kurenai, Genma, and Yuma. Including him they made half of the 10 Jonin given teams of rookies from the academy this semester. Team 10 passed, though it was close, Asuma said first. Shikaku's boy is too smart for his own good. I guess it helps he's the laziest brat I've ever met. Seems the only thing that gets him motivated is the idea of laying around. A lazy brat for a lazy bum, how nice, said Kurenai with a chuckle, getting a similar response from the others in the group. Teammate passed as well, with flying colors I might add. I was really impressed. It only took them half an hour to find me, and I hid myself well enough to counter their strengths, too. They're a great group. Even the Inuzaka? Genma asked with a knowing grin. The members of that particular clan were more than a little infamous for their baser instincts, much in the same way Kurenai was more than a little attractive. I might have had to put a slightly serious ninjutsu on him for leering, but he came around quickly, she continued cheerfully. Hahaha, well Team 5 failed spectacularly, said Genma. There was this moment where all three of them got tangled up together and landed in a big heap. Then they started fighting each other. A man covered his face with a hand, groaning. Failed them right there. With luck they'll pull their acts together. They weren't bad overall, just not ready to work in a team. My group was about the same, Yuma said with a sigh. One of the boys had some skill though, so maybe I'll put in a note for him to be looked at again sooner. They'd all do better under Kurokan anyway. Finally the Jonin turned to the Cyclops of the group expectantly. So? Pass, he said simply. Eyebrows around the table went up as one. Pressure? Asuma asked slowly. Kakashi shook his head. Nope, the regular way. I'm impressed, to be honest. Wow, glad I didn't take that bet. They're an interesting group, Kakashi said with a shrug. He placed his now empty teacup on the table, causing the others to double take. Somehow it had been emptied while the man had been speaking. Tell us about them, said Yuma in interest. If they were able to pass your test, everyone else must have missed something big. Maybe, Kakashi said with a shrug. Naruto and Sasuke have been hiding some skill, but Sakura is the one I'm most surprised about. She's actually quite dedicated to the job. They work very well in a team. Honestly, if you hadn't witnessed it firsthand, I doubt I'd believe you, Asuma cut in. That Sakura girl is apparently rivals with Ino, but with Ino being in a big clan and Sakura not, I'd figured she was fair weaker. Not that Ino is anything particularly special at the moment, but she's got some talent, that's for sure. I wouldn't know, I haven't seen your genin fight yet. Well, maybe after a little while we can arrange something. Nothing like some friendly competition. Ha! Friendly competition, Gemma laughed. I think Guy has completely filled that spot against Kakashi for all eternity. Besides, you just want to win some money. It may be unwise anyway, Kakashi added lightly. I was thinking about upping the pace a bit for them. I'm sure they'll be able to handle it, but I can't say the same for any other team going against them. Genin or not. Right, Kurenai smiled. So Kakashi felt his team would be the best, huh? They'd see about that. Just don't kill them accidentally. Well, Kakashi said, pushing himself to his feet. It certainly wouldn't be by accident. And with that he walked back out of the restaurant. Man, that guy is something else, Asuma mused, eyes still on the door. Anyway, how do you want to split? But he cut off as he returned his attention to the booth. Gemma and Yuma, who had been opposite each other against the window, were both gone, window wide open. Turning to Kurenai, who was still sitting next to him, his words once again faded as she herself turned into a number of flower petals that blew away on a non-existent breeze. And just like that, Asuma was alone. "Hey, check, Shinobi-san," the waitress said with a smile, placing the small slip of paper in front of him. Asuma just regarded it with a deadpan. Assholes. A few blocks away, Kakashi waited with his book out, apparently absorbed as he smoothly wove through traffic. His mind, however, was as far away from the perverse material as it could be. I died. They'd taken the bell. They took it with him using his Sharingan. Yes, he'd done a great deal to inconvenience himself for their handicap. Yes, he was only operating at a fraction of his ability in all fields. Yet despite this he'd still been incredibly advantaged in the fight, and the three had come out victorious. By putting him in a genjutsu of all things. When was the last time he'd fallen for such an attack from anyone less than someone of Kurenai's ability? A woman. His ability was often spoken in the same sentence with that of Itachi Uchiha. This, as well as the rest of the fight, told him two things. Firstly, he needed to get his fat ass back in shape. Second, he had a damn strong team. They could probably pass the Chunin exam right now. Where did he even begin when it came to analyzing them? Well, perhaps he should begin with the sole girl on the team, blowing away his expectations, and being the key to their plan to get the bell from him. Her taijutsu was textbook solid, nothing to write home about, but certainly not poor by any standard. More than that, her speed was alarmingly high for her stature. She didn't have the pure muscle mass built up like her teammates, so she relied on something much more impressive. Impeccable chakra control. Yes, she likely didn't have much in the way of reserves, but she used what she had with a precision found in few. Case in point, she put him in a genjutsu just by touching him. The fact that it had taken as long as it did likely spoke to it being a newly developed technique than anything else. Her mind was sharp, and her ability to replicate what she'd seen was quite high. How many other clanless children could emulate Jukin's stances so well? Sasuke was just as surprising as his teammate, though for different reasons. Kakashi very much doubted the academy had produced a more talented genin in years, but Sasuke pulled ahead in ways his year mates wouldn't see until at least making Chunin. Everything about his skill spoke to a practiced sharpness of an unparalleled level. This went double for his intellect. The strategies Sasuke used to keep him on his toes and distracted from his allies were effective and flexible. He also moved like someone who had trained with a sword, though he didn't carry one. A secret then. Finally there was Naruto. Shadow clone technique, where the hell had he learned that? Coupled with the most chakra he'd ever seen anyone have, and it made for an endless wave of fighting power and stamina. But that wasn't what made it so amazing. Naruto knew intuitively how best to use the clone technique, not only offensively or defensively, but in a supportive role. Not once when his team needed help the most was he not there to help. A pull here. A nudge there. Naruto made everything possible and then some. He also hit like a train. Kid had some serious weight behind him. Turning these three into a team, they could be incredible. Maybe even among the strongest in the world. If he guided them the right way. Kakashi suddenly came to a stop in the street. Realization dawning across his face as he stared straight ahead. This actually sounds fun. Holy shit. Sasuke let his eyes wander about the intersection he waited at, absently flipping a kunai in his left hand a couple times before switching it to the other. Villagers moved about with purpose, occasionally sparing him a look but returning to their business when they saw his headband, a clan symbol. Those who recognized him gave a nod of respect or a quick "Uchiha-san," to which he acknowledged with a nod of his own. The nearby clock on the outside of the bank read 4:50, which put him at waiting for 10 minutes. Naruto, of course, was. Sasuke. On time. Naruto. The orange-clad genin skidded to a halt in front of him, panting slightly. Hey, Sasuke, I'm not late, right? In response, Sasuke just pointed to the clock, to which Naruto sighed in relief. I meant to leave ages ago so I wouldn't be late, but I took a long time making sure I was ready. You think it's okay that I'm wearing what I usually do? You changed. Indeed, Sasuke had changed into something a little more formal than what he usually wore, as it seemed like the appropriate thing to do. Habit, he said dismissively. It's fine, Sakura's not going to hit you or anything. She invited us over after all. Haha, yeah, that's good, Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head. No one's ever invited me over before, so I wasn't sure what to do. I don't exactly have anything else to wear anyway. Where did you get those things anyway? Sasuke asked, genuinely curious. There was no doubt the more skilled shinobi tended to wear whatever they wanted, regardless of how eye-popping it could be. Case in point, Naruto wore orange of all things, but damn if he hadn't been able to back it up with some ability. Still, at this point in his life it honestly seemed like. The person in charge of keeping an eye on me after I left the orphanage got me a bunch of them a little after I started the academy. She wasn't very nice about it though, he added with a frown. Did she hate you? The blunt question made the blonde wince, eyes ducking low before coming back up to meet a level gaze from Sasuke. Whether it was the complete lack of judgment or even a bit of understanding Naruto saw in his eyes, neither could tell, but he did not drop his gaze again. Yeah. He scratched the back of his head uncomfortably. It took me a while, but I guess she was probably hoping I'll get myself killed on a mission. PFFT. It's not funny. Naruto said angrily. He stopped though when Sasuke just held up a hand. If that woman really thinks wearing a bright color would get you killed, she hasn't been paying attention to anything in the past few years. I'll bet all the other villages have you in their bingo books as Konoha's pranking master. Naruto just grinned at the clear compliment, cheered significantly. Well, I guess when you put it like that, what's a bingo book? And just like that, Sasuke's palm met his face. Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura-cha, Sakura. Naruto called out, waving the girl over. Great, you're both here on time. Followed. She paused, eyes falling on the object in Sasuke's hand. Why do you have a kunai? Sasuke was genuinely caught off guard as he looked down at the weapon. Why had he brought it? I got it, Naruto said quickly, making a familiar hand seal. At once another Naruto popped into existence and took the thing, running off. With a wave. He'll drop it off at your place. Right, thanks. He was still looking at the now empty hand in small wonder. When was the last time he'd gone anywhere without a weapon? When was the last time he felt he could go somewhere without a weapon? Somewhere safe. Weird. That's a pretty useful jutsu, Sasuke said as they walked. You said it, Naruto agreed. I still don't know why it was in the Hokage's scroll. If everyone knew it, the village would be unstoppable. Probably because it needs a ton of chakra, Sasuke reasoned. Can you teach it to me? Sure, I can try. Is that safe though? Sakura warned. She didn't want her friend dying after all. If you try to use a jutsu that you don't have the chakra for, it'll fail at best. At worst you could die from chakra exhaustion. Sasuke wasn't too sure what to say. He could probably use the jutsu, but he didn't want to push it, so why don't we just run it by Kakashi-sensei? He probably knows it anyway. That sounds like a good idea, Sakura said, relieved. Anyway, we're here. Let me just go inside really quickly and I'll be right back. The home was quaint and tucked away between two other residential buildings. As Sakura disappeared, Naruto suddenly turned to Sasuke. Done, I left it in the back with some shuriken you had laying around. That works. Hang on, how do you know that? Sasuke asked, giving him an odd look. Internally though, he was fist-pumping at the opportunity his friend had handed him. The sooner Naruto realized the trick with shadow clones, the better. What do you mean? I just dropped it there. Naruto gave him the most befuddled look he could muster, while doing his best not to give himself away. He needed to be really careful about his knowledge or things could get dicey. That's really weird, he finally said. Let's talk about it later though, I need to focus. And he did. Even though he'd lived years beyond this time, he couldn't understate how important this was to him. It was ironic that after everything he'd faced, getting invited to a friend's home was making him 1,000 times more nervous. What if they hated him for the Kyuubi? What if he did something wrong that messed everything up? Sakura actually liked him this time. Sasuke was cool too. He didn't want to lose that. Sasuke, you've been to people's homes before, right? He nodded, watching Naruto carefully. The genin looked quite nervous. Understandable, considering the way pretty much every adult in the village treated him. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to be rude. Unfortunately, he didn't know what would happen here either. Just say thank you for their hospitality and don't do anything extra, Sasuke said after a second. Oh, make sure you put your shoes with the others just inside the door. And when you sit, he paused as Naruto's eyes kept getting wider. Instead he moved closer and lowered his voice. Relax and just follow my lead. If anything happens I'll help you out, okay? Yeah, thanks. The front door suddenly slid open, showing Sakura in a much more casual home outfit that had both boys blinking. Come on in. Whatever the boys thought they'd see was immediately forgotten as they came face to face with a woman who could only be Sakura's mother. The welcoming smile faltered as her eyes moved from black to blonde. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, one of Sakura's teammates. Nice to meet you, Naruto blurted out, eyes hitting the floor as his gaze dropped. He'd nearly lost his steam at the surprised look the woman gave him when she realized who he was. And I'm Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura's other teammate. We both thank you for your hospitality, he said politely with a bow of his head. He suddenly put a hand at Naruto's back, hoping to give him a little confidence. How polite. Sakura's mother was clearly caught off guard at seeing Naruto, but to her credit she took it in stride. Welcome to my home. I'm Sakura's mother, Mibuki Haruno. Please come in. As she turned to lead them further in, Sasuke quickly followed with Naruto close behind. No one saw the worried look on Sakura's face. It felt like a punch to the gut, honestly. She remembered as a little girl being told by her parents not to play with Naruto, but they always cited as being a troublemaker, and that he was constantly getting caught up with the KMP. It made sense, and as years with him in her class went on, she fed into the opinions of her peers all too easily. And yet, she couldn't help but give her mother the benefit of the doubt. Like her father, she was a ninja of the village, and knew the importance of teams. Sakura herself had already spoken highly of her team, though not by name. In setting this up, she created a scenario to show that her parents were good people, who wouldn't judge Naruto because of the Kyuubi. Would they really give him a chance? Kizashi Haruno was not who the boys had been expecting. Perhaps it had been the rather serious flashes that Mibuki gave off, but they'd both expected a stern-faced, towering man with not a smiling muscle in his face. Instead, dear, you can't give the children alcohol. Nonsense. They're all considered adults in the eyes of the village with those headbands. Our petal is all grown up and making her parents so proud. I should tell you boys about the time when she was barely taller than my knee. Died. It was all Sasuke and Naruto could do to keep up with the pace of the chaotic conversation that was bouncing around the dining table, each holding the sake cup forced into their hands in bemusement. Sakura was scarlet with embarrassment from the way her father was doting, but laughing at the same time at his antics. Mibuki, it seemed, was the most level-headed of the bunch. Of course, they're adults now, she repeated dryly, serving herself a dumpling. I'll be sure to remember that the next time the Ryudo family brings their son for a visit. Which is why after this toast you won't be having any more, Kizashi said immediately, getting his wife to roll her eyes. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. He raised the glass. To the new Team 7. Team 7. And they all drank, followed by the immediate coughing of said team. Ugh, it's horrible. Sakura complained, putting the cup down with a shudder. Sasuke just grimaced and coughed again while Naruto thumped his chest. Nothing on what the boss toad liked to carry around, but that stuff wasn't made for humans anyway. Of course it wasn't like this stuff was much better. Only an adult will appreciate the taste, Kizashi said with a nod, draining a second cup. It didn't seem to have an effect on him at all, he may as well have been drinking water. You two must feel pretty lucky having my daughter on your team, am I right? Yes. Dad. Tell us how the test went. With that guy as your sensei, it's amazing you passed it all. Spare us no detail. Sakura and Sasuke blinked before naturally turning to Naruto, who went wide-eyed. You tell good stories, Sasuke said with a shrug. Also, he didn't want to talk much if he could avoid it. Make sure you don't brag too much, Sakura said with a nod. We leave this to you. Naruto took a deep breath before giving his cheeks a light slap. Alright. He jumped to his feet, putting in his best Jiraiya. Hang. Onto your sake, Haruno-san. This is a story about how your daughter put the great Sharingan Kakashi into a Jinjutsu, with help from her amazing teammates to win the challenge. The story of 3 genin who would forever protect the Leaf Village from untold perils. The tale of the birth of the greatest team of shinobi the world has ever seen. He grinned, too excited by the prospect of his new future. Too excited to let a shadow of nerves stop him from moving forward. And it all started when we had a pond dumped on our heads. It's been a long time since I had a meal like that. Sasuke's voice broke the silence that had stood between the two boys since leaving Sakura's home. It was late in the evening, the two having stayed for much longer than they'd expected. Eventually they couldn't stay any longer without imposing, and the Harunos bid them a good night, leaving the boys to their thoughts. It was good. Naruto's gaze was on the darkening sky. Yeah. Silence returned to the pair as they continued to walk, occasionally passing another person on the street. Eventually they reached the point where they would have to split up to continue home. Sasuke to the left, Naruto straight. There wasn't another soul in sight. See you at training tomorrow. Yeah, see ya. Yet neither moved from the intersection. Lights began flickering on in places to illuminate the streets, and homes became even more conspicuous by their windows. What's wrong? Sasuke asked, looking at his teammate. It's nothing. What about you? Nothing. Okay, I'll be honest if you will, said Naruto, holding out his pinky. No laughing. Fine, Sasuke agreed, picking his own. I don't want to go home, Naruto admitted, expression having fallen greatly. It just reminds me I'm on my own. Sasuke sighed. I didn't expect going to Sakura's place to affect me that much either. You too? Naruto's surprised look was met with Sasuke's raised eyebrows. Oh, right. Sorry. Sasuke said nothing, his eyes fixed back in the direction of Sakura's home. It's just... Naruto looked at his empty hands. How do we get that? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged brief looks. Hey, Sasuke. Wanna come to my place? XXXXX. And? Another chapter for the small following this has drawn. Hope you've enjoyed it. Would love to hear your thoughts or if there was anything that you're particularly interested in seeing. I'm keen to going free flow with this, so who knows what'll happen. Cheers. Time traveling babies first, not D rank. Chapter 4. D ranks have a novelty worth of 0. In other words, they suck. Hello, Iruka, anything exciting lined up for us today? If anything, Iruka's smile was just as enthusiastic as the one Kakashi was wearing beneath his mask. Enough that you can pick your favorite one, he replied, beaming at the emotionless expressions he was getting from the 3 genin in front of his raised desk. We need a fence painted, a warehouse organized, litter picked up, and he paused for dramatic effect. Babysitting. You suck, Iruka-sensei, said Naruto flatly. Karma's a female dog, Naruto, Iruka said bluntly, face decidedly smug. Maybe in your next life you won't prank people so much and have some respect for a formal education. Much to everyone's silent amusement, Naruto groaned loudly, hands grabbing his hair in aggravation as he slumped to the floor. Sensei, isn't there anything else we could do? Sakura asked, her voice somewhat strained. They had, after all, done nothing but D ranks all week. For a day as a matter of fact. We've done over 20 missions already. 20? Sakura was almost beside herself with irritation. They'd barely done half that last time, and they'd gone to enter the damn Chunin exams right after. Months later. This Kakashi was crazy. I'm sorry Sakura, even though your team has an excellent record so far, you haven't been together long enough to qualify something. Outside of the village, Iruka explained, much more willing to talk to one of his best and most attentive students. What about something inside the village then? Asked Sasuke, pushing his annoyance away with a sigh. There must be something more challenging than painting people's fences. Well, Iruka paused to give Kakashi a silent question, to which the man shrugged apathetically. I suppose I do have something you could do. I normally would give this to a more veteran genin team, but why not? Against all odds, I've actually heard really good things about your teamwork, and maybe you'll learn something too. He shuffled through a pile of scrolls before tossing one to Sasuke. What is it? Asked Naruto dejectedly, finally coming out of his inner turmoil. There's been a request for a team to assist with training newer reserve forces. As I understand it, one of their chunin is in the hospital for something, and they didn't want to slack off. Demonstrate what a functioning genin team looks like. Sasuke read off the scroll before snapping it shut and stowing it away. Easy. Anything's better than what we're doing now, Naruto groused. Jai. The boy suddenly lit up as the Hokage walked into the mission dispatch room. There was a low Hokage sama that came from the room at large, most everyone bowing to some extent in respect, particularly the handful of civilians who were in the room being assigned escorts. The various shunin, used to seeing the Hokage fairly regularly, went back to their business quickly. Naruto, be respectful, you're a genin now. Sakura prodded the beaming blonde on the side of his head lightly, a far cry from the usual wallop he'd until recently come to expect from her. It might have been different when you were a civilian, but he's your commanding officer now. Well said, Sakura, the Hokage said with a smile, approaching Iruka's position. He nodded at their team leader. Kakashi. Yo? Sakura sighed, bringing the heel of her hand to her forehead. This is literally the reason he has no respect for the chain of command. Jai, I get that you can't give me the big missions yet, but you'd better hold one of the princess-saving ones for me. I know you get them. He said with an accusing finger. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at that, because Naruto was actually entirely correct. Of course, Naruto, I'll be sure to keep an eye out, the Hokage said in good humor. Have they taken a mission, Iruka? Reserve training, he said with a nod, already returning to his usual grind. Oh, an excellent task, the Kage said in approval. In that case, work well. What do you say, team? Kakashi said expectantly. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, the three genin chorused. At least this time it didn't sound like they were all dead. There we go. It was with fairly wide eyes that the three genin entered the fort that was training ground one in the center of the village. Hundreds of teenagers stood in formation, all wearing a variation of a flak jacket and dark pants, as they went through the forms of what was often improperly referred to as academy-style taijutsu. A lone chunin stood at the head of the formation, watching them all with a critical eye. Strike. Ha. Strike. Ha. Further on the field was split into a large number of smaller sections that allowed for team training, as well as anything extra involving the team composition. As Kakashi explained earlier, Training Field 2 was exclusively reserved for jutsu. Naruto did not have to do much of anything to fake his amazement. While he was more than aware of what his village fielded in military strength, he'd never been exposed to this side of it before. That could actually be said for a lot of things on the village. It was like much of his life had been spent as the main character of a deranged writer's story. Wait a minute, yo, Kurosaki. Kakashi's voice brought the blonde out of his thoughts. A jonin with spiky orangish hair had approached them from the nearby building, regarding them with a confused expression. The man was missing the sleeves on his uniform, exposing his well-defined arms. Thought that was you, he said, stopping in front of them. Sup, Kakashi. Showing your squad around. At this, Kakashi gave Sasuke a meaningful look, nodding at the jonin. Understanding what he wanted, Sasuke fished out the mission scroll. And held it out to the jonin. Team 7, reporting as requested. I thought you had a team of rookies, the man said, casting the three of them a critical look as he glanced over the scroll, eyes lingering on the seal at the bottom that authenticated it as a village D rank. As in graduated last week rookies. No offense, but we specifically asked for a team with more field experience. Any field experience? None taken, Kakashi returned with a nice smile. Somewhat disarmed, the jonin just sighed, returning the scroll to Sasuke. Whatever, if it doesn't work out we'll just request another team. Follow me. Either unaware or uncaring of the disgruntled expressions the genin were giving him, he led the four around the field. You should already know this, but the majority of Konoha's ninja forces are trained here before they get assigned somewhere. The academy is made to build specialist teams. We still put most children who want to become shinobi through there, but we simply don't have the jonin to field four-man squads with all those genin, and take care of the higher rank missions the village is given. Only the very best get them and everyone else trains here. Eventually they get put on teams working under experienced chunin, until they can get promoted and join Konoha's main military force. It works pretty well, all said and done. They are neglected here after all. How much time do they train a day? Sakura asked in curiosity. It was one thing to know about it from class, but another entirely to see it. Training ground 1 was walled off from the rest of the village, so there wasn't really any reason to enter unless she had business there. Admittedly, most of her previous youth had been spent stalking a revenge-obsessed emo boy. About half of their day is spent here, Kurosaki said. Like I said, they are neglected, but if you're going to take care of a bunch of people you may as well get your money's worth. Ma, Kurosaki, you've become so good at explaining things. Kakashi said blithely, giving the man another ice smile. At this rate I'll have nothing to teach them by the time we leave. You guys must have terrible luck getting this guy as a sensei. Kurosaki said to the 3 genin, ignoring the one-eyed man. He's just gotten worse since we were kids if you ask me. At least back then he was kind of serious. I don't know, he's only kind of late and reads porn all the time, said Sakura after some thought. Honestly, the thought of having someone other than the white-haired jonin as their sensei was a sad one. Kakashi, who had already taken out his icha, simply smiled and put a hand on her head, rubbing it absently. Of course this had the effect of completely messing up her hair. Sensei. She whined, producing a brush from seemingly nowhere and attacking her hair with it immediately. Okay, so having near waist-length hair again had brought around a sense of vanity once more. At least she was more than skilled enough to prevent from it being used as a weapon against her. Though she suspected that just might be a holdover from her 12-year-old self that she'd seemingly merged with. Did she mention how much that part of her sucked recently? It really sucked. Having half your impulses driven by inane preteen nonsense in the beginnings of puberty was positively maddening. Not to mention the whole boys thing. Did she mention boys yet? Ugh. Sure, kid, Kurosaki said with a smirk. Anyway, that's about it for this place. Any questions? Are you strong? Asked Naruto curiously. Is water wet? Can we not do the mission and fight you instead? He continued. Sasuke gave the blonde a look before considering the jonin before them. Sakura was just shaking her head in exasperation. This happened. Way too much in all honesty. Oh. Suddenly there was a burst of incredibly dense chakra from directly in front of them. It crashed over them like a full lake of water. Kurosaki was now looking at them with interest, his expression settled into a 2D grin. Well, I'll suppose I can spare a few seconds. Every moment is a teachable one, apparently. And suddenly his arms were out, each hand catching the wrist of Sasuke and Naruto, who had attempted to drive kunai into his left kidney and right lung respectively, stopping the attacks just short of their marks. His head ducked forwards as Sakura's kunai barely missed the back of his head, the girl following shortly after. The second move was just as quick as the first. Naruto and Sasuke had their own weapons used to block the second attacks being made with their other hands. Sakura, however, had slightly more luck than her teammates. Her mid-air roundhouse kick had been dodged as well, but it seemed Kurosaki hadn't anticipated there being a knife tip extending from the top of her shoe. The resulting contact across his left cheek drew a bright line that left all who were watching stunned. Freed, the 3 genin regrouped to see the jonin hadn't moved from his position after being hit. However, instead of blood they saw blue flickering flames dancing along the point of contact in a thin line. Chakra? Sakura said in surprise. You Kakashi. Kurosaki straightened and ran a thumb along the score. When he lowered his hand the chakra was gone, not a single indication he'd been hit remaining. What lottery did you win to get these 3? I must have been a great person in a past life I guess, he said with a shrug. No you weren't, the 3 simultaneously thought. Wanna trade? Pass. Honestly Kurosaki, are you trying to scare them to death? Kakashi asked, absently thumbing a page of his book. Kurosaki looked from him to the 3 serious-looking genin, and back before Kakashi lifted a finger to point over the man's shoulder. Nearly all of the trainees were shivering on the spot, frozen in place. The ones closest certainly were getting the worst of it. Ah, oops. My bad, guys. He let the chakra go with an awkward chuckle. Carry on then. Most of the trainees collapsed to the ground with various levels of groaning. Chakra freaks, Kakashi muttered, turning another page. No offense, Naruto. None taken, sensei, the blonde returned after a second. Maybe you 3 wouldn't be so bad for this after all, Kurosaki said with a grin, looking between the genin. Come see me after you finish your job here. With that he continued to lead them to the very back of the field before flickering out of sight. Looking at the place he'd been standing in last, Sakura asked, Sensei, what's his full name? He just goes by Kurosaki, their sensei answered with a shrug. We're not allowed to talk about it. Sasuke just shook his head. Whatever, let's get to work. You've got to be kidding me. Of the 30 or so genin who were there to work with Team 7, one was pointing directly to Naruto with a dull expression. You actually got on a team. How the hell does my life suck so much? Oh, didn't see you there, said Naruto in surprise. Hey Taki. It's Takashi. Hey, my bad. Naruto scratched a whiskered cheek. Turning away from the despairing ninja to the chunin of the group he continued, anyway, we're Team 7. Sasuke. Here, he said, holding out the mission scroll. Thanks for coming, the chunin said with a nod, taking it and putting it in his pocket. Let me explain to you what's going to happen while you're here. These genin, he jerked his thumb at the assembled group, have been recently promoted and are soon going to be put into squads of 3 like you already are. However, they'll need to show they are ready for that to happen, and one aspect of that is showing they can operate successfully on a team in different situations. Makes sense, Sakura said with a nod. She pointed at the amassed group of new genin. Did you want us to fight them all? No, we want them to watch you in action and reflect on what they're seeing. Your team will need to recover a package from a facility. The 3 members of Team 7 traded surprised looks. Do you think Iruka-sensei knew that before he gave us the mission? Naruto posed. Not likely. Sasuke gave the Chunin a satisfied grin. When do we get started? Ichigo had caught a scrawl that was suddenly thrown at him. Now. Genin, report to the viewing room. One last thing, Team 7. As the group hustled away, the Chunin regraded them. Impassively. Don't destroy any cameras you find. That is how we will be watching your progress. Everything else is fair game. And with that the Chunin vanished in a swirl of leaves. Haddock-san, shouldn't you be out there with them? Kakashi looked up from his book. One of the genin from the viewing group seemed was giving him a curious look, mirrored by those around her. Why do you ask? Well, as the sensei of Team 7, wouldn't you help guide them for missions? She continued. We would be working with our Chunin captain in the same situation. Well, to be honest, they told me I could relax up here. They're such great kids, he said with a nice smile. What he means is that they don't need him in the slightest. The genin ran to attention at the sound of the new voice. Kurosaki Taichu. Relax, kids, just here to watch, said the jonin, waving their salutes away with a hand. He looked up at the large screen against the far wall, split into dozens of smaller sections for each security camera. We're recording this. Of course, Taichu, said one of the chunin posted at the station. Good, this should be entertaining. Kakashi's book snapped shut, drawing all eyes to him. What did you do? His question was directed at the orange-haired jonin. Kurosaki just grinned. I made this worth their time. Team 7 sat in relative ease a few hundred meters from the group of buildings they knew their objective was located in. There was no time limit, and this was a first for the team in general. At least as far as any of them thought. Read the objective one more time, Sakura, Sasuke said, eyes still fixed on the buildings. The Fire Daimyo's daughter has been kidnapped by a force of unknown size and affiliation. Unpayable ransom has been demanded. Primary objective is to recover the VIP and extract her. Secondary objective is to gain intel on the group upon retreat or optionally crush them. We are free to act as we see fit, she finished. Failure if the VIP is killed. I know I'm usually fired up about this kind of stuff, but would a team of genin ever get this kind of a mission? Naruto asked, already knowing exactly what the answer to his question was. Definitely not, Sasuke said, shaking his head. This stinks. The daimyo's daughter. D-rank my ass. I agree. I know we told Kakashi-sensei to go, but we could have used him, Sakura said with a long breath. Why couldn't they just get a regular C-rank mission like normal advanced genin teams? Where was her wave mission, damn it? Doesn't matter. Naruto, there are going to be times that we'll need to do stuff without him. Is there a description of the target? Sakura showed them both a detailed color sketch of an attractive young woman with long hair and a kimono. Not the prettiest princess I've seen, but still cute, Naruto mused. There are a number of problems we have facing us, she said as the two memorized her appearance. We don't know where she is, how many we face, what their abilities are, or anything about the buildings. We'll have to assume they'll kill her if there's no way out for them. We need to get some intel first. We should draw them out, Sasuke proposed. Pull their attention in one direction while we get the target from another. He turned to Naruto. How many clones can you comfortably make? 3 words. 1-man army. Should we do that though? Sakura asked. It'll definitely get a response, but it'll put them on guard if they feel threatened. Ichigo frowned, looking between his 2 teammates. His gaze stopped on Naruto, who just waited patiently for once. What would the Naruto he grew up with do in this situation? Actually, I've got an even better idea. He pulled in the other 2 and whispered rapidly. You won't. Naruto was looking at Sasuke with wide eyes. I'm the least suited to this mission, so I'm the obvious choice, he said with a shrug. I'll leave her to you. You can count on us, Sakura said with a nod. Let's clear this mission. Alright. Team 7, move out. The 3 vanished. Man, where the hell are they? It's been nearly 30 minutes already, did they just give up? Come on, you know that wouldn't happen. I keep thinking I see something, but it's the captive just playing with her hair. Doesn't anyone else think this mission is a bit above genin level? Kakashi yawned, his eye making the same circuit of screens for the 600th time. His team was nowhere to be found, which meant they'd either spent quite a while planning their operation, or were still preparing yet. And of course. He looked over at the only other jonin in the room. Kurosaki was still watching the screens in patience. Kakashi certainly was not happy that he'd messed with their mission just because the kids had potential. Not was he blind to what was on the screens. The captive. Dozens of ninja, many of who he recognized as Chunin and even some Jonin, he knew they stood virtually no chance of successfully completing this objective. What was Kurisaki's real aim? There's something at the front of the building. All eyes were drawn to the main monitor, which zoomed into the lying figure who approached at a steady walk. It was not, as they expected, one of the 3 genin from Team 7. It was a samurai. Wearing simple but distinctive gear, the samurai moved closer across the wide open space that faced the front of the building. Through the other cameras the viewers could see the ninja that controlled the building were repositioning rapidly to his presence. Eventually he stopped, a couple dozen or so meters from the front door, where they could get a good look at his face. Damn. He's hot. The words, spoken by the genin who had questioned Kakashi earlier, drew 2 general responses from the group. Agreement from the girls, and annoyance from the boys, though some admitted he looked cool. Kakashi only just prevented himself from rolling his eye. Bandits. The samurai's voice rang out clearly through the speakers, deep and confident. I have journeyed through many lands to stand at your door. Slain many foes to bring you to your end. For I am a hero. Is this guy serious? I am Kenjiro Masum, and for the love of the princess he drew his sword with a ring of steel in the air. I will save her. An. Hey all, hope you enjoyed the chapter. Really liking these short chapters, it's been fun. I realize from some responses so far that my lack of being very specific about when the 3 were in the canon future was pushing people in the wrong direction. I don't inherently consider this to be a flaw of the story, as the context clues would build this out with enough chapters, and I'd suggest against making assumptions in any story you read, but I'll draw a hard line just for clarity. Neither Naruto, Sakura, or Sasuke were married or close to being so when the time skip back happened. It happens a few years after the Fourth Shinobi War ends. So however that actually works out in the canon, as I just don't know the ages of the characters well, in my mind the 3 were around 21 when it happens. Don't sweat the small stuff here, it'll take away from the experience. Why does it matter? Well, as far as relationships went, no one was married, and none of them had children. So you won't see any kind of reference to them at all. Another thing. I occasionally throw in cameo characters in stories because a friend of mine enjoys it a lot. Sorry if it bugs you. Last thing. My brain when it comes to the words genin, chunin, and jonin, etc. Sometimes I capitalize them, sometimes I don't. Just don't pay it any mind, it's my own brand of proper noun crazy, I shift in and out of from page to page. Let me know what you think. Cheers. Resolve. Chapter 5. Resolve. A samurai. Vegeta Akata looked up from his desk in surprise. Since being placed in command of the unknown force for this exercise, the Jonin had assumed he would be facing something fairly significant, an Anbu in training perhaps, or a couple squads of Chunin and Jonin. After all, why else would he have been assigned 1 Jonin and 20 Chunin in total? Still. Yes, Captain. A lone samurai of unknown affiliation is standing at the front of the compound, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Spit it out, Yuko. The woman cleared her throat briefly. Sorry, sir, he's just acting the hero, demanding we face him in combat. He's here to save the princess and win her heart. She clearly looked more confused than anything. Obviously this didn't fit any kind of training exercise they'd done before. The Jonin held himself from rolling his eyes, but only just. Are we sure he is alone? Scouts report he is alone, she replied. Should I signal to engage? Yes, send a squad and have another on standby to assist. Vegeta stood with a small groan, working the kinks out of his back. Playing the commander was so boring, even border patrol was preferable in his opinion. Don't give me that look. We do not underestimate our opponents. Even a single casualty is unacceptable. Understood. Yuko paused for a moment as her professional demeanor slipped, and she gave her longtime friend a curious look. Going somewhere, Fuji. To watch, where else? How often do you run into samurai, even crazy ones? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. He's gonna get murdered. Come on, have you ever seen a samurai fight? I thought we were supposed to be watching that genin team though. Unless that it's one of them. In a henge. No way, that's suicide. There's a ton of Chunin in there. Well, they've got a better chance than we would at least. It's Sasuke. Kakashi watched the samurai intently, though his search for the other 2 members of his squad was also much more focused. There was little doubt of it being the Uchiha. He had the most versatility in close combat, as well as a still yet to be confirmed skill with swords. An unlocked Sharingan. He was Itachi's brother after all. Movement in the base was sporadic, but with all the monitors, it was very clear that more than half of the milling ninja had now shifted to the front half of the building they were in, many watching the grounds beyond through windows, joking and laughing. Clearly they shared the same opinion as the audience of genin. Deception. Complacency. These were weapons that even the most seasoned veterans were wise to be wary of. It was why they did these types of drills so much. They played their cards well so far. How would his students capitalize on the opportunity presented to them? Oh? Naruto quietly nursed the sandal-shaped mark that was slowly fading from his face. Using an earth jutsu to get into the building was an excellent idea, and Sakura's claim that she'd be able to do it was one that the Jinchuriki didn't question. Indeed, she was far better at moving beneath the ground than he was. But she was also wearing a dress, and he definitely got an eyeful of the skin-tight shorts she wore underneath. Right before she caught him in the face with a reflexive kick. Sakura's flustered face was barely visible in the low light they had, but the finger she was pointing upward was more than clear. Here, she signed, unable to speak properly given their situation. Small room above. Enemy unknown. Understood. Go. They surfaced into what looked like a small storage closet, dust from the destroyed concrete of the floor clouding around them, and indicating the room had no air movement within to speak of. Sakura pressed herself against the wall to allow Naruto space to surface properly, thankful to be breathing properly once more. Without a sound they pulled the door open and peeked out. The hall was deserted, but that could change at any moment. Naruto quickly formed 4 clones and sent them to scout, hinging into typical Chunin from the village on the off chance someone glimpsed them. The orange really was a dead giveaway here. Looks like phase 1 of our plan is going well, Naruto mused, getting feedback from scouting clones. The halls are pretty empty, and I think I know where our target is. Already? Sakura whispered in surprise. The building is way smaller than it looks, and there's only one door with a guard. The distraction is working well. What about escape routes? Remember we can't take the VIP underground. There's a decent window on the 2nd floor in the back that should work. As long as Sasuke can keep the outside scouts looking at him, we should be fine. Satisfied, Sakura nodded. Alright then. Let's get this done. She followed Naruto at some distance as he led her to the location of their target. The room was guarded by a single person. The Chunin tensed initially but relaxed at the sight of one of his comrades dashing over. We need to move the prisoner, we've been compromised, the man said, eyes moving to the far end of the hall. Already? How many are there? Said the guard quickly, the kunai easily finding its way into his hand. Des two, came a voice to his side. He turned to glimpse another Chunin before his world went black. That was risky, Naruto said with a frown, now searching the sleeping guard for a key. What if he'd been startled? Sorry, we need to speed this up, said Sakura, ensuring the effect of her Jinjutsu before lowering her hands. Sasuke is in a lot of danger, and they could come check on their hostage at any time. Within seconds they were inside the room, the door snapping shut behind them, unconscious Chunin hidden in the corner, while a henge clone took his place outside. By the back wall sat the woman from their mission scroll, unharmed and all in all looking bored, a look that changed as she took in her unexpected guests. She wasn't bound and had a book held loosely in her hand. Dropping their henges seemed to snap her into reality. So young are you, the force my father sent? She asked, getting to her feet. The kimono she wore spoke of obvious wealth, as did the obi that held it together. We're here to rescue you, Naruto said at once while Sakura moved close, ready to use a Jinjutsu to put her to sleep. Don't worry, you can count on us to get you home safe. But how will you be able to do that? The woman continued, eyes moving between the genin. It is impressive you made it on here, but they will not simply let you walk out with me. Naruto caught her as she fell into unconsciousness, thanks to Sakura's Jinjutsu. Whoa, this isn't a costume, her kimono must cost a fortune, he mused, feeling the quality of the threads. Think they'd give us bonus points for keeping it clean. He cleared his throat at the look Sakura was giving him. I mean, ready for phase 2. Sakura pulled a small rectangle of paper from her pouch, and gave it a slight wiggle. Ready when you are. Keep him surrounded. He will fade with time. How very like this shinobi scum, both without honor or skill, the samurai said snidely, brandishing his katana with a flourish. Sasuke was, in all honesty, having a fantastic time. His long hair whipped around his face as he dodged another attack meant to skewer him from the side. As with all the attacks he did so with the grace and eloquence of a dancer at a performance. The Sharingan truly was unfair, particularly when his opponents had no idea he was using it beneath his henge. However, his main advantage over the Chunin he faced was that none of them were very experienced with this matchup. There was no doubt that many of the Chunin had faced sword users before, but years had passed since Konoha have faced legitimate threat from either Kiri or Kumo, where swordsmanship could be found in a fair percent of the shinobi roster. Without a dedicated weapon user, these Chunin would need to work quite a bit harder to back him into a corner. A sudden explosion from an upper floor caused them all to pause, sparing an instant of a glance to the falling rubble, and the figures that followed it. 2 shinobi in black and porcelain masks retreated swiftly from the building, a brightly colored figure draped over the shoulder of the one in front. They both hit the ground smoothly and dashed off into the forest. A nanosecond later every Chunin on the ground with him had begun pursuit in earnest, leaving him suddenly very much alone. He made to take a step only to jump back, avoiding being impaled by a brace of kunai. A lone man landed lightly on the ground, one hand at his left ear. Make sure you get her back, Yuko. Yes, I will hold him here. Sasuke recognized the detached indifference almost immediately. His new opponent was a Jonin, likely the commander of the group, and he would undoubtedly not be happy that he'd just been played like a fiddle by a few genin. This meant it was time to get his Uchiha ass out of there. Finally you face me, villain. He said in his very best movie voice. I will give you one last chance to release the lightning daimyos. Daughter. Are you a moron? The Jonin said tiredly, rubbing his forehead. Some other group literally just took her. And she's the fire daimyo's daughter. It matters not, hang on the fire daimyo's daughter. The sudden change in tone was rather jarring. Not the lightning daimyo's daughter. No. Fire. Uh-oh. Sasuke blinked a few times before sheathing his sword. The look the Jonin was giving him was indescribable. Well, this is awkward. Sorry about that. I got the wrong woman. Good luck getting her back. And with that he walked off, mumbling to himself about where he got lost. Meanwhile the Jonin simply heaved a long sigh, receiving word over his comm that both the group had been decoys, and from command that they'd been beaten in the exercise. In some ways he couldn't help but be grateful. The Chunin hopefully learned a lesson about complacency, and command learned a lesson about giving him such a pain in the ass assignment when he was in between missions. Well done you three. Kakashi beamed at his three genin from just above a BBQ menu. He'd taken them to a fairly well-known one as a reward for doing so well on the fly. I'm surprised it worked so well, Sakura admitted. Privately she found herself reassessing just how skilled Sasuke was. She remembered singing his praises constantly as a girl, but in all honesty he literally was that good. They were caught off guard, the dark-haired boy said with a shrug. I did what I had to keep them off balance, and it kept me from getting hurt. I would have retreated if needed. They wouldn't let me keep recording, Naruto pouted sullenly. I even offered to pay them. With what money? Sakura quipped, much to Naruto's chagrin. Guess he'll have to wait until next time, Sasuke said with a shrug, inwardly pleased his friend didn't have on-demand access to his performance. Regardless, that had to net us some positive reputation. How about some C ranks, Kakashi-sensei? Preferably something out of the village, Sakura said immediately. I want to travel. Same here. Sure, I think we can handle it, Kakashi agreed. But it'll have to happen when I get back. I've taken a mission for the next couple weeks and you'll be on your own in the meantime. Oh yeah, well in that case what do you mean you're going to be gone for a couple weeks? The three genin shouted, drawing the attention of the entire restaurant. Sorry, Sakura apologized, pulling her teammates down with her. Sensei, she whined, dragging the word out. You volunteered. Would you believe me if I said you three have motivated me to be better? No, of course. You didn't have to say it so quickly, Kakashi deadpanned. Anyway, that's just how it is. I'll be out of the village for about 2 weeks, maybe a bit longer, so enjoy the time off from missions while I'm gone. Use the time to work individually on the things we've talked about during training. How did they even let you take it? I thought Jonin senseis weren't given missions when they had a genin squad, Naruto pointed out, getting nods out of the other two. I'm uniquely suited for the job, the man said unhelpfully. Can you at least tell us what the mission is about? Sakura asked, baffled as to what it could be. Well, Kakashi scratched his cheek before shrugging. The next Chunin exams are going to be hosted by our village in a couple months, and it's something to help prepare for that. The Jonin raised his eyebrows as all three of his charges became thoughtful, almost as if they'd been pulled somewhere else by his words. Oh? It was Naruto who said it, but it served to bring the trio back to the conversation. And we don't have to do missions while you're gone? Sasuke asked. You've completed more D-rank missions in 2 weeks than most genin teams do in 2 months. Take this time to train hard and practice your own interests. Maybe when I get back you'll be able to show me something neat. I might have something for you too, depending on the effort I see. The three nodded. It wouldn't be maybe. And so this was how the 3 members of Team 7 found themselves the next day, sitting under a tree at Training Ground 3, and not really sure what to do. So what should we do? Asked Naruto after a few seconds. No, he said we didn't have to but want to get a mission anyway. The other two looked at one another before shrugging, following the blonde back toward the village proper. Naruto sighed as he dropped onto his couch. They'd done a mission. 3 of them, actually. They took turns leading just to change things up. It just felt so normal to be busy now that downtime was weird. And now they had a week of it. 2. They'd unanimously agreed to just do their own thing until Kakashi returned, but that was it. Well, it's not like I don't have problems to work out, he mused, staring at the ceiling. Indeed there was a ton of stuff to do. Namely, there were a lot of people he'd helped in his previous life that weren't helped yet. Many of them were suffering greatly at that very moment. Living in fear, living alone, waiting for the end of the world, running from their past. It went on and on. Naruto wanted to be everywhere at once, helping all of his friends live better lives. The frustrating part was that he could only do so much. Sure, he could technically be everywhere at once, but he wasn't exactly strong enough to do it safely. Not meshed with his 12-year-old self the way he currently was. Not with Kurama still caged the way he was. And not with the fact that none of those people even knew who he was in the first place. The thought that they simply didn't care yet was a deeply uncomfortable one. Fortunately, if things were anything like they were before, he still had time before many of those situations passed the point of no return. But still he needed to think, he needed to plan, and most importantly he needed to act. He needed to get stronger. 2 weeks was quite a bit of free time to suddenly have. Sasuke frowned as he absently threw shuriken at various targets across the room from a prone position on his bed, as he considered the problems that would eventually seek him out. There was Itachi, Orochimaru, and Akatsuki to name a few, but on reflection there was so much detail that simply wasn't important at the time, and seemed so much more relevant on a second look. A sudden thought made him sit up suddenly. Did he actually care? He crushed so many in his previous life. Ruthlessly. Only to find himself with nobody and nothing in the end. And yet. Sakura and Naruto. Those two had chased him. Unrelenting. To the literal end of the world. All for what? For a love he couldn't understand, let alone begin to return. For a friend who simply wanted to share his pain, if only to lessen it a little bit. Who had become his brother in all but blood. And in the end, he relented. He'd accepted it. So now, he'd do anything to live the life he wished he could have. Oh damn if his 12-year-old self hadn't thrown shit to chaos. Damn hormones. Yes. To answer his question. Yes, he did care. It would make all the difference. Sakura stood in front of her room's mirror with a frown on her face, kunai spinning around a finger. She'd returned home after their successful D.5 rank with a smile on her face. Left to meet her team the next morning expectantly, and returned home at the end of the day with a feeling of emptiness. What should I do? Her reflection stared back, no less expectantly waiting for an answer that would not come. Nearly a month and a half had passed from the day she'd woken up in her younger body, but still she hesitated. She had an incredible amount of knowledge that could be used for better or worse, but apart from working on her own fitness, what had she done? Made 2 friends. Their knowledge could save generations of people in her village and around the world from war and death. Her medical jutsu knowledge alone bordered on legendary, never mind all the non-jutsu related knowledge she had. She spent time with Naruto and Sasuke. It was almost chilling how little she cared about anything else. That wasn't to say she wouldn't do what she could for her village and the people she'd come to care about, but those moments with her team were just so much more real to her than anything else. More meaningful. Sakura watched her reflection smile before letting out a soft chuckle. Imagine if I were either of them. I'd be pretty stressed, she mused. Seriously, her teammates had way too much going on in their lives, and they didn't even know it. But as their friend she would face it all with them. Which meant she would really need to do something about her level. The metal in her hand let out a soft squeal as she crushed it with a smile. Greatest of the 3 doesn't seem so bad. And that's about it. This has been sitting on my computer for a while, but I couldn't update before I finished the merging. If you've been following that story you can completely understand why. Anyway, here's another snack for you 7 fans. Still moving along at a random speed, but it's as ever fun to write. Thanks for reading. Also, I'm almost certain that someone will complain about the Sharingan being used under a henge. I have no idea if it's not possible in the canon, but this is one of those things that I shrug my shoulders to and move on. Let's just chalk it up to Sasuke being a badass and figuring out how to do it, okay? When life gives you lemons. Chapter 6. When life gives you lemons, not those kinds of lemons. Why am I here? Sasuke asked himself this as he looked over the empty training grounds his team always used. They'd agreed to do their own thing, which worked out perfectly for him and what he needed to get done, but here he was regardless. He had a single shadow clone at home, working on nothing but chakra control. As always, he spared an exasperated thought for his chakra battery of a friend. Though the concept was quite simple, it really took a stupid amount of chakra to allow the technique to work at all. The blonde wasn't even using the fox yet. Ridiculous. That being said, all of his own signature techniques that were based off of a Chidori were out the window. Not only would they be tough to pull off as he simply couldn't perform them around anyone without raising some awkward questions. Hopefully Kakashi would teach it to him after seeing his chakra nature affinity. In a way though he was pleased by the problem. His goal was to become exceedingly strong by continuing to develop imperfect aspects of his kit that weren't there. Of the 3 basic schools of shinobi technique, he had comfortably excelled with ninjutsu and sujutsu. While his chakra capacity was nowhere near that of his blonde friend, it was still fairly large, and his control more than made up for whatever he lacked in quantity. His Sharingan had evolved to such levels that he relied on it almost exclusively for dealing with the most dangerous opponents. That said, his ninjutsu ability for a member of the Uchiha clan was downright average. His brother was an S-ranked, flee on sight missing nin from his ninjutsu alone. Half-blind and with relatively low chakra capacity, Itachi Uchiha was one of the strongest shinobi alive. Naturally, Sasuke wanted to be a badass like his brother, just a whole lot better on top of that. How else would he be able to save him? Too bad he didn't really know how to fast-track ninjutsu training. Though if you recall correctly, one of the rookie teams had the village's most reputed ninjutsu user as a sensei. Maybe I should spend some time with them, he mused, coming to a decision rather quickly. The woman would no doubt refuse to train him, so it was just a matter of convincing her that it was worth her time. And that meant he would need to provide something of equal or greater value. A satisfied smile found its way easily to his face. Good thing he was from the future, wasn't it? You're back. Hi Kurama. Naruto sat in the seal with his back to one of the massive bars of the cage, had tilted back to allow himself to meet the gaze of the Kyuubi. The massive demon fox looked down at him with narrowed eyes, but otherwise said nothing else. The boy visited him every day. He had been doing so since the day when he'd suddenly entered the seal space, spoke of time travel, and finally loosened the seal, deepening the connection between them. As on that day he always entered the cage. He displayed no fear for his mind or life. It had taken some time, but the Kyuubi had actually begun to understand that it wasn't insanity or reckless bravado. The stupid kid actually trusted him. Genuinely, he believed they were close friends. Of course, he admitted that the fox was not the friend he'd left behind in the future, but Naruto said he believed that they were the same at their core, and that's what mattered. So he kept doing absolutely stupid things like putting his existence in the proverbial hand of a species-crushing entity of chakra. Quite frankly, it was infuriating. What nonsense have you brought to me today? Kurama asked in a bored tone from his relaxed position. Originally he'd impose his massive height on the diminutive boy, but now he couldn't be bothered anymore. He could still swat the kid on a whim if he wanted to, and that's what mattered in the end. I've loosened the seal as much as I can without making Dad show up to stop me, said Naruto. Honestly, I think the only reason he hasn't so far is because he knows that I'm actually from the future and can handle it. Do you want a pat on the back? Kurama said with a dangerous smile, bringing one of his massive hands around with a surge of water and positioning it just to his right. It was comical how much it dwarfed him. I'll be sure to congratulate you thoroughly. Maybe another time, Naruto said with a chuckle, unfazed by the casual premeditated murder plot. I wanted to start training with your chakras seriously. And why should I allow that? So that your container is known as the greatest of the 9. Naruto said slowly, as if the fox were asking him a trick question. Gaara would lose against me in a fight, but when it comes to Shukaku I can't say the same thing. The blonde gave him a knowing smirk. You really want to lose out to a one-tailed, psychotic tanuki? Why bother asking pointless questions, time traveler? Kurama scowled, letting his hand fall back down with some force. If you are as knowledgeable as you are, then simply take my chakra as you want and be done with it. Leave me in peace so I can be released when you inevitably die. Come on, Kurama, I'm not like that. Naruto's expression fell. Kurama scowled as the boy's emotional turmoil rolled through his consciousness. They'd always been connected at a small level. He could tell what was happening around the boy to an extent. But whatever Naruto had done to the seal had opened things up quite a bit more. For a being that had been trapped for decades, despite being a fraction of his life, it was like a breath of fresh air. Unfortunately, that fresh air stank of loss. Naruto often spoke to him of the friends he had in the future, of the bonds he'd forged and battles he'd won against loneliness. Now his work was completely undone. Without a doubt Kurama had little care for the boy's situation, but he at least understood it. What do I need to do for us to start being friends? Naruto demanded suddenly, getting to his feet. Get me out of this stupid cage, Kurama spat, sitting up at his full height. Fine. Naruto walked out of the cage, faced the seal paper with a determined look, and grabbed it. In that moment several things happened. The first was that Kurama lost his sense of sight. It wasn't that he couldn't see because it was dark. No, it was as if he had no eyes at all. Or that there simply was nothing for him to see. Rat. His voice died quickly in the void with nothing to bounce off of. Nothing happened. Next time I see him I'll. But Kurama's rant died off as something caught his attention. Something he'd not have ever been expecting. A tuft of grass. It was all he could see. Not his body or anything else. Just a little patch of grass. Without sight he reached out and brushed it. Another one was suddenly behind it, drawing him to it without hesitation. Another, this one considerably larger. There was a shrub with the next one. Was it a tiny animal? What? All at once it was like he stepped out of a shadow and into the light. A forest clearing with nearby running water. The sounds of nature surrounding him. A massive torii gate at one end. Lush grass and patches of dirt filled the area around the trees. Small animals moved about without concern for the immense fox that had just entered the space. There was plenty of space for him to lay down. And there sitting on a rock in the center, was Naruto. You look like shit. Naruto looked up in exhaustion, one hand on his head. You know that was way harder than I remember it being, he said with a grimace. Though to be fair, we've been through a lot before doing it together. Damn, that's a bad headache. This is the seal space. Yeah, you've got the seal around your neck. It was the easiest thing I could do, Naruto explained, pointing to Kurama's neck. Kurama lifted a hand to find that he was actually wearing a collar of large wooden beads. They weren't discomforting, though the thought of having a collar at all was certainly one that did not sit well with him. Look, Naruto said in annoyance. You want to go back to the leaky sewer cage. 'Cause now that I got this to work I definitely don't. No, he really didn't want to say it, but he was a sentient natural disaster, not ungrateful. Thank you. You're welcome. Can we be friends now? Sage Komi sure, Kurama said in a lifeless voice, deadpanning at the now ecstatic blonde. Yes. Naturo did a little dance on the rock. Let's practice with the chakra cloak on the road. On the road? Kurama repeated in surprise. Where are you taking us? We're sneaking off to wave for a bit. We've got 2 weeks before Kakashi-sensei gets back and I've got some friends to save. Asuma-sensei, this is Sakura. I asked her to join us for training today. That's okay, right? Good morning, she greeted the smoking jonin politely. You're one of Kakashi's kids, right? He said with a nod, scratching his beard in thought. Shouldn't you be with him? Kakashi-sensei is on an extended mission, so my team is all doing their own thing, she replied. Ino sputtered in indignation. Sakura, you telling me we could have invited Sasuke-kun and we didn't? The time traveler put a hand to her mouth to cover a giggle. Honestly, she should have rekindled their friendship years ago. The idea to approach Ino about joining her team for training was a stroke of brilliance on her part. She needed a place to develop her non-medical style, and 3 fellow genin with a Jonin sensei was the perfect option. Being with Ino just allowed her to spend time with her friend as well. Also, she was hoping to give her friends a reality check sooner, rather than later. He's training alone. We all are. Kakashi-sensei said he'd show us something nice if we impressed him. He knows quite a bit. Sakura considered Asuma before continuing. Have you been taking advantage of your sensei, Ino? He looks pretty strong. Asuma grinned. I guess so, she said after a second, causing the man to deflate slightly. But I'm the only one. 2/3 of my team is mentally handicapped. Like you're the picture of sanity, Shikamaru drawled from his position on the nearby bench. Choji just smiled at the comment, consuming another chip from the bag in his hands. You've still never beaten either of us in a fight, he said simply, causing the blonde girl to fume. That's only because it's like trying to fight 2 bricks. Ever tried to mind switch with a brick? Asuma rolled his eyes as Ino continued to ramp up and address Sakura. Well, if you'd like to join us today, then how about sparring with the squad? They've only been sparring each other so far. He winced slightly as Ino dropkicked Choji off the bench. I'm sure I'll be able to teach them something, Sakura said brightly, causing the 3 to cut off from their bickering. Choji dusted himself off nonchalantly and Ino looked over with one hand still fisted in Shikamaru's shirt. It was almost impressive that his eyes were still lazily closed. Oh, think highly of yourself, billboard brow. Sakura didn't say anything, choosing to shrug instead. Well, let's go then. On your feet, you two. Overlooking teammates training from a relatively nearby tree, Sasuke frowned as he considered how to approach Kurenai about training him. He didn't know what she valued, and so set about watching her and her squad, in the hopes of learning something that would help. At least that was his plan at first. Why are you spying on my squad, Uchiha? For a Jinjutsu mistress, she was rather quick on her feet. Gathering information, he answered, disrupting his chakra flow out of habit, and clearing what was likely a light Jinjutsu that had been placed on him. Though he wasn't looking directly at her, he could tell she'd been surprised at her jutsu failing so quickly. On your fellow genin. That seems very suspicious behavior. Kurenai said with a frown, crossing her arms as if waiting for his explanation. Sasuke glanced over at his old classmates to see them still working as they were before. To be honest, I'm not watching them, he admitted. Did you put them in a Jinjutsu to make them think you're still there training? Them? Well reasoned, she said, impressed at the deduction. You have my attention. What would one of Kakashi's kids want with me? Isn't he out on a mission? Yes, he is for a couple weeks. I'm looking for someone to help teach me Jinjutsu. For the first time the young woman's expression broke out of her disinterested Kunoichi look, bypassing confused and going straight to incredulous. An Uchiha wants help with Jinjutsu. She repeated with no small amount of humor. Tell me another one. I am willing to do whatever I need to in order to get help. Kurenai's expression turned aggressive rather quickly. I've given everything I had to make it to where I am today. You want me to just hand that over? She waved his request away with a lazy hand. Wait until Kakashi get back, he can teach you and has a Sharingan too, right? Perfect. Sensei is an incredible shinobi, but you are the greatest Jinjutsu user in the village. It can't be anyone but you. Kurenai looked a bit taken aback at that, and Sasuke pressed the advantage. I'm willing to do anything. Anything? It was an automatic response. Anyone would have given it, no matter how interested they were. What could you possibly do for me? Quite a bit, I imagine. There was a moment of silence as they considered one another. The contemplative Kunoichi and the patient genin. Finally Kurenai spoke. Serve me. Excuse me. The woman smirked in amusement. Was she purposely trying to get under his skin? For the next 2 weeks, she said, now openly smiling at him. Become my personal servant. Do that and I'll teach you what I know about Jinjutsu. She held out her hand to him in an obvious manner. There was no way she expected anything but an outright refusal. He was a prideful Uchiha after all. Perfect. Deal. She blinked as he clasped her hand in agreement. There was a poof of smoke as a henge was performed. No longer did the Jonin face a 12-year-old genin half a foot shorter than her, but instead was now looking slightly up into a much older and taller Sasuke-Uchiha's eyes. Eyes moving down, she now fully took in his appearance. He was wearing what was unmistakably a stylish butler uniform. He stepped back and bowed slightly. I am at your complete disposal, Yuhi-sama. Her mouth was slightly open in befuddlement. Training ground 12 was as standard as they got in the village. A wide area cleared for fighting, trees for training, not destroying, and that was it. Its position close to the village wall meant that it didn't get used much compared to some of the other Genin squad designated areas, and it hadn't taken long for it to become Team 10's stomping ground. The relatively close BBQ location was purely a coincidence, of course. Might as well get right to it, said Asuma as they arrived, lighting another cigarette as he propped himself against a nearby tree. Go spar your friend. Last chance to back out of this one, Sakura, the blonde warned with a grin, flicking her long hair over her shoulder. Despite her words, she was clearly up for the fight. Normally I'd say the same, but I think you need this, all of you do. Chi-sensei, call it. The Jonin took a long drag of the cigarette before saying anything. Right, just go until you can't anymore. I'll stop you when it's gone far enough. Begin. Ino rushed forward with a knowing smirk on her face. Sakura had always been a pushover in general, despite her high grades. She weaved left, then ducked low to the right with a rising strike that would have knocked the girl on her back if she hadn't leaned back at the last second. Ino's follow-up kick was similarly avoided. When does she get so slippery? I have a bit of a confession, Sakura gave her an apologetic smile. I haven't exactly been giving it my all until recently. I'm going to be a little mean. Forgive me, okay? What? Don't be. She never got to finish her sentence, Sakura's smiling face fading from existence as something caused her to double over on the ground, the pain slamming into her mind a moment later. It was only as she collapsed that she recognized Sakura's right knee for what it was. A second later she heaved, the water she'd drunk earlier coming up easily from her stomach. You two just going to sit there? A foot hooked her middle, and suddenly she was flying only to be brought to a much more gentle abrupt stop than she'd been expecting. Never before had Ino been so thankful for her teammate's solid mass. You okay? Said Choji, placing her on her feet where she stood shakily. Chakra slowly reduced the pain to a dull throb as adrenaline fueled her awareness. Sakura was where she'd started, her weight shifted to one leg as she watched patiently. The small smirk on her face did not help the blonde's mood. Fine, she gritted out, wiping her mouth with her arm. Lucky shot. Lucky? I didn't even see her move. Shikamaru was watching the pincat with a heavy-lidded look of unwavering focus. Even Asuma-sensei is surprised. I hope you've improved from the academy, said the sole member of Team 7, one hand on her hip as she ran the other through her hair. Because if not you'll be dead the moment you step outside of this village. The three members of Team 10 failed to suppress a shudder at her words. It was like she held their necks in her hands. Asuma simply watched in silence. Sakura seemed unbothered by their discomfort and just continued. It's funny, you've always thought yourself higher on the ladder than me, but the reality of it is that you don't even know what the ladder looks like. Compared to me, she pointed to the three of them with a smirk before dropping the finger straight down. You're all the dirt on the ground. Come and get stepped on. Ino? What the hell is going on? I don't know. Sakura shouldn't be this strong, I used to beat her up all the time. How's Choji? I'm okay, I think, came a low groan from between them. 1 minute he'd been on his feet, the next Sakura was in his guard, laying him out with a brutal combo that put him in the dirt. Did that really happen? Now you know how I feel after she kneed me in the gut, Ino spat, trying her best to help Choji to his feet while still keeping an eye on their surroundings. Sakura had been flitting around them like an apparition, striking instantly and without mercy. Her strength was confusing, her skill uncanny. Had she really been hiding this from them all this time? She fooled all of us, Shikamaru said finally, hastily pushing Ino aside as he deflected two shuriken aimed for her side with a kunai. His shadow stretched out swiftly, but Sakura was long gone again. But that doesn't matter right now. We have to work together to stop her. Right? How long were you planning on keeping them like that? Sakura looked over at the sole member of Team 10 that hadn't been affected by her genjutsu. The genin were running around and putting on a spectacular coordinated display of shadow boxing. I've been practicing a lot, but I guess it makes sense you wouldn't have been caught, she reasoned. He was a jonin after all. One of my friends is one of the best genjutsu specialists in the village, he gave as his explanation. Sakura suppressed a smirk at that. Friends. Re-yite. I see, she said. Well, I knocked them around a bit so I'll let them rest and we can see if they break it. It shouldn't take too long. Asuma just shook his head at her nonchalant attitude. Yikes, Kakashi wasn't kidding. You sure you're a new genin? Not some midget ambu plant. You're too generous, Sakura said, only needing to half fake the embarrassment that rose to her face. Sure, she wasn't exactly a 12-year-old girl, but genuine praise was rare when it concerned her, particularly when she was a genin. And your teammates are just as good. They're really good, Sakura said with a nod, internally agreeing that they were far more skilled than she remembered. But I'm the strongest. Sure about that, huh? Yep, she said with a smile. Oh, if only he knew. Well, if you've ever got free time to burn, you can always train with us. Seeing one of their peers making growth will keep them motivated. Even lazy kids like them. Kai. The discordant sounds of 3 voices breaking Sakura's genjutsu brought a smile to her face, though not quite as much as the face Ino was making, scrunched in concentration. I'm so done, I can't believe that nightmare was a genjutsu, Shikamaru groaned. He slumped as he began to drag himself to the nearest patch of grass. At least he didn't puke, Ino spat. You're pretty incredible, Choji directed to the pink-clad genin. He also looked tapped out. I bet you're even stronger than Sasuke. SHHH, don't tell him, it'll hurt his feelings, she said with a smile, wagging her hand at him. You okay there, Ino-chan? TCH, how did you get this strong? It's bullshit. She gave one look at her retreating teammates before throwing her hands up in frustration. You don't even have a clan. Sakura frowned at that but let it go. Maybe that secret clan training isn't all it's cracked up to be after all. Hey, don't insult my clan. You're right, I'm sorry, I should be insulting you. He's wasting the amazing amount of resources that you earned by being born. Good job, Ino, your most entitled clan princess award is waiting for you back home. Yes, I suppose that's one interpretation of let it go. I'm not. Ino cut off at the look her old friend was giving her. You could be so much better. Sakura said, frustration seeping through her voice. She knew it, better than anyone, how much better they all could be. She knew that she could prod and guide them in the right direction, making them stronger and safer sooner. War was a long time away, but still ultimately inevitable. So she'd generously help her fellow genin. And when are you training your ass off? She shot. I never saw you doing anything other than reading. I'm a ninja, Ino. You only see what I want you to see. Always. And she smiled. Yes, it would be fun to train with them for a bit. Hopefully they wouldn't come away from it emotionally scarred. Even now. XXXX, some time later XXXX. So kid, where you from? Further in that way. The boy pointed back to the shore the boat had launched from, now lost in a sea of thick fog. I've been traveling a lot, though. At your age. Mighty bold of you. The man who captained their small boat nodded at what he just said, leaning into the long pole he used to smoothly propel them across the water's surface. The world is too big not to go see what's out there, the boy said cheerfully. Whoa. His exclamation was caused by the sudden appearance of the underside of a great stone bridge that stretched to the distance. Its immense size had been hidden by the heavy fog that settled over the area. I've never seen a bridge so big. Bad business around that bridge, kid. Best steer clear of it while you're around. Just keep your head down in general, actually. Nami hasn't been the safest. What do you mean? Have there been bandits? Well. The boat continued through the fog, muffled voices fading as their conversation was lost in the thick white air. An. Yay, the wave mission is here. Kinda. Who knows what'll happen at this point. I'm just trying to have fun, and the Kurenai thing is a source of endless amusement for me. Share the story with a friend if you've been enjoying it, seems to bring a smile to most people who leave a comment. Do the wive. Chapter 7. Do the wive. Kurenai moaned slightly as she shifted in her bed. Sunlight streamed in her window, making her wince as she cracked a solitary eye at the new day. Immediately she rolled over, burying her head further in her comfortable blankets and pillows. She could take just a few more minutes before needing to meet her team. A gentle beep from her side table clock signaled the top of the hour. I really should get up, Hog. Why do I care so much about getting ready? I could be getting so much more sleep if I just henged it. Asuma probably wouldn't even notice when we go out. He's too busy picturing me naked. Despite her desire to continue her blissful rest, she pushed herself up, absently moving her hair out of her face, and nearly had a heart attack as she noticed the butler with his head bowed standing by the door. Good morning, Yuhi-sama, he said evenly, the only change in his posture being his now outstretched hands that held the 3 shuriken and 2 kunai that had been thrown at him in panic. Do you require any assistance getting ready this morning, or would you be preferring a fast breakfast? I want breakfast. As you wish, he said with a bow, eyes still lowered to the floor. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. And he vanished, though not before placing the weapons on a nearby side table. Mind still somewhat shorted out, she pushed herself out of bed and opened her door enough to peek her head through. A small apartment cleaner than any she'd ever lived in lay before her. It seemed to glimmer in the morning light. It had been distinctly more disorganized and messy the night before. For many minutes she simply stared, trying to process the shift in image. Was this really her home? The light breeze from the open window far across from the bedroom door pushed past her into the room, bringing her rapidly sharpening focus to the fact she wasn't wearing underwear. In fact, all she had on was a too large shirt that barely cleared her hips. The intermittent sounds of food preparation floated through the air, and before long the wonderful smell of something gently embraced her senses. She'd never been the most adept cook, going so far as to put a feather-light genjutsu on anyone who was forced to eat her cooking, so they'd think it was amazing. Shameless, yeah, as well as something she could use to hide the taste of strong poisons, but it wasn't like it hurt them after all. This aroma though had her home ever actually experienced something so heavenly? Wah! Suddenly she realized she was standing in the kitchen. When had she moved? Yuhi-sama, my apologies, I did not expect to see you here so soon. There he was again, this time with an apron on over the butler uniform. He was also looking at her directly now. Simultaneously her hands twitched for both the hem of her shirt and one of the knives held to the kitchen wall by magnet, but she forced herself not to grab either. She was a Kunoichi Kami, damn it. She had control. Still. You are him, right? She asked hesitantly. I am merely your servant, Yuhi-sama, the butler said, bowing his head for a moment in respect. His eyes remained locked on her own. They had not even once twitched a hair lower. Right? Was there something you needed? The butler continued politely. Ah, no, I've got it, I just need the bathroom. Of course. Breakfast should be ready in 10 minutes. And he returned to his cooking. Slowly Kurenai walked to her bathroom and closed the door, taking a seat on the toilet as she stared at the opposite wall. This is insanity. I'll just tell him the deal's off. As soon as I'm dressed I'll do it. The wonderful smell made its way under the door and tickled her nose. After breakfast? Then for sure. Meanwhile, far to the east on a small island off the coast. Man, I forgot how depressing this place used to be, Naruto mused to himself as he walked through the main streets of Nami. The market was as bad as he'd ever seen for a place that actually had people living there. There was an invisible weight that had settled over the region, dimming the colors and dulling the sounds of what should be a thriving harbor village. Even with the economical damage that likely came with the strife across the land of water. Nami's still the closest island village to the mainland by an extremely wide margin. Old Mantezuna's bridge was the icing on an already enormous trade route cake. It seemed impossible for things to devolve this much, and yet they had. Kami, even the ramen here sucked. What is the water daimyo even doing? The blonde said absently, kicking a loose stone lightly. Not giving a damn about this shithole. The uncaring voice came from a teenage boy who sat on the top of a small stack of wooden crates. Another two teens, a boy and girl respectively, sat a level down, giving the impression of being the first underlings. The rough look of all three and occasional streak of dirt painted the picture all the better. You three work for Gato. The name grabbed their attention immediately. Passerbyers who'd heard it sped up, determined to get away from what was sure to be trouble. No, we're not good enough, the girl said automatically. Bullshit, we could take half of those assholes one-on-one, the second boy grunted. I'd make a way better guard than Kashiro. Right, if that were true you'd be hired instead of him, the first said dismissively, turning back to the traveler. The conversation sounded like one that had been aired frequently. What's it to you? Just wondering I guess, Naruto said honestly, resting his hands behind his head. Kinda broke, could use a job. You hungry? Fuck off brat. Go back to whatever village you came from, the second spat. The girl seemed to have already checked out, staring back up at the clouds. Fine, fine. Naruto walked off, subtly adjusting his henge every few minutes, so that it would be impossible for anyone to accurately point him out. He didn't think that extra anonymous was really a thing, but if ever there was a time for it to exist, it would be now. Getting discovered was the ultimate game over. He'd even left his regular orange outfit back at home, hit I-8 and all, on the off chance his henge was disrupted. Like this he walked around for another 10 minutes or so before nodding to himself and walking into a deserted alleyway before vanishing in a small puff of smoke. Not before losing his curious Gato-employed stalker, of course. Miles away, Naruto opened his eyes as memories of one of his clones returned, the one that had headed to the market. Dozens more moved about the island in stealth, keeping out of anyone's notice, ready to pop if something needed reporting. It wouldn't make do for anyone in Nami to notice a sudden surge in travelers. Even just one newcomer brought more than a little attention. Unbidden, his eyes closed once more, feeling uncharacteristically tired. He was stretched incredibly thin at the moment. Well, that was what he got for leaving an untold number of clones on the mainland to practice with his Biju chakra. Doing so in the village was almost always too risky, and he wasn't ready to answer those questions quite yet. That said, he needed to get more in sync with Kurama, and would take the chances he could get. It was the only way he could realistically hang with the truly scary monsters out there at the moment. He was, in a moment of reflection, laying on the grass in the middle of the forest with wild medicinal plants. Haku had been, arguably, his first friend, as short as the peaceful interaction between them had been. Even with Haku already knowing who he was, there had been no real deceit between them. Naruto knew in his heart that if they had met under different circumstances, that they would surely be friends. But this time it seemed impossible. How could he convince Abusa to abandon working for Gato without making an enemy of him? Killing Gato was ultimately the wrong choice. Nami had bigger problems than being under the thumb of a money-grubbing business owner. The people kept themselves down more effortlessly than anything. Old Mantezuna was realistically the only one fighting back in the only way he knew how. Building something. Then there was the issue with Zabuza himself. Future knowledge told him that the missing nin worked to overthrow the current Mizukage, Yugura, the Jinchuriki of Isobu, the three-tailed beast. Zabuza worked for Gato simply because he paid extremely well. Killing Gato wouldn't just stop Zabuza from being paid, but prevent him from getting any future jobs as well. It was really only because of Team 7's interference that Gato tried to cut his losses. Zabuza wouldn't want to leave his job. And Naruto had absolutely nothing to offer Zabuza. He was a broke genin after all. Well, there was one thing. Which is why he decided to be so deliberate about where he did his reflecting. You'll catch your death, sleeping on the ground like that. He opened his eyes to a nostalgic scene. A boy in a sleeveless pink kimono with dark swirls on it was kneeling at his side, looking down with a neutral expression. Damn, I'd almost forgotten how pretty he is. I was waiting, Naruto said, hands still behind his head in a relaxed manner. How far was he willing to go to save a friend he never had? For a village that no longer recognized him. Out here? Haku raised his eyebrows a hair in curiosity. For what? You, actually. I want to talk to Zabuza. And what? The feather-like touch of a sending needle under his jaw almost made him smile. What do you want with him? This time he did smile, showing teeth. How far was he willing to go? He'd end the world if he had to. I've got a good deal for him. Will you take me, Hakuyuki-chan? Zabuza Momochi was a naturally aggressive person. Any shinobi brought up in the Bloody Mist was bound to have some issues, even he'd agree with someone on that, and then kill them, but that's besides the point. It stood to reason that his patience was also something he was not known for. However, sometimes even he, the demon of the hidden mist, had to pause and wonder what the fuck was going on, without automatically beheading everyone in the immediate vicinity. Haku, why is there a brat in front of me? Indeed there was. A kid probably a few years younger than Haku with the most bland features imaginable on a human. It was like he was scientifically built to be forgettable. He wanted to speak to you, Zabuza-sama, Haku said without preamble, had bowed respectfully. Zabuza resisted both the urge to palm his face and cause immediate bodily harm. So he said, sure, follow me, and just let him hear. No, I questioned him further before leading him. Right, the brat was currently rolling his eyes, making air quotes as he mouthed the word questioned. Honestly, if Haku weren't as useful as he was, he might have honestly considered chopping them both in half, just for the headache he was getting. And the reason you look like that? Because Haku looked as disheveled as he had the day he found him, and the damn kid had been homeless then. My questioning did not prove fruitful, he returned stoically. You tried to stab me, Haku-chan, the brat complained with a pout. Please do not call me that. Had Haku ever sounded so harassed before? Just who was this kid? Fine, I'll hear you out, Zabuza said finally, taking a seat on a rock. They were currently located at one of the half-dozen safe zones they'd set up around the island in case anything went south, unlikely though it was. Standard procedure really, when you were an infamous missing nin. The brat's life was already written off at this point, but at the very least he piqued the Jonin's interest. Don't waste my time. I'll kill you otherwise. Please, waste my time. Sorry, I honestly couldn't think of a better way to get to you than through him, the brat said, sitting on the ground without issue. Don't be mad at him though, Haku really went all out to try and get me to talk. The moment was all it took for Zabuza to meet Haku's eyes for confirmation, suppressing the surprise that came with it when it did. So the brat was actually quite strong if he could take down someone that he'd been training for years. Get to the point. Nice to see some things don't change, the brat said to himself. I'm going to break my henge, so don't go all demon of the mist on me. Okay? A hand sign and poof of smoke later, and the unassuming brat was replaced with a lightly geared man who looked to be in his late teens or early 20s. He'd surely gained some mass, though still sitting as he was. The change wasn't that apparent. What was immediately obvious was the wild, shoulder-length red hair. Hair that automatically had him on his feet, one hand on his blade. There wasn't a single person in Kiri that wouldn't recognize what was sitting in front of him. Uzumaki. In the flesh, the man said, seemingly unconcerned that his life was very much in danger. You want to hear me out now? Zabuza slowly let go of his blade, forcing himself to take his seat once again as his mind moved rapidly. And Uzumaki. Sure, there were no doubt survivors from Uzu being wiped out, but independent. Shinobi trained. This was a village of people that took the combined might of 3 shinobi nations to crush. His instinct screamed that he was no longer the big fish in the proverbial pond here, but his nature demanded that be challenged. Both were unhelpful though, and so he pushed them aside equally. More importantly, he believed he wasn't being lied to, and the only way to confirm that the man actually was what he said was to watch and wait. What do you want? Zabuza finally said. I want you to stop targeting the bridge builder and his family. It took a second for the words to fully register. Something like that was just so. A job's a job, he said shortly. I don't back out once I've been given one. Even if it'll get you what you've been looking for all this time. And what would that be? Kiri. Silence struck the space. Kiri. What did he mean by that? I'll make you a deal. Uzumaki stood, and for the first time it felt like there was nothing but steel in his voice. 2 weeks. Don't attack the bridge builder or his family for 2 weeks. Have Haku keep them safe, he can do it. Make whatever excuses to Gato that you need. Do this and I will kill you, Gur. Incredulity was not something typically seen on the missing nin's face. You're offering to kill the Mizukage for the lives of a bunch of peasants. This place isn't amazing, Uzumaki agreed. But I simply can't let it fall to the greed of a person like Gato. You some kind of bleeding heart. Zabuza scoffed. Save a place from one issue and watch another take its place. The Uzumaki shook his head. I can't save this place, he said with a frown. They need to do it themselves. But at the very least with this I can give them a fighting chance. To be honest, Uzumaki scratched his chin for a moment before continuing. There are two people I'm trying to save. My first friend, kind of, and someone he cares about. They don't know I'm doing it, but I just want them to live well. You're doing this for someone precious to you. It was the first time since their arrival that Haku said anything, finally having returned to his usual immaculate look. Two someones, but yeah. Uzumaki gave him a bright smile. That's the only way I know how to operate. You look like you understand what I mean, yeah. Zabuza held back a tired breath as the ice user gave the Uzumaki a small smile. Well, he won Haku over easily enough. He wanted to reject the offer out of hand. There was obviously more going on that there seemed. However, he considered the fact that the bridge builder had actually recently left Nami, no doubt to appeal to Konoha for aid, right under the noses of the now more trouble than they were worth idiot Chunin brothers. It might take the old man over a week just to get a team and begin the trip back. Realistically, he might only be putting off completing this job by a couple days, still well within the time frame he was operating under. Gato already knew about the situation and was patient enough to wait. He was in for the long game after all. Also, he could just use her to determine if the Uzumaki was the real deal. She would probably kill him for it, but if she found out he'd been approached and didn't act on it, she'd probably kill him worse. How do you plan on getting to Kurigakure? He asked finally. Asking you nicely for help. This time he actually did faceap him. You don't talk much, do you? Naruto stretched his back with a small grunt, digging his knuckle at a knot that was beginning to form. The boat he was on was fairly small, compared to the trade ships that he'd seen in Nami's main harbor, but it was still spacious enough to allow him a comfortable space of the deck to watch the clouds from when he could, that was. It hadn't taken longer than a day for them to become constantly enveloped by mist. The sounds of the sea around him had long since become a subtle symphony of lows and highs, matched perfectly by the swells of the waves. His only companion sat at the back of their vessel, leaning against their small pile of supplies as he inspected a kunai for wear. He was using a water jutsu to keep the boat moving forward at a rapid and quiet pace. His response was similarly calm. You talk too much. Let it never be said that Zabuza Momochi was a conversationalist. Seriously, don't say it. You haven't said for me to stop, Naruto said with a shrug, turning back to face the Jonin. I figured you'd say something when we got close to Kiri. We aren't going straight there, Zabuza said shortly, spinning the kunai once before stowing it. You didn't ask, he added, predicting the Uzumaki's response. Okay, so where are you taking me? It wasn't like he was particularly worried, just curious. Silence was his only answer. Of course it's a secret. He shrugged and closed his eyes. Nothing for it but to wait until they got wherever they were going. Little else to do but let his mind wander. I wonder what the others are up to. Kurenai tensed uncontrollably. Her focus, razor-sharp and unwavering, was entirely devoted to maintaining herself through her most recent predicament. Will of fire, will of fire, will of fire, will of. A.N.H. The sounds of the apartment became unnaturally loud to her ears. The soft sounds of someone moving behind her out of sight, the rustle of the sheet caught beneath her stomach, the cataclysmically embarrassing wail that surely the entire universe heard despite only existing in her head. She'd returned from training her team in high spirits, but distinctly sore. Kiba had been practicing tandem techniques with his Ninkanak Kamaru, and lost control of a particularly devastating one, nearly injuring his teammate Shino, who had been nearby. She'd been able to step in and remove the bug user from the area of destruction, but at the cost of being battered by debris from Kiba's impact. An apology from the Inuzaka and a threat from her about making him hear cats yowling for the next month ended the incident. Didn't lessen the dull throb that had then permeated her body though. Getting battered by chunks of tree, dirt and rock was not pleasant. Still, she was overjoyed with the amount of damage her so-called tracker team could put out. Kiba was probably the most destructive of the group, but Shino had incredible utility with his insects, and Hinata, for all her shyness, was easily a dangerous opponent for anyone to face. Neither of her teammates could come close to taking her down, alone or together. They called an end to training with smiles on their faces at their growth. She'd gone right home from training her team. Asuma was still with his team. They'd apparently picked it up considerably with the addition of one of Kakashi's kids while he was on a mission. Besides, she was sore and could use. Yuhi-sama, I've drawn a bath for you with minerals meant to help soothe bruising. Please relax, I will bring you some tea. That was how the evening started. It got progressively worse from there. Now she was getting a massage and was simultaneously delighted and filled with regret over the decision to allow it. Servant. If the butler took notice of her shaky voice, he made no outward sign of it. Yes, Yuhi-sama. He said politely, pausing in his ministrations on her calf. Not so hard, Kurenai said unnecessarily, shooting him a glance over her shoulder. It was an unnecessary comment because the pressure he'd been applying was perfect. Every moment had been perfect. She quickly averted her gaze back to the pillow she'd been burying her head in for the duration of the massage. He was smiling at her, as always. My apologies, Yuhi-sama. Impossibly, the perfect massage changed into a more gentle yet still perfect massage. Only her own exhaustion prevented her from sighing in bliss again. This has to stop. So good no. After this I'll tell him it's over. I swear it. Will of fire, will of. Behind her, the butler's smile widened marginally. Whatever he may be thinking was purely a mystery. I don't see why we couldn't handle one. You've all been putting in some real work lately. Asuma couldn't help but grin back at the 4 genin that trailed him on the way to the mission assignment desk. The 3 actual genin from his squad threw him unappreciative looks, while the 4th, completely unassuming baddest genin, beamed back at him with cheer. Isn't that great, Ino, we get to go on a C rank, she said, throwing an arm around her friend's shoulders. The blonde just shook her head in annoyance. Most teams would be thrilled for their sensei to be doing this. Most teams got stuck doing D ranks for months. Most teams weren't Team 10. Easy for you to be so happy when you haven't had the crap beat out of you by a manic pincat for the last 3 days straight. And what do you mean she added. Go back to your own squad. Sakura. You know we're not getting back together for another 10 days or so, Ino-chan, don't you love me? To be honest, I wish she could be here all the time, Shikamaru said to Choji, ignoring the light harassment their teammate was experiencing. It's a drag that there's more work to do, but having someone to distract Ino is priceless. What was that, Pineapple Head? Easy there, kids, Asuma laughed, clapping to get their attention. We're here, let's get a C rank. Moments later. I can't give you a C rank. The Jonin blinked at the Chunin seated in front of him. Run that by me again, he said, genuinely confused. He'd honestly never heard the statement before while standing at this desk. I said I can't give you a C rank, the Chunin repeated patiently. I know your genin are talented, I taught them after all. That said, the fact of the matter is that they have neither completed the base number of D ranks needed to take a C rank, nor have they demonstrated themselves enough to warrant allowing them out of the village, regardless of your own capabilities. You do know who I am, right? Of course. Asuma Sarutobi. Would you like to take a D rank now? Asuma was still blinking in confusion at the Chunin. It wasn't that he always got what he wanted, but let's be fair here, he was the Hokage's son. He always got what he wanted, whether he wanted it or not. And now this, notably polite, Chunin was telling him no. The Jonin turned to where his father was sitting, further down the table, reviewing mission scrolls like he usually did in the morning. Their eyes met for a moment, and the Hokage smiled before returning to his work, effectively ignoring him. Yeah, screw you too, old man. And then he got a brilliant idea. Look, what if I brought along some extra firepower, he said, motioning for Sakura to join him at the table. She did so with a look of curiosity on her face. Did you need me for something? Good morning, Iruka-sensei, she added with a smile. Good morning, Sakura, Iruka returned automatically. You want to bring along another genin. You know she's also from the class your squad was in, right? Oh, I'd love to join them on a mission, she said brightly. Honestly, she's overkill for backup, Asuma reasoned absently, but if she came along then there wouldn't be an issue, right? I'll allow it. The 3 of them looked over at where the Hokage had stood up, finished with what he'd been doing. Sir? Iruka said in surprise. Sakura is currently on leave because I sent Kakashi on a mission, so there's no trouble, the elder man explained, walking over to them. She also has a stellar record so far. That she does, the Chunin mused, sending the girl another fond smile. One of his favorite students, Asuma reasoned. Alright then, Iruka moved a handful of scrolls in front of him. It only took another few minutes of perusing before he decided. Only one had any real traveling to it, and that was always a great learning experience for new squads. It wasn't long before their objective was summoned. The grouchy, half-intoxicated old man who did nothing but talk down to the kids that would be forced to protect him. It almost brought a tear to the Jonin's eye. He couldn't have asked for a better mission if he tried. Honestly, the only thing that was even more amusing was the fact that Sakura was absolutely delighted by the turn of events. And there we go, a nice dumpling of an update for my Naruto fans. Keeping these chapters short certainly makes them easier to write. Though I probably go through 6 or 7 iterations of each chapter before I'm satisfied with it. This fic is more an exercise in balance than anything, so let me know if you feel like I'm missing out on something. I'm only human after all. Just a short note of something I consider when writing Naruto stuff that probably differs from most people. I've certainly rarely seen this in a story. Most people have Naruto's clones be independent, referring to the original as the boss, and never really come off as it being Naruto doing whatever they've been set with. An example is Naruto making a clone to go to class while he stays home to sleep. The minset is that Naruto was able to get out of going to class by sending the clone. To me this is totally wrong. The way I see it is that he fully feels like he is both. He acknowledges that he needs to go to class, so he either goes or he sends a clone. It doesn't matter because when the clone pops he gets the experiences of the clone, and he owns whatever they were. The clone doesn't do things as if he weren't Naruto because he shares the same exact mentality. He doesn't have concern for his existence past needing to stick around for whatever reason, because in his mind he is existing elsewhere. To Naruto, all of his clones are him. Makes sense? Kinder. Anyway, thanks as always for reading. I'd love to see this little story hit 1,000 faves, so if you enjoy it share with a friend. It's complicated, sorry. Chapter 8. I wanted to call this chapter something like the butterfly effect, but that totally fits a chapter with Fu and Shimei better, so I guess I'll call this one, Naruto is actually reckless AF. There was something about Mei Turumi that never sat well with Naruto. As he stood there in front of the woman, her two future advisors Ao and the much younger Chijuro off to the side, while Zabuza did his best to not look like he'd rather be anywhere else, Naruto found himself running through all of the previous interactions he'd had with the now future Mizukage. They met during the Fourth War, and only saw more of each other in the years after its conclusion, once Tsunade began seriously grooming him for taking up the position of Hokage. Mei was intelligent and charismatic, frighteningly strong in her jutsu, distractingly beautiful, and dedicated to her village and people. She brought out the best in those who supported her, and he honestly had no issue working with her to bring an end to Kiri's civil war. It was just. I just can't put my finger on it. What on earth was it about her that? Okay, so offering to kill the Mizukage for me aside, are you single? Noob. Double nope. That's it. That's the reason right there. Because her offering to help him restore his clan had sounded less and less like a joke, the more she said it to him when he was there for those cage meetings. Damn, he thought he'd suppress those memories. I am currently unable to seek a relationship at this time. Please accept my apologies, he said robotically, bowing his head to the question as he systematically deleted the last 10 seconds from his brain as best he could. Oh, that's too bad, the woman mused with a sigh. Do keep me in mind if you somehow survive this suicide run you're volunteering for. I should be fine. Then I'll look forward to your success. How do you plan on killing Yugur? What will you even do about the beast he holds? Naruto silently thanked all the gods he knew of for the disruption, turning to the eldest in the room, the one-eyed Ao. Abrasive and wary, Ao balanced out Mei's smoothness with some good old-fashioned grumpiness. He was also the person who was undoubtedly the largest threat to his disguise. There was no fooling a Byakugan after all, hidden or not. Still, as far as he could tell, the Ai would only recognize his henge for what it was, as opposed to his original form, and he didn't think they were going to do anything about it considering what he was offering them. Many shinobi operated under some form of disguise on principle, and this was no different. Let me worry about that. You focus on fixing the bigger mess. And it truly was a mess. A mess that caused innocent people like Haku to lose everything to what could only be called insanity. Even his own clan, the once great Uzumaki, were brought to nothing before the controlling power of widespread fear. Visiting Yuzu after the Fourth Shinobi War had done nothing but fill him with a deep sense of loss and regret. Ao just grunted skeptically. And you would do this for nothing? My goals are my goals, as little as they may seem to anyone else, Naruto said with a shrug. There was also the benefit that putting Mei in charge a little earlier would also surely jumpstart Kiri's return to the international scene. Ao looked like he wanted to continue to grill him, but Mei just silenced him with a wave of her hand. No time to hesitate then. We have been ready for some time. Zabuza. He grunted in return. Take the Uzumaki to the village. Confirm the kill. Either one, she added with a smirk. The man nodded jerkily and walked out of the room with the redeed. Chijuro, ready our forces. We might not get an opportunity like this for some time. Hi. He vanished at once. What did you see, Ao? He is henged. His Byakugan had been active for the duration of the entire meeting. Even now he tracked the Uzumaki as Zabuza led him to the boats. It's not like Zabuza to be wrong about something like this. So he's not an actual Uzumaki. I'd sooner believe he is, the older man admitted. More than likely he was just hiding his real face and age from us. He has more chakra potential than all of us. Well, that's not especially. Combined. He makes Kisame look like a child. That man is a monster. No doubt a survivor from Yuzu. Mei's expression darkened at Ao's words. Do you believe we have anything to fear? In retaliation. Ao frowned as he considered the possibility. There is no point thinking about it now. His motivation for helping us seems strong enough. It would be foolish to trust him though, even a single Uzumaki is a deadly foe for a nation. The world is better off without them. Silence once again filled the room. Neither moved for some time, both sorting through their thoughts. Eventually Ao let out a gravely breath of exasperation. You really need to stop thinking with your ovaries. Mei closed her eyes, face slowly scrunching up as a vein pulsed dangerously on her forehead. Ao, step in front of me so I can fucking kill you. Sakura was thoroughly enjoying herself. Escorting Tazuna back to Nami was every bit as fun as it had been the first time around, but it was a breath of fresh air to be somewhat on the outside of the situation. The old man's disrespectful attitude may have driven her up a tree or two before, but now her mind wandered freely, approaching the mission as she should have always done. She stepped lightly over a puddle in the road with a carefree smile, looking back over her shoulder to catch Asuma's eye, a fleeting glance at the little spot of blue sky being reflected on the ground. "You're way too relaxed," Ino grumbled, choosing to walk around the puddle without so much as a look. "What happened to the super killer Kunoichi vibe you had going?" "Hard to do when the weather is so nice. Come on, Ino, don't you love traveling?" Sakura responded, turning to walk backwards. "The village gets boring after a while." "Sure, camping is fun," she drawled, running her fingers through her hair. She swore she could already feel the dust from the road building up in it. "Don't give me that bull about being shinobi either. I can do that and still like showers." "I don't care where we go if it stays like this," Shikamaru said tiredly, eyes lingering on the puddle for far longer than was typical. "I hope we get there soon though, I'm almost out of snacks," Choji commented, rummaging through his pouch with a frown. "This is ridiculous," Tazuna grouched. He got extra grumpy once his alcohol ran out, and it wasn't like they could stop off somewhere for more. "I'm dead. There's no way I'm making it back home in one piece." "Tazuna-san, you make it sound like you'll be attacked at any moment," Sakura tittered, throwing him a wide-eyed look. "Ha, I'm the greatest bridge builder this side of the mainland," he boasted. "Of course people want a piece of me. Keeping me safe is the most important mission you'll ever have." "Yeah, right," Ino muttered. A second later, two Chunin jumped out of the puddle and tore Asuma to shreds, immediately making a move on their true target. HWAA is so nostalgic. Sakura felt adrenaline flood her body. She tensed her arms, then hid a smile as she threw back her head, then screamed in fear for all time's sake. "I'm surprised." "About what?" Naruto stood in silence on an outcropping of rocky mountain terrain that overlooked the village hidden in the mist. Like its name suggested, much of the visible buildings were woven amongst great bands of mist that obscured more of the finer details of the village. Still, the cylindrical building architecture was none too subtle, and it was only more obvious what the largest of these would be, even if Zabuza hadn't already told him where to go. It spoke to the level of desperation Mei and her group were experiencing to put even a hair of faith in an unknown like him. "That you are going through with this." Naruto closed his eyes, a moment later finding himself face to face with Kurama, his massive frame draped across the new grassy clearing of the sealed space. Their faces were fairly close for a change. "It solves more problems than it makes," the blonde said shortly. "You pretend like I cannot feel your heart. The thought of assassinating this man sickens you." Naruto's shoulders fell slightly. "Yeah, it's sad, Kurama. The Jinchuriki will always feel like family to me, no matter what they've done." Naruto's eyes opened once more, taking in the village again before he began to make his way to the Mizukage's office. "This is madness." Kurama's voice reverberated through his thoughts with a sudden, impossible weight to it. "Believe whatever you want about our connection or your skills, if he unleashes his sober you will die." "I won't." "You're a child, in every sense of the word. A fool chasing a dream, given a second chance only to piss it away at the first opportunity. It's okay to be afraid. Afraid you believe that I know you can't reform properly if I'm killed. Not while my dad has your yang half." Kurama's voice fell silent, but Naruto smiled. "Don't worry, I won't let you go." Zabuza scowled as he took his position on the building nearest to the Mizukage's tower. The village Anbu were being suppressed by their own sizable force, and the Uzumaki had successfully made his way into the tower. Despite the seemingly quiet day, the coup had already begun in the shadows. It was only a matter of moments before the fighting would truly be underway, but he had to resist to assist his comrades. His job was to track the most critical fight of them all, which meant he had to be patient and passive. Kami, he hated that word. At least he didn't need to get too close to witness what was sure to be an outrageous combat between two. Suddenly the glass on the top floor of the tower exploded outward in a burst of force and smoke. A number of Kiri shinobi soon emerged, spreading out in every direction as they moved with clear urgency. Well, that was odd. Shouldn't they be going in to help their leader? Without hesitation, Zabuza moved, stealing his way to the tower and moving up the side until he was now standing in a room he hadn't been in for some time. The Mizukage's open office was sparsely decorated and completely empty. The Mizukage and Uzumaki were gone. There were no signs of a fight. No trace remained of either. They'd simply vanished in a puff of smoke. Zabuza's hand found his forehead easily as the urge to maim a small animal rose. "Shit, Mei's going to kill me." A light scuffling. Footsteps rapidly giving way to gentle splashes. A heavy breath joining the rough sea wind. Naruto frowned at the fairly short man standing out on the water. They watched each other impassively. "A reverse summoning, you weren't lying, it seems," Yugura said shortly, spinning his oddly shaped metal staff. The hook at one end softly grazed the water, bringing a slow unnatural stillness to the bay, as the reflection of the world within seemed to sharpen tenfold. Tall mountains rose opposite the ocean, isolating the area. The shore was a mix of rocky crags and soft beaches. One small stretch of flat stone had a peculiar set of markings on it, flickers of blue dissipating into the air as the chakra it contained was dispersed from use. Killing your people is the last thing I want, Naruto said honestly. I know you don't want that either. Because no matter how many had suffered under his rule, Yugura still was a cage with a job to do. He at least respected that, if nothing else. Why are you targeting me then? Yugura asked, curious. Allowing yourself to be used by insurrectionists is it revenge for Yuzu? Just trying to save some people I care about, Naturo returned, stepping out onto the water. The kunai was spun lazily in his right hand, while his left fingered a tightly wound scroll at his waist. I see. The water burst up around Naruto in waves, arching out and back in great twisting spikes that sought to spear him. Through it all Uzumaki was barely able to make out Yugura continuing through hand signs for what was surely another attack. Fuden. Rapasho. The wind pressure that built up at his hands ballooned outwards as he whipped them sideways, pushing the incoming water away with little resistance. He leapt upwards a moment later as jaws of water snapped its maw shut where he'd just been. Fuden. Juhasho. Moving his arms across his body, twin blades of wind raced to the cage, neatly parting the water where he dodged away from for a second before it crashed back together. Naruto used the opportunity to land safely, launching forward to engage Yugura as closely as he could. Suten. Hikari no Yuzu. The Mizukichi dragged his staff through the water at his feet, generating a whirlpool that expanded immensely in seconds. Naruto simply rushed into it, using the momentum of the water to propel himself to his opponent. Within seconds they met in a clash of steel, furiously exchanging blows as the water dragged them both ever closer to the center of the bay. Yugura's staff was a whirl of movement, easily keeping him out of the lethal wind user's hands. Naruto couldn't help but be impressed as he found himself needing to frequently switch to the defensive. He was sure that just in staff arts alone, the Mizukichi could give the old man Hokage a run for his money. Yugura was clearly confident. He was a battle-tested kage. A highly successful shinobi. He was a water user fighting on a limitless supply of water. He even had the weapon with the better reach, but he had a weakness. Every Jinchuriki did. The same weakness, regardless of age or skill. All Jinchuriki believed that their tailed beast would bail them out when they really needed it. It wasn't blind trust either. Due to the nature of the ways that Jinchuriki were made, the tailed beasts would always want their host to live on, even if just for their own benefit. After all, if dispersing and reforming years later was so simple a process of becoming free, why didn't the tailed beasts allow their hosts to die all the time? Regardless, Yugura believed that Isobu would be there if anything went wrong. And so he would not fight to his fullest out of habit. A habit that came from always holding a greater power in reserve. Naruto would know. He was just as guilty of it all as well. It just didn't help Yugura because even at the tender age of 12, the Naruto that existed now was in a class of his own for one simple reason. Leagues away, two meditating clones dispersed with a smile. Yugura choked as a swipe he'd comfortably dodged left streams of blood in its wake. His staff split neatly in half and dropped from limp fingers as his body hit the surging water with a dull splash, dragged to the center of the whirlpool. Naruto stood with his hands still extended, nearly invisible claws of wind distorting the air in front of his fingers. His eyes were cold, no longer their bright blue, but a rough gold with solid bars of black for pupils. The skin at the edges of his eyes was a bright orange. Sage mode is still absolutely bullshit, he said with a frown. A second later there was an explosion of water as a human-sized mass of blackish red burst from the depths. I should have expected an Uzumaki to have a trick up their sleeve, though to be fair I was expecting something more of your lineage, Yugura said slowly, the chakra cloak bubbling around him. Naruto could see the wound he'd created no longer bleeding freely as it should. It wasn't healing, but it wouldn't hinder him for the time being. I'm beginning to question your origins, Uzumaki. Believe what you want, Naruto said evenly. Next time you won't get back up. You should have gone for my head. You'll never get the chance again, Yugura said with a sneer, leaning forward onto all fours, as the chakra cloak burst outward then back in, thickening as he immediately transformed into his hybrid Biju state. Now he looked more like a turtle than anything. A few seconds later Naruto was picking himself up after getting sent flying halfway across the bay. So you can finally throw a punch. Bring it. Tsunami. I'm back. Father. Welcome home. Team 10 groaned as one in relief and dropped in a collective heap on the ground as the bridge builder hugged his daughter in front of their home. Inari, get out here, your grandfather is back. Tsunami called back into the house over her shoulder. She then took in the collapsed genin. Are they okay? Who cares? They're brats, said Tazuna, ignoring them as he walked past them and into the house. Is that how you talk to someone who saved your life? If I could move right now, old man. Don't threaten the client, Asuma chided, unconcerned with the disheveled state of his team. Instead he stepped up to the young woman, bowing his head slightly. Ma'am, we're from Konoha. Your father hired us for protection. Of course, we'll gladly include you and your son in that. Oh, yes, thank you, it's wonderful to see him back here safely, she said, eyes wide as she took in the jonin. He smiled and her cheeks gained a slightly pinkish hue. What she looked around for something to say before her eyes landed once more on the group of genin. What happened to them? Since the trip here from the village was mostly peaceful, I had them training while we walked, Asuma explained. They're alright, just wiped out. Ha, what a bunch of losers. All eyes turned to a kid no older than 7 or 8 wearing a blue and white striped hat. He was watching the genin from the front door with contempt. Inari, Tsunami said sharply, making the boy flinch. What they are, he said defiantly, only to wince as an open hand softly pressed against the top of his head. Now, Inari, that is no way to speak to guests. We shouldn't judge those we know nothing of. Another person, this time a teenage girl in an elegant kimono, emerged into the open air. She smiled down at the boy who bowed his head. Yeah, I know. I'd like to begin preparing for lunch, but with so many of us here I could use some help. Can you assist me? The boy nodded, shooting the pile of confused genin a glare before vanishing back into the house. Oh, thank you, Haku, Tsunami beamed. You're so wonderful with him. It's my pleasure, Tsunami-san, said Haku. She turned to Team 10 and continued, though it isn't quite my place to say, please make yourselves at home. Don't say that, Haku, Tsunami said with a smile. To Asuma she explained, Haku has been with us for about a week now. He's been keeping us safe from Gato and his men. The way you say it makes it seem like you didn't hire him, Asuma half-assed, half-stated. You're right, apparently it was someone else. I was nervous at first, but the security has made this past week so much more livable. Nami has been through so much recently. All of us have. I see. I'd love to hear more about your troubles, Asuma said kindly. Why don't we talk over tea? And he led the young mother inside, leaving 3 disgruntled genin to lay in the dirt. Okay, I know Asuma-sensei can be a pain sometimes, Choji said slowly, eyes still on the door, but you can't deny he has skill. Yeah, I suppose so, said Shikamaru. Can we please not talk about how much Gamer-sensei has? Ino grumbled. Sakura, I know you're there. Help us up. And why would I do that? Asked the Pinkette, staring down at the group from her seat at the edge of the roof. She'd watched the entire scene play out from there, including noticing that Haku had noticed her there as well. The name was familiar, for sure, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Because we did that stupid chakra exercise you came up with the whole way here. Ino's words were laced with exhaustion. She wasn't exaggerating with what she said. Sakura had given the 3 of them coins to keep stuck to their hands and feet with chakra, as they walked from the moment they entered Nami. Choji got more as he naturally had far more chakra than both Ino and Shikamaru combined, but they'd all run out before long. It was surprisingly draining of an activity, particularly while moving. And having an annoying Pinkette occasionally attack your feet. Alright, you win. Good job team, Sakura said with a smile. And with that she jumped down, threw all 3 over her shoulder like sacks of potatoes, and carried them inside. It was inexplicable. The girl reached out with a chakra-covered hand only to have it close on nothing. With a thought, coral sprouted across his opponent's body, but it simply crumbled away a moment later. Impossible. He was the Mizukage. He was the master of the 3-tailed demon. He was practically fighting in the ocean. There was no one who should be able to stand up to his power. But he was undoubtedly losing. He knew that the demon's influence was beginning to take its toll. He could feel the rage infecting his being, empowering him further and deadening his awareness. But here he didn't care. All he could see was his opponent's red hair, bouncing around as he evaded attack after attack, only to strike back with unfathomable force. His change in appearance was a mystery, but it mattered little. He was going to die. Yugura saw red. Red, rejudicated 3 spinning black dots and so much red. Futen. Kami no Ken. Yugura's yell of pain was drowned out by the crack of air slamming on water, like a massive invisible fist had punched down from the sky onto him. Slowly the chakra cloak faded and Naruto paused, unsure of what would happen. It was clear that the Mizukage was on his last legs, but if he'd learned anything it was that all life was at its most dangerous just before it was about to die. Yugura slowly stood and Naruto froze as unmistakable red eyes regarded him. A chill ran through his body as Kurama's voice filled his mind in fury. Sharingan. I see it. Why does he have it? Where did you get those eyes? He asked aloud, not letting his expression show any of his inner shock. However, when Yugura answered, it was as though he was another person entirely. You're a problem, Uzumaki. Wherever you came from I do not. No, but I will take this setback if it removes you from the equation. The beast can simply be recollected. Hands moved rapidly through a series of hand signs. His fingers began to light up with familiar chakra flames. The beast can be recollected. Is he? Stop him. He's unsealing his Sobu. Naruto moved as fast as he could only to be thrown back by the suddenly rough waves. Yugura stomped again, still moving through hand signs, and another series of waves moved to overtake him. This time Naruto was ready, parting them easily with wind chakra. Unfortunately, as the water fell to each side, he was given just enough time to view Yugura slam a glowing hand into his stomach, his face still as blank as before. The blast knocked Naruto flying, skipping him across the water like a stone, only for him to run aground and grind to a halt in the coarse sand. Groaning, he pushed himself to his feet, noticing right away that his special henge had finally dropped, and he was every bit the kid he hoped no one noticed. At least he had the good sense to ditch Zabuza back at the village. The roar ripped across the water as a gargantuan turtle with 3 tails stood in the water, eyes filled with unbridled rage, staring at the stretch of land it hated more than any other. So let me get this straight. Mei took a steadying breath that only served to make every other person standing in the room with her more on edge. You lost him. Zabuza said nothing. He was dead either way, but this way he wouldn't need to admit having been duped with what had to have been some type of seal. At least the coup had been overwhelmingly successful. Sakura not being there had made things almost laughably easy, which only showed how weak of a nation they had become through this civil war. In case it wasn't glaringly obvious, Mei said slowly, I needed you to keep an eye on the Uzumaki in case he tried to make off with our Viju. They froze as a chill passed over them all. A wave of chakra swept through the village that they all knew to their core. This was not their cage channeling the chakra of the 3 tails. It wasn't even him losing control of the beast. No, this was. The demon is free, one of the Jonin said in fear. The village will be wiped out. Get a hold of yourself, Mei snapped. Ow, rally our forces. Free prisoners, I don't care. We have bigger problems now than who should lead our village. Zabuza only lifted his foot off the ground by a hair when a well-manicured hand fell on his shoulder. Thank you for volunteering to lead the charge, Zabuza. Naruto ran to the shore but went no further. What was the use in charging out into what could only be his death? Arrogant mortals. You think you can contain me? I'll sink your island into the bottom of the sea. The Sobu planted his feet and lowered his head. Wisps of dark chakra began gathering in front of his open mouth, forming a ball that only got bigger and bigger every second. Without hesitation, Naruto popped 4 more of his meditating clones at once. Then the attack was released. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hundreds upon hundreds of Sage Mode clones appeared in a line, each visibly glowing with chakra as the attack came closer. They all brought their hands up. Then the first clone tried to catch it. The Bijidama tore through the clone like it wasn't even there, destroying it and the immediate area in a flash. Such was the fate of the next 100 Sage clones gone a second later. As he pushed to create even more, now 2 clones trying at a time, the attack simply would not break. And yet, the attack was losing momentum. Each clone destroyed bled a little bit off the attack speed, each able to stall it for a moment longer than the last, until finally there was only one Naruto left. Unlike the clones, he didn't vanish in a flash of light, but instead was pushed back, feet digging lines into the ground, as his chakra only barely kept him upright. The mountainous terrain that was once so far from the shore was getting alarmingly close. The village was only on the other side. Aye. With a massive heave he repelled the ball, rebounding it along the coast where it ripped a trench a kilometer long in the shore, before detonating much further out in the bay. There was a moment of silence, then the shockwave hit him, knocking him over with little effort. Naruto barely had the energy to stand, let alone use chakra. His hands were a mess, but Kurama's chakra was already well on its way to healing them. A laugh escaped him as he realized what an insane thing he'd just done. With everything he'd been through in his previous life that was subtly saying something. It was then that Naruto noticed something off. The ocean was much higher than it had any right to be. Higher and higher it rose until it towered over the immediate area by at least 100 feet. Of course it caused a tsunami, lucky me. Naruto couldn't help but let out a rueful smile as the water approached. He was literally doing this for a couple of people he barely knew. Who didn't know him at all. If things went to plan, they'd never know. There were so many more who he wanted to help, who he needed to help, but chose to risk his life like this here. This made him outrageously stupid, didn't it? But they were the first people he'd wanted to help. The first people he'd really felt sad for losing. And so here he was. Surprisingly, Kurama was silent. Naruto thought that the Kyuubi would have been raging at him this entire time for not simply running away, but instead he was completely silent. What was he thinking, Naruto wondered. Instinctually his body braced for the impact of what amounted to a mountain being dropped on him. Instantly his world went black, the sensation of being chaotically thrown around all-consuming until suddenly it wasn't. He was floating. Breathing. Naruto lay on his back, gently drifting to nowhere as he stared into the endless dark sky. He recognized the place, less by sight and more by feel. He'd been here before. In this exact place just once before. He closed his eyes as a weight fell upon his shoulders. Arms wrapped around him from behind, and a warmth he'd only felt once before filled him to his soul. Hi, my baby. Hey mom. The world suddenly righted and he was able to turn to face her, wincing lightly from the knuckles that she suddenly pressed into the top of his head. This was reckless of you, she admonished. You realize you'd be dead if not for the Kyuubi fixing your broken body. You might get your loudness from me, but the dumb ideas definitely come from your father. The joke at her own expense was enough to make him smile, but only just. I was worried you wouldn't come, he admitted. He'd been counting on it after all. You needed me, she returned with a shrug, as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. I know what you want to do. It's possible, but you'll disappear, won't you? You know I'm not really here, she said with a smile, stroking his cheek gently. I'm just an echo. As long as you're safe it doesn't matter. Then why are you crying? He asked. She had no response to that. Will it work? He asked. Not the way you think, but yes, it should. I'll use everything I am to help you understand what it feels like. There's a lot more to it than just what you've seen and heard. Wait, so I'll be able to. It's not right for you to just have moves from your father, she interrupted. Consider this my inheritance. Kushina buried her face in his neck. Don't forget me, my baby. Then the world was golden. As Mei and her force crested the mountain, they were met with a scene from a war long past. The three-tailed beast was in the shallows, bound to the ground in golden chains that glowed with an inner light. A small figure stood at its side, waving up at them all. Proof enough he is in Uzumaki. Ao said roughly as the vast majority of the force breathed a collective sigh of relief. Most had expected to die that day in the defense of their home. What are you all waiting for? Secure the demon. Mizuki-sama, where will we? Seal it. You know I haven't been officially made the Mizuki, Mei protested, though anyone who heard could tell she didn't actually object to the title being used. It was obvious who would lead them all. Bring the boy. He is ready to accept this burden. As you wish. Mei quickly continued down to where the Uzumaki stood, hands behind his head in apparent peace. Looks like you won, he said as she finally stopped. A number of her jonin loosely surrounded the man, but he didn't seem to care. As did you. What happened? Yagura released him and killed himself in the process. Yeah, I know, Uzumaki said with a shrug of her clear disbelief. If it helps, I think he was under Jinjutsu. He only did it once he realized that he'd never beat me. I was kicking his ass. And you aren't going to try and take the three tails? Mei asked. Any nation would sacrifice a fraction of its population to get such a war asset. And effectively declare war on Kiri. Yeah, pass. Okay, that was actually a fairly good reason. In that case, thank you. You've saved countless lives, and all of Kiri owes the Uzumaki a debt. Sure, just pay it forward or something, the Uzumaki said unconcernedly. See ya. And with the poof of smoke he completely disappeared. He was a clone. One of the nearby jonin said in shock. Damn, that clone had more chakra than I do. They don't let it get you down, Uzumaki are scary, said another. Now what? Now, said Mei, taking in the scene around her, I'll rebuild Kiri into what it was meant to be. And happy here you go, folks. Next time is right back to a regroup Team 7, and I doubt I'll split them up for a while. A quick thought on power levels in this story. The way I approach sensing someone's chakra is more like you can get a general idea of both their output and limits. Naruto's absurd chakra levels that have honestly just been hyped up to infinity by the fandom at this point simply can't always be set to level Ichigo, it just doesn't work in my brain. TBH I try not to think about it too much. It takes away from the project. Now for all the time travelers, they're extremely strong simply because of their experience and how chakra is supposed to be made. Their physical side is a bit lowered, but the mental side is just as high as before they jumped back. Then they all have hacks. Like Sage Mode, and Med Techniques, and Sharingan BS. Considering that all it takes is being caught off guard once to lose a fight, I don't see many of them going for very long, no matter what the situation. Also it lets me keep the actual fights to less of the story overall. Trust me, the more combat in a fic, the less I actually write of it. It's just not my forte. And holy heck coming up with the names of techniques. And me swiftly please. 2 last things. 1, in my headcanon Sakura never saw the face of Haku. She never saw much of that whole fight. So while the name might ring a bell, she just knows that Zabuza's ally was a boy. 2, I believe that chakra chains are a universal Uzumaki thing, and any can learn it if taught. Besides, those things are badass. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the chapter. Let me know if you're having fun and what you're looking forward to, possibly, seeing in a future chapter. Reunited and it feels so good. Chapter 9. Reunited and it feels so good. There was an enormous problem. Kurenai sat with her head in her arms. A humongous, gigantic, titanic problem. She tried to speak, but it only came out as a pitiable groan of suffering. The problem so immensely colossal that she'd invited Anko out to her favorite restaurant despite its high prices, and set Jonin's propensity to rack up obscene bills, just because she needed someone to talk to. So you've fallen in love with your butler? What? Anko said in confusion, trying to understand the mess that was her best friend. No. The response was a whine of misery. Didn't you hear anything I just said? No, stupid, you've been moaning into your arms for the last hour, and I've just been running up your tab ordering booze and appetizers. We should do this more by the way. Enko took another sip of her sake and looked down at her friend. Go again from the beginning. Not into the table this time, she added, pushing Kurenai back into an upright position. The Jonin let out a tired breath before speaking in a demotivated voice. Over a week ago Sakami she was a wreck, she could barely say his name. When she finally did it came out in a sort of low hiss. Sasuke-Uchiha came to me asking him to train him in Genjutsu. Right? She said suddenly as Anko's eyebrows rose. I thought it was ridiculous. I told him it was ridiculous, but he said he was willing to do anything to get me to teach him. Anything? See, even Anko couldn't resist saying it, though to be fair, she would be the type who probably enjoys saying it. Okay, bad example. Yeah, so I said that I'd teach him if he became my servant for the next 2 weeks straight while he's on leave. I was trying to chase him off. He wasn't supposed to accept, she said in aggravation. Okay, Anko said slowly, frowning now. So you've been having a snot-nosed genin follow you around for over a week doing whatever you tell him. That did not sound appealing in the slightest. How did you not tell him to piss off already? How do I explain this? Kurenai thought for a second before shaking her head. It would be easier for her just to experience it. Besides, she wanted to leave. She made enough of a fool of herself in public for the day. Servant. He appeared instantly at her side, head bowed with one arm bent in front of his body like usual. She didn't react at all to his appearance, but a number of people around them gave a start of surprise. Even more stared for the fact that there was now a fully decked out butler in their midst. The heck? Anko said in shock, a hand halfway to kunai. You called, Yuhi-sama, said the butler respectfully. Pay for our meal then return home and draw me a bath. Of course, he said politely, inclining his head once more. If I may, Yuhi-sama. Yes? I notice you didn't eat at all during your time here. Can I prepare you something for after your bath? That would be lovely, thank you, she said with a smile. Seafood. Something heavy, I'm actually pretty hungry. As you wish. Will your friend be joining us? Most likely. Another bow and the butler walked to the nearest server who directed him bemusedly to where he could pay. A minute later he exited the restaurant. You telling me that was yes? And he's been yes. Anko blinked before downing the remainder of her sake bottle in one go. It was hours later that the two Kunoichi finished dinner in Kurenai's conspicuously well-maintained home. Following a long relaxing bath with her friend, they'd been treated to a mixed seafood dinner seasoned with fresh herbs. A simple meal, but done to the usual perfection she'd come to expect of her butler's meals. Anko, never having experienced one before, was predictably blown away. Now the two relaxed on the couch in the living room, Anko still taking in the odd sight around her. In all the time she'd been there the place had never been so well taken care of. I think I can understand your problem, she said finally, but Kurenai was shaking her head. I don't think you do. Anko, he's literally better than Asuma at everything. He's better than any other guy I've dated. He's completely screwing with my expectations of men. I doubt everything, Anko said suggestively with a grin. Kurenai's deadpan did not reassure her at all. Would you believe me if I said I'm afraid to actually know the answer to that question? Anko's grin slid right off of her face as she glanced at the kitchen, where the sounds of cleaning had long since stopped. The butler had disappeared after completing his work as completely as any veteran Anbu. Hey servant. He appeared before she could fully finish the word. I didn't think you would come if I called you, Anko said, unknowingly saying what Kurenai was thinking. The Genjutsu mistress was also determinedly telling herself that there was absolutely positively no fucking reason for her to become even the slightest bit annoyed that her servant had responded to Anko's call, even though he was supposed to be her servant, and you're Yuhi-sama's guest, so I was only being polite and respecting her hospitality to you, the butler explained, inclining his head to Kurenai, who immediately felt her irritation dissipate. Was there something you both needed? Oh right. Anko considered the butler before continuing, if Nai asked you to bang her woe. Anko was cut off as a pillow completely covered her face in an attempt to suffocate her. Kurenai said loudly, pressing the pillow down harder as the woman struggled underneath her. She's obviously had too much sake. Could you bring us some tea? Of course, the butler said, walking back into the kitchen, seemingly unaffected by what had just happened. Pa! Anko gasped for air as Kurenai finally released her. Okay, I probably deserve that. Don't do shit like that. Kurenai hissed. What if she was unable to complete the sentence? For the first time that evening Anko felt genuine pity for her friend. They were best friends though, so she showed it in the only way she knew how. Pa, you are absolutely fucked, aren't you? It's just a few more days, and then it's over, she said, eyes closed as she took a steadying couple of breaths. 3 days. What could possibly happen in 3 days? Anko just gave her a flat look. Kurenai let out a painful moan. The butler served them both tea and it was wonderful. Sakura smiled as she watched the clouds above her temporary home. It was another day of mixed weather in Nami. It could be beautiful one second then raining the next, and as with every other day for the last week, the time-traveling genin found herself with far more time to kill than she'd expected. Some days she guarded Tazuna as he and his small group of workers who hadn't quit yet continued on the bridge, and others she trained with her friends, but all of those days were conspicuously missing one important thing. Gato. There were no threats from Gato's men. No Zabuza trying to kill the bridge builder. No hunter-nin accomplice for an assassination. It was like this timeline forgot that something important was supposed to be happening during this mission. Now she lay against the roof, keeping an ear out for anything out of the ordinary. Rapid approaching footsteps caught her attention far before they came into view, slapping the dirt path in a way that suggested a person running faster than they were comfortable with. Tazuna. Boss. The villager that Sakura hadn't seen before slid to a stop just before the door, narrowly avoiding face planting as he did so. A few seconds later the old man emerged from his home in his work clothing. He'd been preparing to head out to the bridge under her watch again. Now he regarded the newcomer with irritation. "The hell are you doing here, Shimizu?" he said shortly, crossing his burly arms. "Aren't you worried about Gato and his goons?" "It's true you really haven't heard," Shimizu said between long breaths. "Heard about what?" "Gato, he's gone." "What?" Tazuna's shout, loud enough to send birds into flight, nearly made Shimizu jump into the air. He didn't though, due to the slender hand of a young teenage girl holding his wrist in a grip of steel. "Shimizu-san, please tell us everything you know," Sakura said sweetly, making the man gulp audibly as he realized that he couldn't move at all. In no time the other occupants of the house were outside as well. "Rumors about the Kiri civil war ending have been pulling into the dock for the past couple days, but apparently it's true," the man explained quickly. Gato must have known too because he and his enforcers all left right away. His eyes suddenly lit up in a way few did in this village of late. "Pretty soon we'll have trade through here like we did years ago." "If that's true then what are you standing around here for?" Tazuna said, whacking the younger man over the back of the head. "Go get the old crew back together and meet us on the bridge. Unless Gato scared the skills right out of your head." "No, yes boss." As Shimizu ran off, finally freed from Sakura's grip, Ino said, "I don't get it. Why does what he said have anything to do with Gato?" "Leaving? Gato wants to squeeze money out of the village, but not at the cost of getting the attention of someone too big for him to handle," Shikamaru reasoned. "If Nami becomes a hub of trade like it should be again, then there's bound to be someone important who won't like what he's doing." "Makes sense," said Choji. "It is useful information," Asuma mused, scratching at his beard in thought. "Worth passing to the old man for sure. I guess this means we'll be able to leave soon then." "Soon? You can leave now," Tazuna grunted, eyes passing over Team 10. "If I don't need kids following me like ducks to keep me safe, then I don't want them there." "Fair enough," Asuma said with a shrug. "They get paid the same with their mission having been completed." Ino fumed at yet another snub from the old drunk, but it was clear the others just didn't care. Tsunami gave an apologetic smile to the Jonin who just winked back, making her blush. "Team 10, grab your gear and meet me at the dock." As the three genin more than happily moved to obey, Sakura lagged behind, eventually finding herself in the sole presence of the mysterious Haku. She'd been doing laundry with Tsunami and Inari, and even with her sleeves tied above her elbows and hair, not as perfectly straight as usual, she was one of the prettiest girls she'd ever seen in her life. If it weren't for the distinct aura of deadliness she gave off, Sakura would swear she was a sweet-natured civilian. They stood in silence for some time, relaxing in the comfort of the nice weather, until Sakura finally spoke. "Are you sure we haven't met?" she said with a frown, taking in the softly smiling girl. "Really?" She gave the oddest sense of familiarity. "I'm sure I would remember someone like you, Sakura-san," said Haku pointedly, and Sakura couldn't help but smile back. "How long do you plan on staying here with them?" she asked, curious. "Not much longer I imagine," Haku said, taking the moment to smooth out wrinkles in her kimono. "Have a safe trip home." "Thanks, you too." With that said, Sakura left in a shunshin, Haku blinking as she lost track of the young Kunoichi in an instant. "What's with that look? Anything happen?" Haku shook his head, unsurprised by the gruff new arrival. "Gato attempted to back out of the deal and run once he learned of your success in Kiri." A sideways glance was all the indication given the Jonin had even reacted to the news. "And? I collected our contracted payment as initially agreed. Did you leave a message?" "Hi, Zabuza. Good work, kid. Let's get out of this dump," the demon of the mist grunted, turning his back on the village, as he began walking to where he docked his boat. Haku just smiled. "Woo? What's up, Konoha? Your favorite blonde BAMF is back." "Back? Where did you go?" Naruto froze with his arms up in the air, turning to find a group of masked Anbu staring at him from beside a Teaki stand. At the other side of the village. The three Anbu exchanged looks before shaking their heads and vanishing in a poof of smoke. "Hey, kid, the circus called and they want their idiot back," another villager said with a smirk, getting a similar one from his friend. "Why do I look out for this village again?" Naruto mused to himself, absently giving both the one-fingered salute, before taking off in a burst of speed. He wanted to see if he could find Sasuke or Sakura, but first he wanted to do something. It only took a few minutes to reach his destination, the stone head of his father jutting out of the cliff. When he was younger he'd come there to think and dream. Now he used it mainly to reminisce. "I dunno, Dad," he said to himself, looking out at the sprawling vista. "I still can't say you made the right call." It wasn't about being capable. Naruto had always been able to pull through no matter what he did, usually by the skin of his teeth, but still he pulled through. Instead it was about his choices, even more. So now that he had a younger version of his psyche mixed in with his own, there was impulsiveness there that worried him, recklessness that set him on edge. In the end, Sakura and Sasuke had been there to help keep him grounded, but now he was flying through the air like a leaf on the wind. His trip back to Konoha was one of quiet reflection. He wasn't particularly proud of what he decided to do in the end. A part of him still regretted even raising a hand against a fellow Jinchuriki. A part of him felt like Yugura had gotten off easy. There was no doubt that Obito had a hand in the former Mizukage's suicide, but that knowledge was little more than an interesting detail in the grand scheme of things. More significant was the fact that Kiri would be building their strength again, and they were aware of a powerful survivor of Yuzu. It would keep them wary at the very least. I expected something more of your lineage. Goaded as he was by Yugura, Naruto hadn't used any Uzumaki sealing techniques during their fight. He knew a fair few, having collected and trained them in the years following the Fourth War, but to this day he'd never used one in combat. After finally visiting Yuzu, seeing the ruin of his ancestral home, he'd felt decidedly less Uzumaki. It was ironic that after being so frustrated with Sasuke for being so caught up with his clan and its resurrection, things that nearly contributed to the end of the world as they knew it, that Naruto would so suddenly cling to a sense of debt with his own. As a result, he decided not to actively use the Uzumaki techniques he learned. Until he felt that he'd made a good start at rebuilding what had once been. Then his mother had to go and throw that out the window. Palm up, Naruto focused for a second before a small golden chain an inch long seemingly emerged from his hand, swaying lightly in the breeze. Imagine if I'd been able to do this the first time around. It wasn't like he'd become a sudden master of the technique. It was only due to his mother's echo expending all of her chakra that he was able to properly use the chains to their fullest extent, restraining a tailed beast. Now he just had the feeling to go off of, but damn if it wasn't a feeling he liked embracing. Nothing else in his life had ever so strongly reminded him of his mother. The chain dissipated into motes of gold and he stood, finally feeling back to his usual self. For a brief moment he embraced nature chakra and searched the village for his friends. Kakashi was still gone as was Sakura, much to his confusion. The former was likely still on his mission, but where had his pink-haired teammate gotten off to? Sasuke, however, was both in the village and actually fairly closely. In fact, he seemed to be with Kiba, Shino, and Hinata at the moment. What were they up to, he wondered. Seriously, where did Kurenai-sensei find this guy? Kiba said in exhaustion, leaning on his knees to stay upright. He is certainly suspicious, Hinata said between deep breaths. Shino said nothing, but that was because it was Shino. As the three gathered themselves, the stylish butler that stood across from them waited patiently. Though there was a good deal of dirt and dust that had kicked up from the 3-versus-1 fight that had been taking place, the butler's attire was immaculate. Are you ready for your final assessment? The butler asked, and the genin of teammates slowly nodded their assent as they had become accustomed to doing over the last few days. Very well. Shino, you have improved your taijutsu greatly over the last few days, but still. Fall back on your insects far too quickly when overwhelmed. Consider looking into more escape options that won't put your hive at risk. The insect user nodded after a moment of thought, bowed, and walked to the side of the field, where his sensei waited to give her own suggestions. Kiba, your physical offense is very impressive for a genin, but lacks versatility. Consider adding in mid to long-range options, or, the butler added as Kiba made to interrupt, ways to close the distance between you and your opponent that aren't just running fast. Yeah, I'll ask my sister, he said, scratching the back of his head. Come on, Akamaru. Hinata. The girl gave a start as the butler addressed her. Your strengths are clear, and I believe you already know the weakness you possess. Why yes, said the shy genin, eyes cast to the ground. Though the Jukin is powerful, the Hyuga are predictable because of it, as you pointed out repeatedly. Very much so, the butler agreed. Being faster and stronger than your opponent will help any shinobi win their battles, Jukin or not, which makes this a shallow priority for someone with a limited skill set like yours. Expand it. Remember that every weakness you address now is a teammate's life you may save in the future. Hi. Good work you three, you dismissed. Tomorrow we'll get a mission, Kurenai said with a smile, highly pleased with her genin. They'd been working exceptionally hard the past few days, largely in part to her unendingly talented servant stepping in to give some personal training. At a request, of course. Sensei, that guy is just gone. Shino's interruption had them all looking back at the field, which was as empty as when they got there earlier in the day. He's gotta be some weird amber or something, Kiba said after a few seconds. The team let out a collective breath and began their trek home. Or something, thought Kurenai tiredly, staring at the empty training ground. She waited until she was alone before calling out. Servant. Nothing happened. Servant. He did not appear. The sinking feeling in the pit of Kurenai's stomach multiplied as she realized what day it was. What time it was. The 2 weeks had officially ended. Her servant was gone. Sasuke gave a grunt as he stretched. Being in a henge for 2 weeks straight without breaks wasn't the worst thing in the world for someone like him, but it definitely could give you cramps. Sasuke. The Uchiha winced internally. He essentially had gone off the grid for 2 weeks. Sakura was out with Team 10, but he could have at least checked up on Naruto once or twice. "Naruto," he said in greeting as the brightly clad genin ran up to him with a megawatt grin. "Hey, it feels like it's been ages," the blonde said. "What you been up to lately?" "That's a personal project," Sasuke said with a shrug, brushing it off. "I'm trying to secure Jinjutsu training." "Makes sense, not like you can work with someone from your clan," Naruto frowned. "It's fine, I've been training with Team 8 to build some goodwill with their sensei." "Oh, that's a great idea. Kurenai is crazy good at Jinjutsu." Naruto shook off his surprise as Sasuke so readily looking for help in the village for training. He'd long since come to grips with the fact that this version of Sasuke was way more easygoing than the original, but sometimes this kind of stuff caught him off guard. "Yeah, that's why I asked." "Hope she says yes then. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Sakura got off to, do you? I've looked all over the village and can't find her." "Really?" said Sasuke before shaking his head. Trust Naruto to likely spam an army of clones to look for someone in the village instead of just going to the girl's house and asking her parents. "Well, it makes sense, she left with Team 10 on a mission out of the village. I'm sure she'll be back soon though, Kakashi-sensei should be done any day now." "What? I'm the only one who wasn't working with another team. What have you been working on?" Sasuke asked, curious. This Naruto outclassed the one he'd grown up with on many levels, despite being the same #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja. "Hey, I've been trying to up my Uzumaki," Naruto said evasively, still grinning. "I'll show you all when Kakashi-sensei gets back." "Whatever you say," Sasuke said with a shrug. "Dango." Naruto blinked a few times before shaking his head. "I don't know why you're different, but I honestly hope you stay this way," he said, leading the way. Sasuke couldn't help but grin as he fell into step beside him. "Same here, Naruto, same here." The food was good. The company was better. All in all, it was a nice way to shake up what he'd been doing recently. It took him a second to realize why when he'd started walking home that he eventually found himself in front of Kurenai's apartment instead. "Well, I do need to talk to her anyway." The door was unlocked, and he saw her immediately. No time like the present, as they say. He walked over to her and began speaking. "The 2 weeks are over. Our deal is done. Now we can." Sasuke stalled out as he took in the jonin seated on the couch, who was hugging a pillow to her chest. She was openly sobbing. "Are you okay? You've ruined my life." "That's a ridiculous exaggeration. I don't remember how to live properly from before this. I don't see how that's my fault. My expectations for guys are way too high now." "I'll take that as a compliment." Sasuke cast her a flat look. "You didn't have to be that good of a servant. It doesn't even make sense in the first place." Kurenai got to her feet, pointing at the genin with sudden energy. "You caused this entire mess. How do you plan to take responsibility?" Sasuke just put a palm to his face. "You know this isn't that kind of an I'm, right? Huh? Just give me a second." After returning to the village, he honestly tried to do as his blonde brother in all but name encouraged him to. Even more so now that he seemed to have a second chance at it all. Enjoy his life. After nearly 10 years of dedication to nothing but a single-minded vengeance, he had no idea where to begin. Naruto and Sakura changed that. Slowly, gradually, they pulled him out of a dark shell he didn't know he lived within. Years later he could comfortably smile at the antics of his two close friends. Whenever he felt like it, of course. And so playing the mysteriously skilled butler was just another way that he could do something different. Something not rooted in hate and death. How could he have possibly known he'd grow to actually enjoy being around Kurenai? For the detached attitude she'd failed to maintain over the last 2 weeks, he found out more about her than he had about anyone else in over 2 decades of life. In his effort to sell the act he'd learned her habits, dedicated himself to improving her life, and came out of it feeling somewhat fond of the woman. It's an idea, but would she want to do it? On a certain level it seemed impossible. He was barely 13. The fully grown version of him she'd gotten used to was a henge, nothing more. But it was nice. He felt a little taste of contentment that usually he could only get by spending time around his two friends. "So, move in with me." Whatever comedy act Kurenai had been in the throes of suddenly died a swift death. "Move in with you?" she repeated slowly. "Become my housemate," he clarified. "I'll keep doing a bunch of things like I have been, but as a favor to us living together. In return you have to stay there for at minimum the duration that you teach me everything you know about Jinjutsu. Of course," he added to her. "Silent look, you can go back to how things were before our agreement in the tree. You will still be teaching me Jinjutsu regardless. I did what you asked after all." Fun aside, he absolutely needed this strength to accomplish his goals. Silence stretched on as Kurenai considered the genin with a frown, sounds of birds outside her window, reminding everyone of the warm months that were still to come. "What about this place?" "Too small for both of us," said Sasuke. "I wouldn't ask for rent or anything, I own my home, so you can still keep this place without issue." He motioned to the door with an open hand. "Would you like to see it?" Naruto whistled to himself as he walked about the village after splitting up from Sasuke. He was, surprisingly, out of things to do for once. Oh sure, there was plenty to do, but he'd never been the most patient person if it didn't have to do with training. Hey Naruto. Here for a bowl. Seriously, he needed to stop walking to Ichiraku's when his mind wandered. The idea of being even a little predictable gave him shivers. Hey Ni-chan, why not? He replied, pulling himself onto his favorite stool. Am just gave him a wide smile before moving to make his food. Well now, there's my best customer. We've been missing you recently. Tsuchi emerged from the back rooms with a wooden box in his arms. How's it been, Naruto? Great, old man. Naruto answered in cheer. Kakashi-sensei should be done with his mission really soon, and then Team 7 is back in action. Still have today off though. How's business? Booming. The man said, equally cheerful. The way things are now, I'll have a store twice this size in a couple years. Maybe when there's a bit more space behind the counter you'll come spend some time back here yourself. Dad, I'm not marrying Naruto, Am said in a deadpan, much to her father's chagrin, placing a bowl in front of the genin. No offense, Naruto. None taken, he said with a lazy hand wave, already focused on his food. Am just continued on regardless, rolling right over whatever her father had begun saying as well. He doesn't have any family to support him. Ouch, but pretty true. Or money. Slip also true. And no one in the village likes him. It's bad enough for business that we let him eat here. Gulp, me. Besides, odds are I'd be widowed before even having 2 kids. You know how risky it is to be with a shinobi. Really starting to forget why I come here all the time. Well, he'd protect you with his life, Tsuchi said finally. Naruto paused his eating for a moment to take a glance at a cat lazing on the other side of the street, face turned to the ramen shop. Looking away, its ears twitched momentarily in a signal the genin knew well. No issues. Already am, he said, now continuing his meal. Am just giggled, giving him an incredibly fond smile. Okay, I give up, Tsuchi sighed, shaking his head as he walked off. I'll be cleaning in the back if you need me. Am just watched him go with a shake of her head. Give him a month, he'll try again. Can't blame him, really, Naruto said in understanding, putting his chopsticks next to the empty bowl. He nodded contentedly, eyes closed. I'm pretty much top of the list, wherever you go. You don't say. Am smiled, happy to humor him as she got him another serving. Sure, she wasn't really interested in marrying the village outcast, but that didn't mean she didn't love him all the same. In a little brotherly run who's also got a world-ending fox demon inside him kind of way of course. He also really would beat the ever-living shit out of anyone that messed with her dad. Had done it too. It suffice to say they were quite safe in the day-to-day. I mean, most of those girls just don't know it yet, but I can say with absolute certainty there's at least one girl in this village who only got eyes for this guy, he continued, thumbing himself in the chest. I think. Not that he had any idea really what to do with it. Having his emotions severely mixed around with his 12-year-old self aside, Hinata was the only person in this new timeline that he was hesitant to interact with. They'd been dating for a few years. When the time skip back happened, and in that time their relationship had unfolded into something that a regular couple might accept as very close friends. With Hinata's demeanor, and his lack of knowledge about anything that wasn't a Rasengan, there had been more than a few bumps along the way, but it was clear to each other that they cared. It was nice in a way neither had really experienced before. Heck, it probably wasn't long until they tried to start a family. If anyone were to ask, they'd probably think he was grateful at the opportunity to jumpstart their relationship. To build a stronger one that he liked even more. But they weren't the same person. The Hinata he'd come to like was the girl who'd grown up with him. The girl who'd survived the Fourth Shinobi War and buried so many of her clan. The girl who he'd gone on dozens of missions with and grown close to. The girl who'd grown past her insecurities into someone fierce but still so gentle and caring. The girl who genuinely accepted his being a Jinchuriki and wasn't afraid of being in a relationship with one. The Sonata, for all her potential, was not that girl. If he tried to force her along she wouldn't be that girl. Faced with that, he couldn't think of her as anything but long gone, just like everyone else he knew. It was the only way he'd been able to move past it all. Back off, asshole. Am and Naruto exchanged a blinking look before turning as one to face the source of the commotion. Lo and behold, the object of his thoughts was standing amidst the other genin of her team in the middle of the road. Shino was a bit off to the side while Kiba stood directly in front of Hinata, teeth bared at who Naruto instantly recognized as Guy's Team 9. Lee and Tenten were standing a bit back, both tense, while Niji stood impassively in front of Kiba. His pale eyes showed nothing but contempt for everything in front of him. Remove yourself from my sight, mongrel, the boy said coolly. You have no business meddling in something that does not concern you. Kiba, please it's, but Hinata's small voice was instantly drowned out by Kiba's. No way. He snapped, causing the girl to flinch back a bit. Listen fuckface, I don't care who you are. No one talks to my teammates like that. Does clan business mean nothing to the Inuzaka? I will say it once more. Remove yourself before I do it for you. If anything, Kiba became even more enraged. Small bursts of chakra emanated from his body as his control slipped. Try it, you white-eyed ba. The word was only half out of Kiba's mouth when he was suddenly choking. His eyes widened marginally as he realized he'd been struck in the middle of his chest with an open palm. Staggering back into Hinata, he raggedly caught his breath, eyes refocusing on the Hyuga in front of him. Niji had barely moved, only a single hand extended in front of him, indicating he'd attacked at all. Niji, Nai-san. Hinata cried in shock. Continue to insult me, and I will be forced to further correct your behavior. Naruto turned away from the scene with a sigh, his gaze once more falling upon the wonderful Raymond he'd been making sweet love to not a moment before. He really didn't want to deal with Niji just yet, and it was still his day off. Shino, no. Please stop. Naruto's eyelid twitched. Twice. Ni-chan, I'll be right back, I promise, he grumbled to the girl behind the counter. To this she just smiled. I'll keep it warm for you, Naruto. If only every girl were as nice as Ni-chan, he thought absently, turning to hop off the stool. It seemed as though the two teams were squaring up for an actual fight. Except Hinata, of course. She seemed overwhelmed by the entire series of events. Tenten and Lee, as much as they might ever disagree with anything Niji did, would never leave him to fight alone if threatened. Hey, cut it out. The tension, which was rather thick, stalled out somewhat at the new voice. Naruto moved next to the two teams, not putting his back to either, though he kept his eyes on Niji. Then Naruto. Hinata's surprised voice carried easily over Kaba's low growl. How about we try not to kill each other right next to my favorite place to eat, the orange-clad Genin said lightly, jerking his thumb at Ichiraku Ramen. Another nuisance, Niji muttered, pale eyes barely acknowledging his presence. Hinata-sama, Hiyashi-sama would be disappointed to see the type of people you are surrounding yourself. We are all East Shinobi, Naruto interrupted flatly. Whatever you think, that fact won't ever change. And yet your fate will always be that of the second-rate. Less. Oh man, I can't believe people let you walk around like this, Naruto muttered to himself, pinching the bridge of his nose. I honestly forgot how much of a pain in the ass you used to be. I don't really want to right now, but I'll take you back to school if I need to. But drop out like you couldn't touch a hair on my head. What was that? This last comment was directed right to Niji's face. Translation. Naruto slapped Niji across the face. Now, to be fair, it was a very light slap. The Hyuga probably barely felt any pain from it whatsoever. However, the fact that he'd been slapped was no less real, as evident by the utter shock in his expression. Lee? I know. Lee? I know. But he just got slapped. I know, Tenten. Across the face. I saw it, I saw it. What's wrong, Niji? Naruto leaned in with a shit-eating grin on his face. Didn't see it coming. A flash of rage crossed the Genin's face, and he reached to grab the infuriating blonde by the scruff of his shirt, only to suddenly find himself on his back with said blonde staring down at him. The foot that rested on his chest felt like lead. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Look, said Naruto with a sigh, ignoring the shocked expressions around him. I don't know why you're so angry all the time, but stop taking it out on Hinata so much. Take it from the orphan, treat your family better. You don't know anything, Niji bit out, scowling at him. Nothing about my family. Nothing about what I've been forced to sacrifice for my family. The word was bit out with a sneer. You really want to talk to me about sacrifice? Naruto's shadowed face seemed almost made from stone before it passed, and a tired and frustrated expression replaced it. You know, I remember you from when we first joined the academy, Niji. I looked up to you as someone who was always so strong. No one could take you down, and you graduated top of the class while I failed. Now look at you under my foot. He leaned in on it momentarily for emphasis. You want to bend over and let the world make you its bitch? Fine. Just don't take it out on your friends. Naruto stepped back, reaching down and pulling the speechless Hyuga to his feet. Satisfied he hadn't left any damage on the Genin, the blonde turned to the other members of Team 9. Haley, Tenten, sorry about this, Naruto apologized, giving the two dumbstruck Genin a nod. I'm glad you three are still a team. Let's train together sometime. Bye everyone. Remember, no fighting in front of Ichiraku Ramen. With that he waved them off and returned to the Ramen booth with a look of pure joy on his face. Lee? Yes, Tenten. What the heck just happened? I honestly do not know. Kakashi. Welcome back. A collective assortment of greetings met him as he joined the tables of Jonin with drinks in front of them. Most turned back to their conversations, but some broke off for a more personal greeting. My eternal rival. Guy clapped the copy ninja on the shoulder and handed him a drink that Kakashi looked down at with a single raised eyebrow. Your mission was a success, yes. Ha. Ha ha ha. Guy laughed cheerily, during which Kakashi handed the drink to a nearby drunk patron. They downed it in one, and almost immediately went unresponsive, slumping on their table. That hip attitude again. Welcome back, my friend. You know, I'm almost sad that you're back, Asuma said, surprising the Jonin. Sakura from your team has been tagging along with mine for the last 2 weeks for fun, I guess. Guy, I know you think that Hyuga from your team is the strongest genin in the village, but Kakashi's girl would serve his ass for dinner any day. She's like a little Anbu or something. Anbu? Kakashi said bemusedly. I can't help but disagree, Guy said boisterously, shaking his head while simultaneously drinking his tea. The group of Jonin watched unblinkingly as he somehow did so without spilling a drop. If there is one who could beat Niji, then it can only be young Naruto Uzumaki. I witnessed a most unyouthful interaction between the two, but Naruto won and ended their confrontation handily. It was an impressive display of strength. He did. This time Kakashi turned his blinking eye to Guy. You're both wrong. Everyone turned to Kurenai, who was seated on a tall stool with her legs crossed, a drink far larger than any of theirs in her hand. It's Uchiha on his team that's the strongest by far. He has outrageous shinobi skills, she said quickly, coughing before downing most of her glass. They all watched her with slightly raised eyebrows as she looked into the glass, finished it, then said something under her breath that sounded like "What is my life?" Hi. What the heck happened while he was gone? Author's note. Here you go folks. A quick one this time. I had parts of it worked out before the last one even got published. Let me know what you think. Is it still fun? Losing its charm? Getting better? You decide, and I'll keep doing what I want anyway. After the last chapter, some people asked me why Naruto didn't save Yugura, instead of trying to kill him. I mean, they were both Jinchuriki and worked together briefly, but Yugura was still a horrible person from Kiri, so I made my choice. I feel like I had something else to say but I forgot. Oh well, thanks for reading everyone. What are those? Chapter 10. What are those things coming out of your hands? It was to a bright and sunny day that Team 7 gathered once more at Training Ground 3. Each was eager to see their team reunited, so naturally with their meeting set for 8 in the morning, they all got there at 11. Sensei. Welcome back. Sakura called brightly as he approached the waiting trio. Naruto was radiating excitement, and Sasuke leaned calmly against a nearby tree. It's about time, said the blonde. I don't know what I'd have done with even more free time. Seriously, he used his 2 weeks to support a coup. Imagine if he'd had a month. Hello my cute genin, Kakashi said with a smile, raising a hand in greeting as he tucked away his little orange book. You all look well. We powered up Kakashi-sensei. Naruto boasted, nodding smugly. You wouldn't believe how good we are. You'd be surprised, apparently you're the talk of my fellow Jonin, the copy ninja said. You've left quite the impression while I was gone. She's not still at the bar, is she? Sasuke said with a sigh, to which Kakashi shrugged. Head hung, the Uchiha made a single shadow clone who walked back to the village proper. Don't ask, he added to his teammates' confusion. Right. Anyway, sensei, how was your mission? Easiest rank I've ever gotten, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Well that's good, we can't have a pushover for sensei, Naruto said seriously, nodding repeatedly, only to find himself buried in the dirt up to his neck a moment later. Okay, I'll stop. Kakashi-sensei, now that you're back you said you would show us something nice, Sakura said, never one to forget a conversation. Of course none of them had forgotten. It was one of the reasons they'd made sure to have something new to show. Free training was hard to pass up, particularly when you were looking for any excuse to act a little less like a weak genin. Or a strong genin for that matter. If you show me something first, the Jonin countered. He stretched before taking a seat on one of the training posts. Let's see what you've got. Sakura, would you like to go first? Sure. Sakura moved to the front as the other 2 genin took seats as well. You all know one of my biggest strengths is my chakra control, she began, getting nods from the 3 of them. I want to use that to its fullest, and also help my team. So on my own I've been looking into medical jutsu. Whoa, that's awesome. Naruto exclaimed. If anyone could do that you could. Sakura smiled at him. He really looked blown away at the idea. He's so sweet. You're saying you learned some healing med jutsu? Sasuke said, eyebrows raised. No? She said, giving him an odd look. Did he think she was some kind of super genius to just figure that stuff out on her own? I'll need a teacher to learn medical jutsu. Mom said most mednin train for years before they're allowed to go into the field. Years and years that I really hopefully can cut down this time stupid fish training. Right. Anyway, Sakura continued. Since I'm still looking for someone to teach me, I've just been coming up with all sorts of ways to strengthen my chakra control, and I found something neat while experimenting. She held up her demonstration, a small stone, between her thumb and first finger. And crushed it. It's actually pretty hard, she continued, pulling out a slightly larger stone from her pocket and holding it out in her palm. Like I'm pushing and pulling at the same time. It's pinpoint but also everywhere, and then there's this little snap. She offered in thought, crushing the rock into fragments and stone dust. She dusted her hands and looked up to find all 3 members of her audience, watching her from a considerably larger distance than earlier with slightly pale faces. Kakashi pulled his forehead protector back over his Sharingan eye, having watched the demonstration with it. I've only ever seen one other person who could do that. You're becoming a scary kunoichi, Sakura, he said finally. Did I pass, Kakashi-sensei? She asked. When he nodded she held up 2 fingers in a V, sticking out her tongue at her teammates. Top that, Shanro. only to clap both hands over her mouth in horror. "New? I got rid of that years ago. Why?" It didn't help that Naruto was openly laughing, Kakashi was chuckling, and Sasuke was clearly hiding a grin. Eyelid twitching, she walked over to Sasuke and tossed him to the front, taking his seat. "Your turn, Broody." "Yes, I am." Kakashi cleared his throat. "What do you have to show us?" "Just these," he said coolly, dusting himself off and pointing to his eyes. Instead of their usual color, they were blood red with 3 tomo in each. "Sharingan." Sakura shot up from her seat, annoyance long gone. "Are you okay?" "Am I okay? What do you mean?" Sasuke asked in confusion, taking in the reactions of the other two. Kakashi looked like he'd expected it, while Naruto looked contemplative. What was he thinking about? When we studied Taijutsu in the academy, one of the things I read was that it usually takes trauma to have one. A hollow laugh filled the training ground, and it took a second for Sasuke to realize it was coming from him. It would be just like Sakura to have read something like that. "Sorry, that's more accurate than it isn't," he admitted. "To be honest, I've had these for years, I've just been improving them. You can probably guess when I got them. That should keep anyone from prying too much. Anyway, sensei, is that good or do I need more?" "Well, technically you cheated, but I'll let it slide," the Jonin said with a shrug. "Now that I know you have your eyes, we can talk about it later. I may not be an Uchiha, but I do know a thing or two. Naruto. Got something that tops the Sharingan or super strength." He joked. "Just these." 2 golden chains wrapped around Kakashi, pinning his arms to his side. All eyes, as white as they could go, followed them to the hands of their creator, who stood with a smirk on his face. Sakura was the first to break. "Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me, what the fuck is that?" "Kushina-senpai's chains." Kakashi squeaked. "Is this what you meant by upping your Uzumaki?" Sasuke said slowly. His eyes, still with active Sharingan, were taking in the very, very dense chakra that was in those chains. "That's right," Naruto said with a defiant grin. "I'm Naruto Yuzu. Fucking Maki and the world will know it." The chains dissipated, and suddenly the Naruto they were used to was back. "But yeah, when I showed Hokage Jai, he said that this was something my mom used to be able to do, and now me too. It's cool, right?" "Cool," he said. Sakura sighed with a smile. For all his incredible skill, this Naruto was still a Naruto through and through. "Are they hard to use?" "Mostly, yeah," Naruto affirmed, turning slightly to the side to show a number of chains that had poked through his clothing at his lower back. "It's easier to use them like a tail though. Isn't that weird?" No, not at all," chorused the other members of Team 7, shaking their heads. The blonde grinned at the group and dispersed the remaining chains, slapping a hand to his face as he took in the holes in the back of his jumpsuit. "Son of a anyway, I don't know if it's better than what they did to be honest," he said, scratching his chin. Jai's being difficult about telling me what my mom could do with them." "Fair enough," Sasuke said, not about to argue. Not with the genin who pulled what Karen had called the Uzumaki's unofficial Kekkei Genkai out of his ass. "Ceiling," Kakashi answered in a monotone, deadpanning at the blonde. "Offense, defense, hanging people upside down by their ankles, whipping at you because you aren't completing your obstacle course fast enough, trying to choke you because the user had anger issues, and like to take out her frustrations on children." Sensei, are you okay?" "What?" Kakashi blinked and looked around at the 3 genin who were regarding him apprehensively. He smiled warmly at them. "Oh, I'm fine, just being a bit nostalgic." "That is not the right use for that word, sensei." "So, Kakashi-sensei. You pass. Please stop doing things that break my hold on reality," he said, waving away their words with a hand. "Now, come. Here." Kakashi beckoned them all over and held up a square piece of paper that genin recognized well. "Here's your reward. You're all too advanced not to know your chakra affinities if you don't already," he added as an afterthought. "After we see what you all have, I'll teach you a couple jutsu for each. This should improve the team's level by quite a bit. Any guesses?" "Fire, for sure," said Sasuke confidently. "Everyone in my clan had fire." "Earth jutsu come pretty easy for me," Sakura offered. "I have no idea what you're talking about," said Naruto with a hapless grin. "Naruto?" While Sakura launched into a simplified explanation of chakra elements, Sasuke took a moment to pray that nothing weird happened in the next few moments. He knew how this version of Sakura and Naruto would end up, but he at the very least had experience using quite a few extreme powers. He hadn't used the chakra paper in a very long time, and now he was getting a bit nervous. If it looks like anything crazy, I'll just torch it." "Ooh," Naruto said with a nod, placing a fist in his open palm. "That makes sense, but I don't know why people use so many big words for stuff." "But I only used small words on purpose," Sakura deadpanned. Kakashi intervened before the conversation could continue any further. "Well then, with that out of the way, let's see how our team is balanced. Push some chakra into one of these, please." The 3 genin each took a piece of chakra paper, leaving Kakashi with one, and as a group channeled chakra into each. Sasuke's paper became wrinkled before catching fire. Sakura's paper became dusty and crumbled away. Naruto's paper split in half before each piece became damp. Kakashi's paper became wrinkled. Interesting, said the Jonin, looking between the three genin. It seems we have all the base elements covered. Even wine, that's pretty rare in this village. Water. No one said it, but for the three genin, they were all thinking it. There was an additional element there that shouldn't have been. Mom, you had a water affinity, didn't you? Naruto thought with realization. First the chains and then this. This will help the team deal with any opponent, said Sasuke in satisfaction. We'll also be able to do combination attacks and maneuvers. One thing at a time, Sasuke Kakashi said with a smile, though they all knew he was thinking the same thing. For now though, we're going for a walk while I talk to you about something. Come on. With that he pulled out his little orange book and started walking back to the village proper. The three genin exchanged confused looks before jogging to catch up to the masked Jonin. He said there was something you wanted to talk to us about. Naruto asked as they reached him. Yes, this year's Chunin exam is coming up and... I'll pass, interrupted Sasuke, shaking his head. I want to train much more before I might need to shoulder greater responsibilities. Sasuke has a point, said Sakura with a thoughtful frown. We've only been genin for a little while. It would make more sense to train under Kakashi-sensei for as much as we can, we'll only come out of it stronger. I do want to do it, Naruto said with his eyes closed, but you guys are right. Besides, if any of us became Chunin we'd probably not be able to team up anymore. At least not as easily. That was the last thing any of them wanted. Become Chunin. Kakashi looked at them in confusion before realization crossed his face. Oh, I see, you thought I was going to recommend Team 7 for the Chunin exams. You three aren't taking the Chunin exams. What? Do you practice that? The Jonin grumbled, wincing at the volume as he dug a pinky in his ear. And what's the problem? You all just agreed you don't want to take them. What do you mean we aren't taking the Chunin exams? Sakura repeated, ignoring the comment. You don't want us to. She hated the hurt in her voice that she knew was there, even if the others didn't. Did Kakashi really not think that they could handle it, despite how strong the team was this time? Despite what she put into her time as a genin once again? To be honest, I agree with all three of you, the Jonin explained, smiling at her kindly. It might be a bit selfish of me, but despite how strong you all are, I'd rather keep you as my genin for a bit longer. Great, now her eyes were stinging. More importantly, Team 7 has a mission that will be happening during the exam. We do? Naruto squinted at his sensei in confusion. Wasn't the exam still around a month away? Missions weren't usually planned ahead like that, especially for genin. Yes, we're meeting the Hokage for the briefing. When? Asked Sasuke. Right now. The feeling of being carried on another's back is one not easily forgotten, no matter how infrequently it has happened over an individual's life. For Kurenai, he never let another person get close enough to touch her in general, unless wanted. Of course, it was a distinctly odd feeling to wake up to. She reacted as any trained Kunoichi would, moving to at minimum incapacitate whoever was carrying her, but froze as a familiar voice addressed her. Relax, it's me. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't knock you out and leave you face down in a river. Because his hands were definitely hooked under her butt to keep her aloft as they moved through the village streets. Well, I'm a clone, so if you try you'll get dumped on the ground. Besides, I'm the one who has everyone around us in a genjutsu, so they won't see a genin carrying a jonin home from the bar she spent the night at. Admittedly, it was a very good reason, though she might have still had him if he weren't a clone. Also, she had a savage hangover. Shouldn't you be with your team? He continued to ask her, apparently unconcerned with their positions. Shouldn't you be with yours? She countered, allowing her chin to rest on his shoulder. Holding it upright was just making the throbbing worse, and he was being remarkably light on his feet. She could barely tell he was walking in the first place. I am with my team, he said. Clone, remember? Well. Kurenai let out a grunt of annoyance, and took in the oblivious people they were walking past. It was an impressive genjutsu. I gave them the day off so I could sulk in peace. You're ruining that plan, by the way. Why did you come to me for genjutsu help if you're this good already? She said in annoyance. You don't need me at all. I'm not looking to be good at genjutsu, Sasuke said with a snort of amusement. My brother is possibly one of the best genjutsu users in the world, and you get compared to him. Frequently. That's the level I'm trying to reach, and nothing below that is acceptable. He angled his face just enough, so she caught sight of his bright Sharingan eyes. For that you are needed. Kurenai turned away, watching the villagers once more. Whatever, make me a bath, would you? We can talk about genjutsu when I feel human again. She didn't see it, but she could hear the slight grin in his voice. Hi, Yuhi-sama. Stupid Uchiha brat. Team 7, it's nice to see you all together once again. Sakura tried not to fidget as the Hokage smiled at them from behind his desk. It wasn't that she got nervous being near Hokage. Training under Tsunade ripped off that band-aid with all the subtlety of a Shinra Tensei. It was just that she'd never really spoken directly with the man who'd lost his life during her first Chunin exam. He visited the academy frequently over the course of her life, and she'd greeted him frequently at the mission counter, but she'd never been the focus like she was now. Hi, Hokage-sama. Daijai, you have a mission for us. Naruto blurted, never the patient one. What about the exam? Think you're ready to become Chunin, do you? The Sandaime asked with a smile. What about your teammates? They're totally good enough, Naruto said without hesitation. As I understand it, though, none of you are interested in competing. The three genin looked at Kakashi, who shrugged. Daijai, are you spying on people with that bull again? Naruto accused. Don't be silly, the Hokage laughed, not so subtly, pushing the bottom drawer of his desk closed with a foot. In any case, I apologize if this disrupts your hopes surrounding the upcoming Chunin exam, but the village has need of Team 7 for the duration of the event. So we really wouldn't be entering, said Sasuke, frowning as he considered the repercussions of this. It was one thing to not join the exam but be around for the fallout. It was another thing entirely to be out on a mission and miss the invasion. I never said that, the Hokage said, leaning back in his seat. On the contrary, your mission is the Chunin exam. What do you mean? Asked Sakura as the boys looked at him in confusion. Kakashi, for once, waited patiently without looking for something to read. The Hokage looked around briefly, and the three could tell that the on-duty Anbu hidden around the room had retreated to give them privacy. Before I begin the briefing, understand that this mission is a matter of utmost secrecy. Only the people in this room will know the details of your mission. Hi, Hokage-sama. The three chorused, feeling the shift in tone the man used. Good. We have reason to believe that the village will be attacked at some point during the exam, the Sandaime explained, earning himself wide-eyed expressions from all three genin. Chunin exams have always been traditionally times of vulnerability in whichever village is hosting. Add to that fact our relationships with Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri have been tenuous over the past decade, and as a result we've typically only seen genin teams attending from our allies, Suna and other much smaller lands near our borders. His expression shifted to a frown. This has recently changed. The Sandaime leaned back in his seat, crossing his hands out of what could only be habit as he continued to address them. Thanks to intel brought by Sakura and Team 10 from their last mission to Nami, as well as recent developments, we know that Kiri's civil war has come to a close with a new Mizukage taking the seat. She has recently messaged us her intention to send a single team to our Chunin exams. Be it 1 team or 20, this means that another Kage will join me in watching the final event of the exam, as well as other guests who travel to watch them compete. They're weak, Sasuke said, drawing everyone's attention to him. They're probably looking for some kind of alliance until they recover from so much infighting. Yes, the Hokage said with a thoughtful expression. I agree, this is more than likely the Mizukage's aim. Mei Chirumi has always been known for her leadership skills and dedication to her people. That said, we can't discount that she led the coup against the previous Mizukage. War is in her blood and we cannot discount the threat she brings. The Hokage moved aside a small stack of papers to expose a folder with a symbol the three instantly recognized printed on the front. The new shinobi village, Atogakure, has established itself recently and is looking to send a team to the exam. We are awaiting more intel about them, but they have grown too fast for there to not be something more to them. Additionally, in my recent attempts to communicate with the Kazekage, the exchanges have fell off. Their daimyo has also sent many missions to the Land of Fire in the past year. This is problematic. So what do you want us to do? Asked Naruto. Internally his mind was a jumble. He didn't want his Jai to die. The old man had done so much for him over the years where no one else would, and even though it was mainly because he was the village Jinchuriki, it didn't take away the bond they shared. It was nearly painful to find out that the old man had actually known that something was up before the exam started. That even after realizing Orochimaru was behind it all, he would still rather face his death if it meant confronting his old student once more. Pushing back in his seat, the Hokage stood. Against the brightly lit village the old man caught a sharp and dark silhouette. You three will infiltrate the Chunin exam as a competing genin team, while simultaneously keeping tabs on persons of interest. The Sandaime tapped a folder on his desk briefly. There will be multiple times throughout the event that we cannot intervene without it reflecting poorly on the village as a whole or at worst spark war. The genin candidates in particular are untouchable. To each other however, Chunin exams have never been known to be particularly peaceful. Well, that was one way of putting it. What about Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, looking over at the Jonin. You report to me, but otherwise I'll be unavailable, he said. As for who leads the mission, Sasuke should lead. Sakura should lead. Naruto should lead. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke exchanged blinking looks as they all pointed to someone different. Sasuke stays the calmest in bad situations, said Sakura, defending her choice. You have the best strategies by far, Naruto countered, doing the same. And you are the best at dealing with people, Sasuke interjected, pointing to the blonde. All fair points, Kakashi said, his mask hiding his smile, which is why I will let you three decide your chain of command for the mission as you've been doing. Alright, I guess we can talk about it later, said Sasuke, the other two shrugging in agreement. What information do we have for the mission? As much as we have on the teams I want you to be keeping tabs on, answered the Hokage. So the team from Kiri, the team from Odo, and... One of the teams from Suna is made up of the Kazukige's children. I would like you to target them. Understood. What about the exam? You won't be provided anything directly about the structure of the exam, simply so you can experience it as genuinely as possible. It goes without saying that you will need to make it all the way to the end, so failing any portion of the exam is equivalent to failing this mission. Yeah, that makes sense, Naruto said with a sigh. Sure, he knew what was coming up, but it would be cool to be told before anyway. If that is all the questions you have, then you're dismissed. Kakashi will deliver the intel we've gathered at a later date. Keep an eye out over the next month as the village gets more and more visitors. Though the Chunin exam is a month away, your mission starts now. As they made to leave, Sakura and Sasuke noticed one member of the team who still stood facing the Hokage's desk. I'll catch up, I want to talk to Jai about something, Naruto said, only barely meeting their gazes over his shoulder. It's gotta be the fox, the two thought. Alright, we'll be back at our training ground working on new techniques, said Kakashi, nose already buried in his book. The door soon shut behind them, leaving the Hokage and Genin alone. Silence stretched for a minute before either spoke. Jai, you said you'd help me with the Kyuubi. Of course. You will have it soon, the old man said reassuringly. We've just been waiting for the right person to be available. Sorry, I just don't like waiting. I know, the Hokage chuckled. He waited for a few moments before continuing. One of the reasons you are targeting the Kazukige's children is that one of them is almost certainly a host like yourself. Silence followed this as Naruto looked down at his hands. Do you think we could become friends? A moment of surprise passed over the Hokage's face before it was replaced by an expression of far too many emotions to properly read. Jinchuriki are almost universally feared by the people they protect. They all without question go through hardship few can begin to understand. That said, if anyone can, I believe it would be you. Naruto, he said, his voice belying the unwavering confidence he had in the blonde genin. You've recently shown me your maturity, and despite everything you've experienced you've grown up well. Your parents would be proud of you, as I am. It was like having sunshine directly injected into his bloodstream. Thanks, Jai, he said in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, I should get back to my team. And stop peeping on people with that thing. He called over his shoulder as he dashed from the room. Ears and Sarutobi gave a great sigh as he leaned back in his seat, his eyes falling on the distant stone face of the fourth Hokage. You really would be proud, Minato. You really would be. Author's note. And complete. Short this time, and I apologize for that, but it just didn't feel right to keep going with this one. Next time we'll get things moving along further. Hope you enjoyed the scenes. Let me know what you think and any particular part of the Chunin exam you might be looking forward to. Side notes. I realized that in the canon Naruto plus Hinata and Sasuke plus Sakura got kicked off fairly soon after the Fourth War, and what I've written doesn't exactly reflect that. In my mind the characters were in their earlier 20s when they time skipped back, but not significantly into their relationships to the point of marriage or children. A thought on the three. Though I haven't gotten any questions about this, I have wondered if anyone's thought about why Naruto is so concerned with losing people in the past life, and Sasuke and Sakura have not really thought about it too much. I feel like this is because Naruto's story was so deeply centered around him forging bonds between him and a whole bunch of other people, while Sakura and Sasuke have focused way more on understanding themselves and what was important for each of them. To that end, Sasuke and Sakura have a lot more regrets about the past, and are much more at ease with redoing it and having a better life as opposed to Naruto, who really just misses all of his friends. Don't get me wrong, Naruto is definitely happy that he's getting the opportunity to have a much better relationship with Sasuke and Sakura this time around, but it still eats at him that he doesn't have a relationship with anyone else when he's made so many friends over the course of his previous life. Step up to the starting line. Chapter 11. Step up to the starting line. Naruto walked at a sedate pace as he made his way back to Training Ground 3, hands behind his head, eyes on the clouds that drifted aimlessly above. He was eager to get back to his team. They were all learning new jutsu from Kakashi-sensei for their elemental affinities, one of which was entirely new to him, and the prospect was enough to have even the old version of him jumping for joy. That said, he couldn't bring himself to move any faster than a civilian's walk, not with so much going through his mind. Dara was on his way. Not at that moment, of course. Visiting teams for the Chunin exam tended to arrive up to a week before the beginning of it. But the few weeks he had before his friend actually did show up felt like moments away. It was frustrating because while Naruto knew that he'd be able to help Gaara see the light once the invasion was underway, he really wanted to try and prevent it from happening in the first place. He was trying to save his Jai after all. Also, Shikaku was just shy of driving the team mad. Worthless Tanuki. A blink and Naruto sat before the biggest friend he had. Literally the biggest. Seriously? He said in a deadpan to the fox. You've been giving me the cold shoulder since we came back from Kiri, and the first thing you say is to insult your little brother. That one-tailed rat is an embarrassment to the Bijuu, Kurama said with a scowl. And you are delusional. I do not give miniature life forms such as yourself the cold shoulder. Stop deflecting, I thought we became friends. Naruto complained. In a moment Naruto had been snatched up by a hand that engulfed him up to his neck, brought within feet of one of the fox's intense eyes. That was before you began using those damn chains. He snapped. Naruto slapped his forehead in realization. Or at least he would have if he could move either of his arms. Ooh, he said in understanding. Mom used to chain you up. I totally forgot about that. Running her through with my tail is a memory that will keep me smiling for at least another century. Okay, not cool Kurama. Naruto said angrily. Watch it. What are you going to do about it, brat? Naruto squirmed until one of his arms popped free, and he pointed at the Titan Fox. I'll kick your ass. I'd like to see you try, worm. Meanwhile outside of Naruto's head, mommy, why is he standing like that? Don't stare, sweetie. The boy was standing in the middle of the road, unmoving, his head leaning back limply with a blank expression on his face. Drool escaped the side of his mouth where the tip of his tongue just passed his lips. If anyone close enough, and I can assure you, no one did, they would have heard a low ooh emanating from his mouth. Anyway, the forest clearing was, surprisingly, unchanged by the brief chaos that took place within it. Kurama grunted in frustration as he let out a hurricane of a sigh. Perspective was important, even to a sentient mass of chakra in the shape of a colossal fox with man hands. Even if that perspective happened to be upside down at the moment. A muffled shout had the giant fox grunt once more, this time as he rolled over into a seated position. A blond human was pressed into the ground where his back had been. Thanks, Naruto said dully, prying himself out of the earth. We good. Whatever. They'd thought wasn't quite the word, but it did well enough to describe the situation. Regardless, it didn't take long for them to reach an understanding. Naruto knew that Kurama was still his friend. Kurama knew that Naruto was a grade A certified moron. A moron who still genuinely believed they were good friends. Let's plan for when Shukaku shows up, Naruto said, stretching with a series of pops from his back. I should have a little training by then so we can start really working together from now on. Right. Just do it while you're walking, before someone declares you brain dead. Not that they'd be wrong. Yeah. So, what do you think? Here's and Sir Toby considered the man who sat in front of his desk, watching the crystal ball that contained a blonde genin in orange, excitedly meeting back up with his team. The man watched for another few seconds before tapping the ball twice, causing the image to vanish. I don't know what you expect, sensei, the man said with a sigh. He got to his feet with a grunt that belied his age. I haven't seen him in years. I doubt the kid even remembers me. Come now, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said with a raised eyebrow. Even a bad jonin could give me a report on someone after watching them for a minute. Which was a comical statement, considering Jiraiya of the Sannin was hailed as one of the greatest living shinobi in the Land of Fire, if not the world. I've read the file, the Sannin said noncommittally. The file doesn't do him justice, the Hokage said evenly. He is more than ready. Minato would agree with me, you know this. Maybe, Jiraiya said. And maybe Kushina would gut you instead. Things are changing in the elemental nations, Hiruzen said with a frown. War could find us in the next few years. It may very well be at our doorstep already. We need Naruto ready to take his place on the board if it comes to it. The board, huh? If that's the case, then why didn't you just get that Mukden kid in here to train him before? Because in spite of all I've done I am still just an old man who wants the best for his children and grandchildren. Jiraiya barked an empty laugh, leaving the office with no further comment. The Hokage let out a long sigh, dropping into his chair. Wearily. Hard-headed boy, if you cared so much then you should have taken the hat 12 years ago when you had the option. Sakura hummed in thought as she watched Kakashi work with Sasuke to teach him his promised jutsu. Two each in fire and lightning. No Chidori yet, but really it was only a matter of time at this point. He simply copied each using his Sharingan to speed up the process, so they could work on power and improving them overall. Sakura ultimately still needed Tsunade to really go into her own once more, and even then it would take time for her to learn things. Bullshit is bullshit, I guess, she said absently, looking down at the roughly textured gloves that covered her hands and forearms. Kakashi had actually surprised her by showing her two earth jutsu she didn't know at all. The first was a simple earth clone. With Naruto as a nearly constant teammate through her previous life, she'd never entertained the idea of using solid clones herself, simply the incorporeal ones for misdirection. His were always both more abundant and of superior quality. Still, the utility of having some actual clone technique couldn't be understated, particularly when those clones could punch above their weight class. Glass cannons in every sense of the word. The second technique was the far more interesting of the two. Earth armor. She could fortify her body by manipulating the earth to cover it. If she covered her whole body it would turn her into a durable but mainly immobile target, but with greater control, she could choose instead to more flexibly apply it where she wanted. Useful, to be sure. She'd have to experiment. The sudden gust of wind kicked up nearby, causing her to look at the final member of her team. Naruto lay flat on his back in the grass, every blade pointing away from him like it didn't like him. Though he clearly messed up whichever jutsu he'd been practicing, the expected look of annoyance wasn't there. He just stared at the sky quietly. Hey, you okay, Naruto? She poked him on the shoulder to get his attention, so caught up in whatever he was thinking about. Huh? Hey, Sakura, he said, blinking at the girl now squatting next to him. Did you need something? That's what I'm asking you, she returned. You look a bit out of it, everything okay? As he trailed off, Sakura wondered if he was about to actually talk about the fox. As far as she could remember, he never explicitly told anyone about his burden. They'd all just found out from one place or another. I've got a problem, I guess, he said, voice carefully measured to be as neutral as possible. And I'm not sure how to deal with it. The fox must have always been weighing on him like this. What have I ever done to help him? It's okay if you don't want to share it, but don't forget that we're here to support you, Sakura said with a smile. I'm sure no matter what it is we can take it on as a team. The thoughtful expression on the blonde's face was quickly replaced by a cheerful one. Thanks, Sakura. I guess I really needed that. He took her offered hand and they stood up together. I'll remember what you said. You'd better, she chided, narrowing her eyes. So what are you working on? Having trouble with your new jutsu? To her surprise, Naruto suddenly looked embarrassed. No actually, he admitted, scratching a cheek with a single finger. The jutsu Kakashi-sensei showed me actually aren't that hard. They really just blow wind in a direction. I think I'm supposed to use them more to combo with Sasuke than anything. I'll practice the water ones later. So then what? I'm trying to invent something, he said with a small chuckle. Oh? Tell me all about it, Sakura said, genuine excitement flowing through her. She loved technical things, and jutsu were no different. Besides, maybe she could help. What's the purpose of your jutsu? It's wind-based, I assume, but are you trying for something more offensive, defensive, and how much chakra? Across the training ground, Kakashi and Sasuke paused to watch Naruto rapidly gain an overwhelmed look on his face, as their resident brainiac got too excited for her own good trying to help. This is a good team, Kakashi said fondly, smiling at the pair. What was your genin team like, sensei? Sasuke asked, turning away from his teammates to continue practicing the speed of his hand signs without distractions or the chance of friendly fire. Kakashi tapped his chin with a thoughtful finger before turning back to Sasuke. Nothing like you guys at all. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. So when are you going to teach me real jutsu? He posed, finishing his string of signs before pointing to a tree he'd thrown a shuriken into earlier. The crack of electricity and flash of light left the area around the thrown weapon blackened. So impatient, Kakashi said absently, nodding in apparent satisfaction at the performed jutsu. If you make it to the tournament portion of the exam, I'll consider it. A wide smile lit the Uchiha's face. It was 1 week later when it happened. Much in the same way that Naruto often found himself walking past Ichiraku Ramen or atop the head of the Hokage monument, there was one other place he couldn't help but visit each day. The sounds of soft laughter and splashing water rose lazily with the steam. His ears, so accustomed to the sound, easily picked up the taps of wood on stone, and the low but persistent grumbling of the old lady that owned the establishment as she oversaw her domain. But today there was something different, though no less foreign to his memory. Hushed giggles and the occasional scratch of something rough on paper. The slight sounds of shifting feet and rustling clothing. Suddenly there Jiraiya was, just as when Naruto had bumped into him all those years ago. Squatting by a peephole in the wooden fence surrounding one of the most popular hot springs in Leaf. Giggling perversely as he occasionally scratched something into a tiny notebook. Naruto thought he prepared himself to see anyone who hadn't made it. That he could take anything in stride and roll with it. After everything he'd accomplished, his experiences since the reset, it seemed obvious that he'd adjusted. The mane of specky white hair proved him so horribly wrong. During their training trip, Jiraiya had told him about the times he checked in on him as a young kid. The time he'd delivered a case of instant ramen to his front door. The year he'd gifted the toad wallet. For his birthday. In fact, if he wasn't peeping at a hot spring for inspiration or doing something for the village, he was usually writing while sitting on Naruto's roof. Once he began the academy though, Jiraiya found himself out of the village nearly year-round. The Chunin exam was the first time he'd seen Naruto in several years. Of course, Naruto didn't remember any of this. He hadn't even been aware of any of it. It made him angry at first to learn it all. Angry enough to shout things he didn't mean. Jiraiya's death brought whatever resentment he'd still carried to a swift end, replaced by an emptiness he couldn't begin to fill. Now in this moment by the hot spring, all Naruto could do was grab the one thing he didn't want to lose ever again. Naruto simply walked over to the man and put his arms around as much of him as he could reach before he broke down crying. He felt the same. He smelled the same. It only made him cry harder. Don't leave me like that, stupid toad head. Jiraiya, understandably, froze for a few moments before his face fell, notebook disappearing in a small puff of smoke. A large hand found its way to the top of Naruto's head where it gently rested. The boy's desperate grip redoubled. Sorry, kiddo. Several minutes later. I'm sorry. I lost control for a bit, it won't happen again. It's alright. Jiraiya's reply was delivered with an easy shrug, hoping that Naruto really wouldn't break down again. That first time had been enough of an emotional blow for him in the first place. He'd honestly never considered the boy would remember him, or knew that he even came around, or was that attached to him. I know it probably doesn't make much sense, but Naruto gave him a stricken look. He looked so lost. It's been such a long time, and when I didn't have anyone else. Nope, another Rasengan to the heart. Mercy, this was going to be a long day. I'm surprised you recognize me, Jiraiya said honestly. It's more a feeling than anything, but I'd be blind not to, Naruto said with a frown. You were on my roof a lot, so I noticed when you didn't come back. That's life as a shinobi, kid, Jiraiya said with a sigh. Village first, everything else second. That's kinda I don't know sad though, isn't it? Yes. Genuinely, Jiraiya agreed. This was what happened when he put the village first. It wasn't so difficult to understand why Tsunade left, really. Whether he agreed with her or the way she went about it was a different story. It is. Better now. Much. Thanks. And dear Kami, let that be the case. Good. Sensei told me you've been doing well. Daijai got me into the academy after you left and I graduated this year, Naruto said proudly, smiling a toothy grin. I'm on Team 7 with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Kakashi-sensei is my sensei, duh. Oh? Do you like him? Jiraiya asked in amusement. Now that the waterworks had ended, Naruto was far more cheerful than he'd expected. Kakashi-sensei is pretty great, even though he's late and reads your porn all the time. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with my literature. It's pretty good, but you could do better, Naruto reasoned, scratching his chin in thought. To this Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You're reading my stuff. Ha. The sage let out a barking laugh and slapped Naruto on the back hard enough to plant him face first in the dirt. You've got good taste, kid. Learn from the hack, cough best Naruto managed from the ground, spitting out a tuft of dirt and grass. So tell me about your teammates then. What are they like? Jiraiya asked in curiosity. They're awesome. Naruto said brightly as he dusted himself off, much to the Sanin's surprise. Sasuke's really cool and collected, but he's always got my back when I need it. Sakura is really smart and nice, and she listens when I need someone to talk to. Oh, and they're both super strong. Our team kicks ass. Ha, and here the man had figured all Team 7s were cursed to be like his. Of course he completely believed the boy when he said the team was strong. Apparently each genin was infamous for one reason or another among the jonin, and had only become more so after a few months together. Well, Team 7 had always been. Specially put together to grow terrifying shinobi, in one way or another. Apparently this iteration was no different. Jiraiya stood and thumped a fist to his chest. In that case, why don't you show me what all the Team 7 hype is about? Heck, impress me and might even teach you something. Naruto just grinned. Don't blink or you might regret it, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya couldn't help but grin too. Several hours later found the odd pair of short blonde and white-haired giant at a ramen stand, the latter laughing uproariously at a story the former was telling. Man, I would have paid to see that, Jiraiya said appreciatively, downing another cup of sake. Sensei must have lost his mind. So what happened when you got caught? Hey, don't say it like that, I turned myself in, Naruto said defensively. I mean it's not like I could get away with it, I literally painted across an entire cliffside. I remember that, Aim said with a smile, hiding it behind her hands so her father wouldn't see. The village went crazy that morning when the sun came up and shinobi chased you all over the place. Turned yourself in, huh? Jiraiya repeated with raised eyebrows. I mean I didn't make it easy for anyone. If I recall correctly you cleaned the entire thing over the next week, Tsuchi added, shaking his head. You know why those faces are there, Naruto. Heck, you even said you were going to be Hokage one day. That's no way to honor their sacrifices. The genin sighed, dropping his chopsticks into the empty bowl in front of him. His third at this point. Before it always felt like they were looking down on me. Being Hokage isn't really my #1 goal anymore, but don't get me wrong, I still do respect them. I think you could do it, Jiraiya said, scratching his chin in thought. Because if their scrap was anything to go by, his old student's son was a goldmine of untapped potential. Strong, fast, crafty, unpredictable, and the true game changer that were chakra chains. All he needed was some ceiling utility and a haymaker or two, and he'd be unstoppable by anyone less than a decent jonin. As a wet behind the ears genin no less. Then there was the matter of the Kyuubi. The old man wanted their Jinchuriki whipped into shape for the Chunin exam. After he was through with the kid, if he wasn't promoted straight to jonin he'd stop writing porn. You do? Naruto said, genuinely surprised. Maybe after they'd known each other for years, but now? What? Hard to believe. Jiraiya countered. I mean people are people, the blonde reasoned. You're you. Kid, if I'm training you, you could be anything you want to be, the Sannin said with a shrug. He paid for their meal and stepped back into the street. But before you become Hokage for your village, you'll need to become something else. Naruto's face was shadowed as he stepped into the sunlight, but when he looked up into Jiraiya's eyes, there was nothing but serious determination on his face. Right. Let's do it. Kai. I don't understand the purpose of this exercise. Haven't I already explained this? Kai. You lack finesse with your genjutsu. That doesn't explain why you look like that. Kurenai turned to give him a rather immature pout, fists on her hips and all. It fit her quite well, considering she was presently hinged as herself at 13. If you spent half as much time doing the exercise Kai as being distracted and complaining about it, you'd have mastered it. Al Kai ready, she shot, though not before regarding him with a smug grin. Is this a problem? The great Uchiha has trouble making his genjutsu softer because of how edgy he is. Sasuke ignored the statement, unwilling to let any hint show that she was actually right. It wasn't enough that he could place one over most people without them knowing. It wasn't enough that he could actually make people question reality itself by using his clan's eyes. What mattered was that Kurenai was miles better than he was, and she didn't have a ridiculously overpowered pair of eyes to help. The way that she was able to layer an illusion over anything without so much as a gentle smile had him wondering if there wasn't some long-buried Uchiha genetics in her ancestry. Her eyes were certainly red enough for it. And so what if he wasn't amazing at her kind of genjutsu? When so much of your life was dedicated to learning how to obliterate your opponent through force, subtlety took a bit more to get accustomed to. Unable to think of something snappish to retort, he said, "You don't have to keep saying it, I'm not blind, I know when it isn't working." Apparently satisfied, Kurenai turned on her heel and continued leading them down the market street. Begrudgingly, Sasuke followed, resigned to watch her form sway minutely from side to side. Perhaps the chief reason he wasn't having much luck with his training was that he was mainly trying to think of ways to make his kid half die a painful death, so he wouldn't ever again need to be tormented by the fact that he thought something was, dare he say it, cute. And 13-year-old Kurenai was, if nothing else, undoubtedly cute. The near physical pain that came with thinking such a thought was deeply disturbing to the genin. He was Sasuke Uchiha. He'd become one of the most respected and feared shinobi in the world, for a lot of bad reasons, but we're not focusing on that right now. He fixed his eyes on the back of Kurenai's head, and let his chakra reach out to envelop her. Softly, like the lightest, sheerest sheet of fabric falling over a figure, taking every aspect of her shape, and not changing in any way. It flowed with her and settled, gliding over her chakra and finally invading. Kai. You suck. His eyelid twitched twice. Sakura stood at relative peace, but anyone who knew her well enough would be able to see her practically vibrating in excitement. She was standing just outside the General Shinobi Hospital, waiting for Kakashi-sensei to go in with her. They had an appointment with the director where they would hopefully convince him to accept a genin as a med-nin apprentice. There was a medical program, established years ago by Tsunade Senju, for eligible chunin to enlist in and become medical nin, but it was restrictively difficult to get into if only for the demanded skills needed. Not to mention, she would need to be a chunin to even apply. Of course, it wouldn't be particularly difficult to convince anyone that she was suitable for medical jutsu, but going about it this way was by far the most effective strategy for landing Tsunade as her sensei once again. It was inevitable that she would return to the village, and by then there wouldn't be a soul in Konoha's medical division who didn't know about the latest and greatest genin out of the academy. I'm strong. The statement was spoken aloud, and it made her smile in pride. Her body was at a peak she could only have dreamed of when she first became a genin. No longer was she needing to supplement her growth with medical techniques, simply eating well and staying active. She could continue, obviously, but it would both be unnatural and draw attention in ways she didn't want. She wanted to be a better Sakura, not a new Sakura. Her experiences, both good and bad, were valuable to her. There you are, Sakura. Takashi's statement, given in such a way as if he'd been the one waiting for her, caused her to let out the smallest of sighs. Hi, Kakashi-sensei, she greeted, giving him a small wave as he joined her. Ready? I should be asking you that, the jonin returned. You understand why they don't typically do this, right? Of course, but they'd be crazy not to make an exception, she said with an open palm. Takashi shrugged, not about to argue the point. He agreed completely, and was the primary reason he reached out in the first place. The hospital was remarkably peaceful as they walked through it, led to the director's office by chunin. There was little happening. Beyond day-to-day activity, mainly moderate damage taken during training exercises, or the injuries from squads returning from the field. Konoha's shinobi force was on the larger side of its peers, but their focus on teamwork and support helped bring a lot more people home in one piece than people believed. As a past future member of the medical division, Sakura knew she appreciated the philosophy every day. Takashi, hello there, the director said, smiling as they entered the man's office. Yo? Takashi, would it kill you to not be yourself for a second? Hello, Tenma-san, thank you for taking the time to meet with me, Sakura said politely, bowing her head in respect. Kenzo Tenma returned the gesture, smiling down at the genin kindly. There was a look in his eyes that belied his curiosity. A part of her couldn't help but warm at seeing him there, loosely wearing his medical coat, and obviously not a name on a memorial pillar. He had been killed in action during the Fourth War. I was wondering about this, but considering that this guy is on time for a change, you must be the real deal. I'm confident that I can impress you, Sakura said without preamble. I certainly hope so, Tenma replied, gesturing to a table at the side of the office that was covered in a number of objects that she instantly recognized as tools to help test chakra control in a variety of ways. No doubt he'd be testing her medical knowledge after. This place could use some new blood, and not the red kind. Sakura grinned appreciatively at the pun, having heard it a dozen times in the past. She glanced at a nearby calendar on the wall. The Chunin exam was just under 2 weeks away. So, what would you like me to do first? A number of feet away, Kakashi leaned against the wall, nose buried in his little orange book, smiling in a way that had nothing to do with what he read. With 1 week remaining until the Chunin exam, the Team 7 Genin found themselves gathered around a kitchen counter, staring at an unopened folder. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Sensei passed me this, it has the info on the teams we've been assigned. They already discussed how they wanted to handle this. As a team they'd always support each other, but it was inevitable that they would need to split their attention to keep tabs on all their targets at the same time. 3 teams, 3 of them. Now they just needed to decide who would take which. That's great, but should we really be reading this here? Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto as he voiced his concern. I mean, you're out of your mind, Kakashi. Subaru-chan is obviously the best. Haruno-san, I respect what you've done for the village, but you are wrong. Takari-chan is the clear choice. Out of sight, the 2 voices projected out of the nearby sitting room. How can you call yourself a true fan of literature when you're so blind? It's Subaru-chan. I pity you for your ignorance. Takari-chan. Subaru-chan. Takari-chan. The 3 turned as one to watch Sakura's mother walk past them to the nearby staircase, pinching the bridge of her nose. 2 incomes are better than 1. 2 incomes are better than 1, Mibuki. Nowhere to dump the body anyway. 2 incomes. The 3 stood in silence for a beat. Never mind. My place doesn't have food anyway, he mumbled. Open it, I need to escape reality, Sakura deadpanned. Sasuke broke the seal with an application of chakra and flipped it open, leafing through the papers with a shifting expression. The other 2 waited in curiosity but were patient. Okay, let's go through these one at a time, Sasuke said, placing the stack in the center of the group. On the top was the symbol of Kurigakure. Kiri is sending 1 team, and these are the names of the members. Eyebrows went up around the group, though for different reasons. Zabuza-Mamachi. Isn't he a missing nin? Asked Naruto carefully. I'm sure a lot of Kiri's missing nin have returned now that there's a new Mizukichi, Sasuke explained. Their village is the one that chooses if they're missing or not. Otherwise he'd never have been able to return to his home, as strange as it had felt to call it that. Haku. The boys turned to see Sakura's eyes further down the page in surprise. Whatever they were thinking was carefully kept off of their faces. They weren't supposed to know who that was after all. Do you recognize someone? This girl I met when I was on the mission with Ino's team. Definitely shinobi trained, but she was at the bridge builder's house guarding his family before we got there and she's a boy. They winced at the sudden spike in volume, but it went unnoticed to the commotion that was still happening a room away. But Sakura looked at the wall without seeing it. He's so pretty though. Naruto mentally sighed. I know exactly what you're going through, Sakura. Anyone else you recognize? Sasuke asked. Well, the interaction with Haku, while surprising, wasn't so far-fetched, he knew more would be even less likely. No, but I'd like to take point on this team, if you both don't mind. She'd already given this much thought, but despite knowing that she was considerably stronger than the other 2, they were both incredible in their own right, far and above their strength during her previous life. If they could handle things then, it made her even more comfortable not pushing to take the most dangerous team of them all. Besides, she couldn't always keep them safe from the world. They'd need to keep getting stronger just like her. Sure, that's fine, Naruto agreed, flipping to the next team's information. Suna. I'll be the best one to handle this team. Are you sure? Sasuke asked, scanning over the file with. This isn't a team to take lightly. The thickness of the mission file was mainly due to this team. Konoha had far more information on one of his allies than the others. Quite a bit more than just a mission history. Including. It should be Jinchuriki. Sakura said slowly, forming the words slowly as she read them. It means he has the one-tailed demon sealed in him, Sasuke said without inflection. He didn't even glance Naruto's way. My father said every major village has them. They're war deterrents. She looked at him in shock. That's could he be a danger to the village? We're allies with Suna. If it weren't possible he wouldn't be in this file, Sasuke said pointedly. The other 2 seem fine, but it says here Gar is emotionally unstable. It's not his fault, Naruto said suddenly. He paused as they broke off suddenly, staring at the closed fist he'd hit the countertop with. Sorry. Jai talked to me about him a while ago right after he gave us the mission. Gar's seal probably sucks, and the villagers are afraid of him. I can use my chains to help stop him if he loses control, at least until someone stronger can. Okay, Sakura said with a small smile. We'll leave it to you then. Then that will leave me with the Odo team, Sasuke said with a small grin. More than fine by me. Their file was a single sheet of paper with barely anything on it but their names. Still, thinking about them brought their collective thoughts to the same places. Orochimaru. The first real threat they would be facing. The beginning of a series of events that had spiraled so wildly out of control for them all. Listen. Sasuke's voice was the same volume as it had been all evening, but there was an intensity there that perked the other two up. It doesn't matter what this test has in it or beyond. As long as we take it as a team, there's nothing that can bring us down. Heck yeah, we rock, said Naruto, bumping Sasuke's fist. Sakura met them a second later with her own. Team 7. A larger hand in an armored glove covered the top of the three fists. Kakashi grinned down at them with his solitary smiling eye. Team 7. And, man, some people really don't like the Sakura thing I've been doing. I mean, there's always going to be people who don't like what they're reading for whatever reason. I still get people shitposting on them merging for one reason or another. Whatever makes them happy, I guess. But seriously, about this Sakura thing. You'll need to lighten up a bit. This story is a mix of comedy, melancholy, and fun. The premise of the story makes it no pairing by definition, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ignore relationships between characters in whatever ways I want, you feel. And for those who have trust issues, I'll give it to you straight. Kurenai is not sexually attracted to Sasuke. She thinks he is, roughly, 10 years younger than she is. No one is banging in this fic. Chill. Anyway, another dumpling for the table. Been a bit, but that's kids for you. In my eyes, knowing who the Jinchuriki are for each village would be one of the most important pieces of information any nation would want. To that end, unless they've been swapped in secret, I see every big village knowing who they are. I suppose you can make an argument for no one knowing who has Kurama because of the no-talk decree, but it just seems so unlikely after all this time. I'll have to make a decision on this ultimately, but I'm not sure yet. If you've got an opinion, I'd love to hear it. No one to talk to about this stuff, but you all. Thanks as usual for swinging by. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know why you keep coming back, and I'll see you next time. D. Welcome to the Chunin exams. Chapter 12. Welcome to the Chunin exams. This is it, right? Yeah, no doubt. The three stood outside a mid-sized building no different from the others around it. It seemed like the timeline was having fun at their expense again, twisting what was for no rhyme or reason. Think of it like a pre-test. If you can't find the location of your target, then you certainly can't be considered a Chunin by your village. Those have been the words from their overly cheerful sensei. It wasn't that he didn't think they'd find it, on the contrary, he probably just as readily believed Guy was tired of training, but he definitely knew it would irritate them. Hence the extra enthusiastic smile he delivered the news with. The three genin wandered through the village, not particularly pressed for time, until they overheard a couple of Chunin gossiping very obviously as they talked about the exam. Not 10 minutes later they pinpointed the building. Get out of our way, we have an exam to take. Yeah, move it. Upon entering the building they were greeted with a familiar sight. A handful of genin were grouped in front of two Chunin who blocked the way into what appeared to be the exam room. Why should I? You'll just fail anyway, one Chunin said with a shrug. The other picked his teeth with a senbon, the image of boredom. Do you think they're all getting paid for this? Naruto found himself asking as they walked down the hall to the stairs. The Chunin? Not sure, Sakura mused. Maybe. It couldn't be more than a D rank though. They probably enjoy messing with the genin, Sasuke mused. The proctors too. It happened to them when they were genin, I'll bet. Some more than others, Naruto said with a grimace. Maybe the universe would spare them this time. Probably not. Eventually the three reached the correct door. It felt a bit weird, considering they hadn't run into any issues so far, but there was no reason to go out of their way to start something. Ready? Sakura looked at her teammates and gave them a confident smile. They nodded and she pointed to the door. Then let's do it. The Soul Kunoichi of Team 7 leveled an irritated look at her test paper, the pencil in her hand scratching away an answer to a question, as if it had a mind of its own. The build of excitement she'd felt before entering the room had died like a rain cloud above Suna within minutes of entering the room. The other genin had thrown them looks ranging from uncaring to outright hostility, while the other rookies just watched them apprehensively. It's not like she expected anyone to be welcoming, but at least a smile from her friends would have been nice. Even that snake Kabuto and his stupid info cards weren't enough to break the awkwardness of the group, though it was amusing to see him get more and more frustrated at how little any of them were paying attention to him. While they all got on very well as ex-classmates, and more so as allies, this was the first time they were actively placed in a situation where they were competing for something so serious. She doubted even taking the time to explain the finer nuances of Chunin exam politics would get through to them, though at least Shikamaru would understand before lifelessly declaring the affair troublesome. Naruto, however, bless his lovable blonde head, was an unblockable ray of sunshine, going around to chat with anyone and everyone to kill time. Sasuke just hung back, relaxed but contemplative. While seeing him lost in thought was nothing new, the relaxed expression that came with it still was. She wondered what was on his mind this time. She was able to greet Haku and his team before the test started at least, so that was a plus. Considering who else was on his team, she was confident they'd be able to speak more after the second part of the exam. A few minutes later, Sakura sighed in boredom as she finished writing her final answer of their paper exam. Her memory wasn't so perfect that she remembered the exact questions she'd answered the first time, but these felt just as challenging, which was to say they were absurdly easy for someone like her. Suddenly she let her eyes wander to the genin she knew, curious how they were all handling the test. Over a dozen teams had failed already, but she'd noticed none of it before, so focused on her own paper and team last time. Shino caught her eye first. He was sitting a few seats away at her 2 o'clock, writing without hesitation on his paper. She focused a bit closer and saw several insects both coming and going from his body. Communicating to him about the test, no doubt, but far more were leaving than returning. She followed one as it meandered around in front of her before landing on a leaf genin and moving out of sight. Keeping tabs on the others. Smart. Ino was close as well, writing away steadily. She found Choji and Shikamaru as well, though in a different direction. As she had to guess, Shikamaru was controlling them both as he did the test for them, though that required actual effort from the Nar, so maybe not. Ino had probably gotten the answers from a mind switch. Kiba, 5 seats to her left, had Akamaru relaying information quietly from atop his head, though how the dog could read was still a mystery to her. Niji sat in his seat at the front of the room without a single movement, clearly having finished already. Really, a test like this was too easy for someone with the Byakugan. Hinata must have had an equally easy time, but the same certainly couldn't be said for Lee. It looked like he was okay though, as Tenten was doing something with ninja wire and mirrors to give him a view of her test. How does she set those things up in the first place? Wonder how Naruto's doing. He'd been a clear wreck the first time around. Now though. What the heck is he doing over there? Naruto chuckled as he finally finished, dropping the pencil with a satisfied clatter. Hinata, seated directly to his right, had caught his eye earlier with a look of concern, but he waggled his eyebrows at her in a reassuring way that made her need to hold back a giggle. Now he reached his hand under the table and, with the aid of her Byakugan, she watched him rapidly trace a design on the underside of the table, with a chakra-tipped finger. It looked like a seal. Has he always been able to do that? He caught her eye a second later, winked, and lightly slapped his palm over the seal. Suddenly his test paper was replaced with another one that was completely filled out with the answers. What the foo? Number 38, sit down and shut up or fail immediately. Ibiki snapped in irritation at the genin that had jumped out of his seat. The expressions of a number of nearby Chunin proctors twitched in suppressed amusement as the genin sat back down with a scowl. Grabbing his pencil as he tried to do something about the page-sized diktat sitting on the table in front of him. Naruto casually drew a line through the name on his new test paper and wrote his own. Naruto-san sure has confidence, Hinata thought in admiration. Meanwhile in the far corner of the room, Sasuke sat in contemplation, eyes locked on the back of a head of red hair. Karen. He'd completely forgotten she'd been at this Chunin exam until he saw her standing there in the room, doing her utmost to present as small and unthreatening a profile as she could. He could practically feel the irritation the girl's teammate was leveling at her from a number of seats over. Compared to the woman he remembered, she was nearly unrecognizable. I can't let her get taken by Orochimaru. He let out a small breath and closed his eyes. For her sake and mine. That's right. If you fail the final question then you'll never become Chunin. Ever. You can't do that. My exam, my rules, rats, Ibiki spat. Failing this is the end of your upward movement. Better to give up now and hope someone nicer runs your exam next time. Don't make me laugh. Despite his words, Sasuke chuckled aloud, drawing surprised looks from all over the room. Naruto and Sakura watched him, wide-eyed. How many times will we take missions where if we fail we won't make it out alive? If I can't put it all on the line for a baby test like this, then how could I ever call myself a shinobi? The shift in the room was subtle, but all around genin were suddenly sitting straighter, expressions hardened and confident. Ibiki let his eyes pass over the room briefly before returning to Sasuke. Big words for someone whose toughest missions so far have been painting fences and shoveling shit. Sasuke was unruffled, staring down the grizzled jonin unblinkingly. The unsure genin watched their fellow and slowly joined him until not a soul in the room looked away from their proctor. Ibiki cast his gaze around the room for a few seconds before sighing. Screw it. You all pass. What? He might be a little shit, but he's got the right of it, Ibiki said with a shrug. A tug at his bandana had many of the genin gasping at the horror it hit. Being a shinobi isn't a game. It's a check sign that your death will cash one day. Your resolve will be constantly tested, and if you aren't ready to risk it all, then you will eventually fail. But what about the test we just did? One genin asked in confusion, pointing to the stack of collected papers. The fact that you're asking just tells me you're probably going to die in the next part, Ibiki said flatly, making the genin gulp. As a chunin you will naturally encounter scenarios where you don't have everything you need to progress. Getting caught is equivalent to death, so your ability to gather intelligence covertly is a critical skill. Those who cannot do so have no right to become chunin. At the very least, everyone still in this room has managed this to some extent. But honestly, he made a couple hand signs before torching the stack of papers, reducing it to ashes in a second. You think I'm gonna grade that like some dumbest academy teacher? Try not to die, retards. The uproar that followed only made him smirk as he left, passing a note to one of the chunin by the door. The genin, still up in arms, were at a loss for what to do next, but didn't get the opportunity to ask as someone crashed through a window near the head of the room. An enormous banner suddenly covered up the damage, pinned to the floor and ceiling with kunai. The second stage begins now. This is no time to be celebrating. I am the examiner for the second. The Takubetsu Jonin trailed off as her words were swallowed by the chaotic sound of piss genin. It seemed only a handful of them had even noticed her entrance. Ah, Ibiki, what did you do to them? Ibiki. One of the chunin proctors walked over to the confused Jonin. Sorry, ma'am, he just left. This is for you. He handed over the note which she squinted at. Blame, shut the fuck up. The room instantly quieted and all eyes locked on her. Better. Blame the Chiha. He ruined the last question, she read slowly, eyes scanning the room before finding him. Hey, shithead, you realize you've doomed a bunch of people, right? Kami, there's what, 40-something teams in here. Even half is too much. Gonna have to modify the next part of the test. What a pain. The Chiha didn't react in the slightest. He totally knows what he did. Ugh, easy fix I guess, but I'll need to kill some time with them while we make adjustments. Fine, follow me kids. We're going for a walk. If you can't keep up then you fail. Haku suppressed a breath of relief as they finally appeared to have reached their destination. The angry Leaf Jonin had led them on what felt like a marathon around the village, with barely a second to see where they were at any given time. They'd even doubled back a couple times, throwing many in the group into confusion as they passed one another. Now though he was confident they'd made it. The giant ominous forest behind a 50-foot-high metal fence that stretched endlessly to either side of it, periodically covered by pieces of paper that read danger. Stay out. Kind of helped. This place looks evil. Chijiro shivered slightly as he looked at the gnarly trees, easily the size of their buildings back home. The darkness between them was oppressive, even from where they were standing. Not for the first time he wished he hadn't been forced to leave his main weapons behind, a regular sword at his back instead. Why are we here, he moaned. Mizuku-sama is so cruel. Haku stretched his back minutely as a few more genin filled the clearing, finally catching up with the group. It looked like that was everyone. At least we will be chunin after all this. Right chunin, came the sarcastic mumble from their third teammate, Fumiko. Hi, Haku-san. The three Kiri genin turned to find a pink-haired genin in a red dress, smiling at them from a few feet away, like she'd been standing with them the whole time. Sakura-san, Haku greeted politely. After his time in Nami he never expected to be seeing the mysterious Kunoichi again, let alone so soon. Yet though she's been at a food stand in the village as his team explored prior to the beginning of the exam. It was even more of a shock to discover she was a genin competitor. I wanted to say please be careful. We don't call this part of the village the Forest of Death for no reason. The three Kiri genin suppressed a wince at the name. Thank you for your concern, Haku said with a smile. The same to you. Once this test ends we should catch up. There will be plenty of time before the third test. Oh, I'll introduce you to my team, we can get barbecue. Sakura said with a happy bounce. That sounds wonderful, he said immediately, smiling at his teammates in a way that stopped them from responding. It looks like we are about to begin, you may want to rejoin your team. Sakura gave a friendly wave and walked back to her team, slinging an arm around both boys' shoulders in camaraderie. Boy, would you? Do not engage that team, Haku said in a low voice, cutting across his irritated female teammate with a short glare. Under any circumstances. If we see them then retreat. Oh okay, Chijiro said with uncertainty. Later. It's starting. Naruto grinned cheerily beneath the arm of his pink-haired teammate. It was times like this that he just had to take a mental step back and appreciate what he had. Sure he wasn't crushing over the pincat like he used to, but still. Alright kids, let's get this thing going, Anko snapped out, bringing the large group of genin to attention. In case you've had your head up your ass for your whole life, you know that the chunin exam ends in a tournament. You should also know that it's never particularly long. Most of the genin couldn't help but look around at the group, well over 100 strong. Many began to look visibly uneasy, and Anko grinned with malice. That's right, most of you won't make it through this one. Without turning, she gestured to the fenced area that was dominating their vision. Behind me is Konoha's largest training ground, number 44, the Forest of Death. It's not safe. She smiled sweetly. Anyway, this is the location of the second test. If you leave it you will be automatically disqualified. She held up her hand in which were 3 different colored scrolls. Heaven, Earth, and Hell scrolls. Each team will start with one, and enter the forest at a different point. To pass to the next round you must collect one of each and reach the tower at the center of the forest, with your full team. How many? The kunai cut across the cheek of the unfortunate genin who went wide-eyed and squeaked. Shut your damn mouth, kid, I was getting to it, Anko said in annoyance. There are 42 teams. You do the math. Now, a few extra important things to know. First, you will have 5 days to reach the tower from the moment you enter the forest. Only after that will teams sweep the forest to collect any leftovers and corpses. Second, if anyone opens a scroll during the test, their team will be instantly disqualified. Finally, you each need to sign a piece of paper agreeing that we aren't responsible for anything that happens to you in there. You are allowed to kill one another, she added. She let that sink in for a moment before finishing. Any questions? The accompanying look of promised homicide got a swift negative from all around. Line up then. We've wasted enough time as it is. Team 7 moved quickly into the forest when the horn sounded, sticking to the ground despite the tree-running leaf shinobi were so well known for. There was a far greater chance of running into another team this way, and they were hoping for that sooner than not. They had several objectives. First, they needed to obtain an Earth and Hell scroll, theirs being Heaven. Failing the exam would fail their mission. Of course, none of them were particularly worried about securing the scrolls. It had been more than troublesome to get theirs the first time around, but each member of Team 7 was confident that the other two could get a scroll on their own from most teams without too much issue, let alone what they could accomplish themselves. Splitting up was the most sensible plan, and they all agreed with this. It also nicely aligned with their mission. They needed to be keeping track of each target team as much as possible. The Forest of Death was the ideal place to properly scout the teams and, if necessary, deal with them. There was just one issue that made none of them want to split up. A Sanin size one. Orochimaru was one of the strongest, most intelligent shinobi of his year, and ranked among a short list of truly dangerous people in the world. Even though they knew how he was disguised, they still found themselves second-guessing that he was even there. The grass woman paid them no mind, dismissing them as much as any of the younger genin, and chatting with her team. She hadn't returned Anko's kunai either. It was enough to make them wonder if something else had inexplicably shifted. In the end, there was really only one option that made sense. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Sakura's dry voice cut across the ambient sound of death forest around them, as nearly 50 orange blondes disappeared into the distance all around them. Shadow clones are bullshit. Hate the player, not the game, quipped Naruto in amusement, throwing her a toothy grin. Sasuke nodded solemnly. He's right, the Uchiha agreed. Well, I agree with you, this is more of a Naruto is bullshit scenario. Hey. The Pincat laughed at her teammates' expense, and continued to lead them further into the forest. Oh? What is it? Sakura and Sasuke came to a halt as Naruto did the same, suddenly looking in a different direction. One of my perimeter clones was taken out, he said, face serious. His head snapped to the left. Another just went. Whatever it is, it took them out faster than I could react. He made his signature hand sign, and 3 more clones instantly joined them. Watch. He got no further as an immense gust of wind barreled through the forest, tearing up dirt and shrubbery, as it carved a path through the trees. The 3 genin barely kept their footing long enough to keep themselves stuck to the ground, but that didn't stop them from being pelted with debris. The new clones did their best to protect the others from getting hit by anything too nasty. You're all still on your feet, impressive. The pale woman with the grass headband walked forward, smiling at the genin in an easygoing manner. She removed her wide-brimmed hat and let it fall to the ground, all the while letting her eyes move between the 3 of them, lingering on one more than the others. I believe you have something, my team. She didn't get to complete the sentence as a sealed scroll landed at her feet with a thud, having been thrown there by Sasuke. Take it. He crossed his arms, moving his weight to one side as he settled into place. Seriously, it's yours. You're too strong for us. We'll just find another one. The woman watched him for a moment, eyes moving between the other 2 unblinking genin before returning to the apparent leader. I'll be honest, I'm disappointed. Again she was cut off, though this time it was due to trying to talk through a kunai lodged in her throat. 2, in fact. Another 4 were buried held deep in other parts of her body. All 6 were held firmly in the hands of Team 7, whose still standing images wavered and vanished like a hazy mirage. As one the 3 regrouped to their original position, though clearly ready to move again. Something's not right, Naruto said cautiously. She's not bleeding properly, Sakura immediately said. The grass nin's body slumped momentarily before going rigid, the bloody kunai falling to the ground with dull thuds. Her head lolled back on her shoulders and mouth opened only for 2 hands to emerge and impossibly push the opening wider. An unharmed man with extremely pale skin climbed out, leaving behind the now flappy, empty second skin and clothing. Like a grotesque shed skin. My. He wasn't kidding about your record, he said, stretching his neck slightly as he regarded the 3 of them. Catching me in a genjutsu and forcing me to do that. You've exceeded my expectations already. You know genin, why are you here? Sasuke asked, eyes briefly scanning the area before returning to the man. Call it a vested interest, he said with a smile. And really, the academy must be slipping for anyone not to know me on sight. I'm Orochimaru of the Sanin. The Konoha shinobi, just like you. Recognition lit their faces as they automatically tightened their formation, causing the man to smile. Good, you do know of me. You're a traitor, Naruto ground out, not needing to hide his hate. Orochimaru spared a dismissing look at the blonde before returning to his target. I've been watching you, Sasuke. Limitless potential, kept contained by a village that neither recognizes it, nor is interested in seeing the Uchiha rise again. Your point? I'm the only one that can help you reach that potential, he said. Simply put, you'll never fully grow in the shadow of the leaf. I'm here to help change that. Maybe you're right, Sasuke said after a moment, making Naruto and Sakura look at him in alarm. But that's okay. He sent a small grin to his teammates. I've got what I need right here. Yeah? Listen, Acid, Naruto snapped, stepping up. No one's buying what you're selling. So make like a tree and leave. Naruto, what did I tell you about Tripon? Sakura couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Sorry, I've been trying to branch out, but nothing's really taken root. The echoing sound of a hand meeting a forehead combined with a groan moved through the clearing, while the Sannin looked at Naruto with a blank expression. I think I'll kill you now. Hand signs blurred in 1 second later, and a giant snake was suddenly barreling right at them from nowhere. Oh, shy. Naruto automatically shoved his teammates out of the way before he was gone in a heartbeat, crashing through the mammoth trees from being run over by an equally trained-sized snake. Within seconds they'd vanished into the distance, only the sounds of destruction and a shouting blonde in their wake. Naruto. Don't lose focus now. Orochimaru was instantly in Sasuke's guard, snapping his head to the side with a punch, and kicking him back into a tumbling heap. The Sannin pivoted to Sakura who ducked a kunai to the head, only to be knocked to the ground by a kick. She rolled to avoid a falling heel that would have opened her skull and sprung back, rejoining her teammate who'd recovered from the sucker punch. Well, at least the annoying one is gone, he said with a smile, pausing for a moment to give them time to recover. You really think Konoha has prepared you, do you? In that case, come at me with everything you have. You and your teammate might die if you don't. Sasuke gave the man a scowl before his eyes shifted colors, stepping in front of a concerned Sakura. Yes, Orochimaru hissed in satisfaction. Show me what the last loyal Uchiha can really do. XXX, meanwhile XXX. Would you slow down, you stupid ow? Shit. Stop slamming into trees. Naruto awkwardly elbowed the nose of the massive snake to little effect. If anything proved he was dealing with a summoned creature, it would be this. The durability of the thing was beyond abnormal. The reason it was awkward, of course, was because he was currently about 80% in the thing's mouth. How it even managed to maneuver him there was a mystery in its own right. How far are you going to take me anyway? He grunted, gripping tighter as the snake's tongue attempted to pull him in fully. I can't even feel. Suddenly an evil grin lit the blonde's face. Blue eyes were replaced by red ones with slitted pupils. You're dead, shitty snake. Orochimaru was having, well, not exactly a good day, but not exactly a bad one either. Kabuto, the lil shit, failed to report properly on the Uchiha and his team. They were clearly more than what they may have appeared on the outside, a solid but still fresh team of rookies. Just 30 seconds of fighting Sasuke and the girl told him they could easily make it to the final rounds of the exam. They were both still alive against him after all. He stepped back twice to avoid a punch thrown from an earth clone, shattering it with a near-invisible strike to the torso. He backhanded another that approached from behind, spinning to land an elbow into the gut of the one who had made them. Sakura had no fear when facing him, using every opportunity to stay within arm's reach. It had only taken blocking a single of her punches to understand why. Orochimaru suppressed a wince as his elbow was broken, not expecting the damage from the hand that Sakura has been able to block his strike with. Irritation surged through him as her face was replaced with that of a busty former teammate, who also had a talent for breaking anything she touched. Internally he once more reset his expectation of the Pinket, making a mental note to express his displeasure to Kabuto the next time he saw him. The lack of information about the apparent nobody on Team 7 was causing him no end of aggravation. A fool, a prodigy, and a girl with insane strength. It seems Sensei has been nostalgic lately to let this team come to be. I need to take this girl out of the equation so I can properly focus on the reason I'm here. Whatever follow-up he'd been planning on making to the girl, however, was quickly aborted as several lightning-coated kunai rained down on his location, cutting him off from the recovering genin. Alright, Sakura. I got him, she said in a breathless voice. Counterattack or no, the strike to her gut had winded her badly. Don't let up. Relentlessly the two attacked him, trying to drive him into a corner, and for the most part he let them. His trumps were all simply overkill for who he was facing, and it was even more exciting to watch them improve and adapt to his tactics. And Sasuke the boy exceeded all expectations and then some. Everything he did had a level of polish to it found in few shinobi regardless of their age. A fully matured Sharingan at his age was extremely rare as it was, but add to it the skills, intellect, and pure strength the boy wielded, well, there was no doubt Sasuke was Itachi's brother. However, as was inevitable, the Sannin could not be stopped from gaining ground on them. The battle followed his whims, and Orochimaru has always been a man with questions that demanded answers. Making a decision, he baited Sakura into a haymaker which he slid under by a hair. Without a moment for her to react, he sent 3 vicious punches into her side, feeling the ribs there crack, following up by grabbing her from behind and biting her neck. Let's see if you can handle this, girl. Sakura's shout of pain for the broken ribs soon turned into a scream as the seal was applied before convulsing as it began penetrating her chakra network. Orochimaru simply tossed her aside to the ground where she twitched, clutching her neck. Sakura. Not strong enough to protect her, unfortunately, Orochimaru taunted. Sasuke was clearly much more connected to his team than reported, but he was young, and more importantly he was an Uchiha. There had never been one who didn't value power above all else. Inevitably they all fell to the same trap. Sasuke's hand went to a scroll at his waist, snapping it open and gripping the adachi that appeared from it. Kabuto, you are utterly useless as a spy. Orochimaru pulled a kunai, using it to parry a stab at his head that fluidly turned into dozens of near-invisible slashes. He dodged most by backpedaling, still using the kunai to keep himself from harm, before the thing shattered from the fierce onslaught. All at once Sasuke broke away, retreating to grab his teammate and bring her to the edge of the clearing, before stepping forward once more, ready to defend her. Orochimaru debated revealing his own sword and testing the boy's skills further, but didn't get the chance as an orange missile suddenly landed in the space between them. An orange missile with blonde hair and a bubbling chakra aura of a sinister red. Sasuke, what happened? He bit her in the neck. She's alive, but I don't know what he did. Curse seal. But on Sakura. What did you do to her? Naruto demanded as Sasuke joined his side. Was it a sword? Where did he get it from? The gift, if she can survive, Orochimaru said. It's unlikely though. Rage filled his heart and pumped through his blood. I'm gonna kill you. It was a promise. Maybe not this day. Maybe not the next time either, but in his mind it was a foregone conclusion. Orochimaru simply smiled thinly. You can try. Sakura was in pain. An unworldly amount of pain. She was pissed at herself, mainly for believing that Orochimaru wouldn't want to put the seal on anyone but Sasuke. He'd send the sound genin to test him after all, not someone else. She also shouldn't have let herself be caught like that. It just showed that she needed to get back to her prime as soon as possible. However, one might be surprised to find that she was also happy. Immensely so. I got the seal. True, there was nothing stopping Orochimaru from trying it a second time, but the surprise was gone. Sasuke and Naruto would avoid it. And she would survive this curse. The one thing that set her apart from so many others was her fine control. The way she spent every moment of her life as a shinobi refining and refining and refining some more. Chakra was hers to command, and command it she would. Unknown to the 3 fighting in the clearing, the cursed seal began spreading through the girl's chakra network faster. 2 times faster. 5 times faster. 10 times faster. 100 times faster. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he intercepted another strike from the Kusanagi sword, running chakra through the blade to keep it from being cleaved through. There was no way the sword would survive much more of this. It wasn't built to handle chakra, nor to be matched against such a peerless blade. He was managing though, as he wasn't the only focus Orochimaru had to contend with. Great red claws of searing chakra left streaks in his vision as Naruto unleashed his tenant's power. The incredible destructive nature was as surprising as ever, especially with the lack of even a single formed tail. It seemed as if Orochimaru was becoming increasingly frustrated with how little effect he was having on the blonde genin who healed any and all damage he took without blinking. Naruto, however, was amazingly level-headed despite clearly being enraged. Clones swarmed Orochimaru to great effect, always ready to substitute the original away when the Sannin tried to seal him. Once more he cursed at his inability to use any of his stronger moves for the sake of secrecy. True, even if he were able to somehow circumvent all of Orochimaru's safeguards against death and kill him here, it wouldn't be worth exposing himself, but running a Chidori through the guy's head would be extremely cathartic in its own way. Naruto. He snapped, going through hand signs. Give me a boost. 2 of the clones moved to his side and made identical hand signs. Kaden. Bukkake no Jutsu. Kton. Tatapa. A firestorm raced across the clearing, incinerating everything in its path and then some, swallowing Orochimaru instantly. Sasuke cut the chakra to the technique, and it petered out, leaving a great deal of dust and smoke in the air, but that cleared quickly to reveal a tightly coiled snake which soon burst into smoke, the Sannin unharmed at the center. Wind and fire, a dangerous combination, Orochimaru stated. If you're willing to go that far, then you'll understand if I... He paused, eyes widening and seeming to unfocus. It took Sasuke a second to realize that he was looking at something behind them. Discipline stopped him from doing the same, but Naruto's voice caught his attention just as strongly. Sakura. Unable to resist, he turned, his Sharingan capturing the scene in an instant. Sakura was pushing herself to her feet. Her face was shadowed by her hair, her posture was slumped as though trying to regain a sort of balance from being overburdened. Her skin was grey dot. A sense of alarm rose up in him as he looked for the telltale black markings, only to realize there were none, even though they should be obvious on her skin. Her shirt pushed up and a ripping sound was heard as a thick tail hit the ground behind her. Her hair became more vibrantly pink and wild, and pieces of brown stone seemed to sprout across her body in various places. Joints, knuckles, shoulders, and her tail suddenly looked far more lethal. She straightened with a stretch, like she'd just been napping, and turned to face them. Angled black markings on her cheeks and forehead were only outdone by eyes that were now black and green. Level 2, she just got the seal a few minutes ago. Wa Sakura. Naruto's voice was one of clear panic. Orochimaru, you bastard. What did you do? Amazing. The Sannin, for once, did nothing to hide the genuine glee in his voice. Team 7, you are all worth keeping an eye on. I think it's finally time for me to take my leave. Seek me out if you survive. There is no end to the things I can give you. With that he sank into the ground like it was water. Or at least he tried to. Just as his head was about to disappear he halted suddenly. Sakura stood above him, a hand fisted in his hair. Where the fuck do you think you're going? She said in a neutral voice. Her other fist drew back high and was brought down with all the force of a mountain. Wow, it's been a minute, hasn't it? I had all but the Orochimaru fight written for so long, but I just didn't know where to go with it. Barely get time to write with the kiddo these days anyway, so it is what it is. Hopefully this'll get me back in the saddle for another chapter before long. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. This still to date is my favorite fun project of them all, so I hope it's bringing those vibes too. Let me know what you think if you feel so inclined or want to see more in general. Note on CS2 Sakura. So I'll freely admit I just googled it cause I was wondering if anyone did some fanart that was good, and there was a pretty cool one. Credit to Broken Train on DeviantArt for that image. Go search it to get a better idea than my poor ass attempt at descriptive writing. Peace all, be good. What are they feeding the bears in here? Chapter 13. What are they feeding the bears in here? Zabuza Momochi let out a rough sigh as he looked at the clock for the 8th time in the last 10 minutes. The exam had barely started an hour ago, and he was already bored out of his mind. He was a commie damn demon of the mist. He was supposed to be out there beheading bingo book targets, not babysitting brats. Knowing May though, she'd have him taking care of actual babies next if he pissed her off again. The dull thud drew his attention to his immediate left, where a beer can had been placed at arm's reach. Alright there, Jonin-sen. The Konoha Jonin was standing nearby, smiling down at where he sat. A very recognizable, one-eyed Jonin. Copy Kakashi, what do you want? Ma, is it wrong to share a drink with a fellow Jonin? He said cheerily, taking the seat across from him much to his annoyance. Besides, if you keep staring at the clock it might actually stop moving. Zabuza just responded with a grunt, opening the beer and taking a swig. Passable. Not poisoned of course. You know we were pretty surprised to see you as the sensei coming with the Kiri squad. Not just because last I heard you were missing Nin. Zabuza let out a sound that was closer to a growl than anything. What of it? Just wondering what you must have done to piss off the Mizukage so much she made you a babysitter. He couldn't help laughing at that. Trust a guy with one visible eye to see right through him. I was a bastard like that too. Ha, enough. After this nonsense is over it's back to business. Why are you stuck with brats? It was a genuine question. Hada Kakashi was one of the strongest shinobi Konoha had. No matter how he looked at it, having him as a sensei was just a waste of resources. It's a Konoha Minsa, you wouldn't understand, Kakashi said with a shrug. This mother. Would you two give it a rest? A red-eyed, irritated Genjutsu specialist joined them, her eyes lingering on Zabuza before resting on Kakashi. Stop causing trouble, Kakashi. Peace, Kurenai. The booming voice was none other than the passionate leader of Team 9. There's no harm with friendly banter. Especially if it leads to a youthful challenge. Did someone say challenge? Said another one. The Hokage's son. I've got some extra cash from my last mission, and I'm in a betting mood today. We haven't even talked about bets for who makes it through the forest. Zabuza had to force himself from reacting as he was surrounded and consequently included in this friend group's hangout. Somehow he couldn't help but feel like this was all part of May's plan to torture him. As so it was working. Suddenly, every person in the room stilled as a small tremor passed under their feet. Everyone felt that, right? Asuna asked in confusion. Zabuza just frowned. What the hell was going on in that forest? Back in the Forest of Death, the two boys of Team 7 extricated themselves from a large amount of upturned dirt, rock, and tree roots that used to be the fairly spacious clearing they'd been fighting the snake Sannin. Their third member stood amidst it all in a sizable crater, specks of dirt and rock still falling from the hand she used to destroy the area, her tail idly sweeping from side to side. As they approached, Naruto was the first to speak. Sakura in your hand. The pin kept blinked before raising her still clenched fist to eye level, bringing with it what could only be described as an Orochimaru rubber mask, complete with hair, with an expression of abject horror on it. It sagged as she gave it a small shake, making a disturbing flapping sound as it moved around. TSK, he got away, she tutted. Scowling at the shed head, she tossed it aside without a second glance. Oh man, that is not going to leave my mind for a while, Naruto said with a shudder. Sakura, are you feeling okay? Sasuke asked hesitantly. He knew better than anyone what it was like to have the curse seal messing with your mind, and Sakura was way too strong like this to not have him worried. Pretty good actually, she said, looking at her hands in interest. Wait, maybe not so good. Her body suddenly began to revert to its original form, natural colors returning, the tail receding, and the rocky spines actually dropping off altogether, becoming granular dust that dispersed in the air before even reaching the ground. Sasuke caught her before she dropped more than an inch, grunting in spite of himself as he took on her dead weight. Kami, she's heavy. I didn't realize she was built so solidly, you'd never guess from how she looks. Naruto, scout the area for a place we can rest. Let's give this place some distance, he added, hoisting the girl up. The blonde nodded only to go wide-eyed, as the shifting fabric of Sakura's sleeveless dress revealed a troubling matter. Sasuke noticed the expression immediately. What? Tail ripped her shorts and tie up her dress so it won't show anything while we move, he said with a sigh. Relax, she won't kill you. Probably. Task done, Team 7 relocated deeper into the forest, moving quickly and quietly for nearly 20 minutes before Naruto signaled them to stop. There isn't much around here, we should be good. The two set up a small camp contained in the gnarled roots of one of the massive trees. Sakura was still unconscious, but seemed to be sleeping more than anything. Sasuke and Naruto sat across from one another with a pack of dried meat between them. Silence stretched for some time. So? Sasuke looked up from the kunai he'd been fiddling with an apprehensive-looking Naruto. You're probably wondering what all that red chakra from earlier was about, he said slowly. It crossed my mind once or twice, Sasuke said with a small nod. Did you want to talk about it? Yeah. Naruto drew a deep breath to steady himself before forging ahead. You know how we were talking about Jinchuriki before? I'm Konoha's. Silence. Sasuke just stared, unable to say anything. He really told me. Being a Jinchuriki had always weighed heavy on Naruto's shoulders. Though over time they'd all found out one way or another, it was never by his choosing. Being the host of the Kyuubi truly was Naruto's darkest secret in so many ways. And he just told him. A thick feeling of disgust boiled up from within his gut. When all was said and done, he'd barely made much effort to do things differently this time around. Mainly he just had a different state of mind. One where he simply enjoyed being with his team. With his family. He made peace with his past mistakes and did what he could to be better, but to see the world of difference such a small thing could accomplish in front of him. How could I have been so blind? So foolish? Why yeah, I know it's probably pretty shocking, Naruto. The seriousness of his voice nearly caused the blonde to start. He watched with no small amount of nervousness as Sasuke cleared his throat and gave him a half-smile. I am glad we are friends. Slowly, Naruto's expression softened and matched him grin for grin. Besides, I've known for years. What? XXX elsewhere XXX. The sole team of genin from the Sound Village moved slowly through the thick undergrowth of the forest. They'd been tree-hopping recently, but it appeared the upper levels of this section of the forest were home to a vast number of giant spiders that didn't like being near the ground. You know, because of all the other horrible stuff that lived there and liked to eat spiders. This place fucking sucks, said Zaku, blasting away another bramble-filled shrub with an outstretched hand. Still better than the base, Kin grumbled. Don't you ever get tired of complaining? Dosu asked automatically, not even looking back at the two who affoed him. We have a mission to complete, it's as simple as that. Well then, great leader, could you point us in the direction of the Ichiha? Zaku snarled sarcastically. And not one of those monster bears. Because hadn't that sucked when they stumbled onto a sleeping one? He is presently in that direction, though they will likely move soon. The three genin froze, gut sinking to the depths of the ocean, as they instantly recognized the voice now speaking. Turning as one, they found themselves face to face with their leader, standing there as if he'd been walking with them all along. They stared. And stared. Orochimaru-sama, Kin stammered out. Which way? Calmly the Sannin pointed, getting a hasty bow and thank you out of her and Dosu who jumped at the chance to avert their gaze naturally. Zaku on the other hand couldn't hold it any longer. Why are you bold? So you've been learning how to use this sword on your own this whole time? Mostly on my own, yeah. It's pretty useful. I'll say, you should give me some tips sometime. Sure, you taught me the clone after all. Naruto and Sasuke paused as Sakura shifted in her sleep, sparing her a glance each. We shouldn't just sit around, Naruto said with a sigh. I've got clones all over, but we can't rely on them for everything. We actually could, Sasuke said, drawing a chuckle from the blonde, but I agree. Can I leave you to keep Sakura safe? It was less of a question of his ability, and more asking about going out on his own. Of course. Let me update you before you go. A few minutes was dedicated to creating and dismissing clones, one to get the message to all the scouting clones, then a series of updates as each did the same, before he briefly relayed general location and status of each team that had been found and was presently being tracked. In other words, all of them. Sasuke took a few seconds to make sure he was all together, before nodding and vanishing in a shunshin. Damn, this team is cool, Naruto mused, leaning back on his arms. He was feeling great, mainly because talking to Sasuke about his being a Jinchuriki had gone so well. Now he see what Sakura thought as well, but a part of him just couldn't be worried anymore. Before it felt impossible that anyone could take the news well. No matter what the evidence, it just didn't seem real. That notion had been completely shattered by Sasuke, and he couldn't be more grateful. Now we wait. If anyone were to be asked, they'd probably say that Naruto couldn't sit still or pay attention to one thing for very long. This actually couldn't be further from the truth. When you could multitask like he could, then you simply just paid attention to everything. He could comfortably relax because there were dozens of him still doing stuff at the same time. Besides, he could always just hang out with his favorite furry friend if he really got bored. Sasuke moved through the forest at a speed no Genin or Chunin could follow. From what Naruto had just relayed to him, the team he was currently making a beeline to was not faring too well. Karen was a force to be reckoned with when she'd been a part of his team, but by her own admission years later, the Chunin exams had nearly been her death several times over, the time he'd saved her notwithstanding. Naruto was tracking the team, but he wouldn't step in for anyone he didn't know if they were in danger. Heck, this Naruto was probably sooner to take out a team if he thought it was a good idea. He could make serious decisions if needed, and was surprisingly strategic when pressed. He'll wonder why I went for this team, but that's easy enough to explain away. Besides, the moment he realizes she's in Uzumaki, Kusa will probably have to bring an actual army to take her away. When he'd known her, and years later, Karen had never really been interested in connecting with his blonde friend. Her heart had already closed to such a thing in her life taking root. After everything she experienced, there was no reason to try and be someone she once was. Now, Sasuke couldn't help but want to give her the chance she never had. The chance that he somehow did get. It was near dark when he finally caught up to Karen's team. They'd been cutting a zigzag path through the forest, pushed and pulled by random dangers. The three members were crowded around a small campfire that was fairly well concealed from the surrounding area. He could make out the raised voices of angry boys. Her teammates were arguing. Hey Sasuke. He didn't react as Naruto dropped onto the branch next to him. Hey. Didn't think you'd head out this way, the clone said, the question clear in his voice. Something I wanted to investigate, not mission related. I'll tell you about it later, Sasuke added, getting a shrug out of the blonde. Sure, need help. Des info. What can you tell me about these three? He asked. They're not that good, Naruto said with a weak half grin. The guys keep arguing, but both boss the girl around and the team leader is a dick. Asshole even beat her once and she didn't do a thing about it. I feel kinda bad about it, but I doubt they'll make it another day. There's a big ass bear in the area that's already killed a team. Oh, and they have the same scroll we started with, otherwise I would have taken it. Alright, I'll take over for this group then, they won't be around for much longer. Move closer to the tower. That's fine, it's been a dull day here, he agreed. See ya. With that the blonde leaped from the branch and faded into the darkness. The Kusa team was still oblivious to his presence, and still arguing from the sound of it. Karen appeared to be trying to sleep, but even at this distance his Sharingan could make out the tense expression in her face as she stared into the night. Letting out the smallest of breaths, the young Uchiha settled down for a rest, knowing his goal was now in sight. All he had to do was be patient. Naruto let out a contemplative hum as the memories of the clone rejoined his mind. Sasuke was watching the Kusa team. What was he looking into, he wondered. He was satisfied with the call the clone made though. It was him after all, why wouldn't he be? Now he was presently getting water from a nearby source at the request of a finally conscious Sakura, who also wanted some privacy to fix her wardrobe malfunction, much to her irritated embarrassment. Fortunately she hadn't taken a swing at him for getting an eyeful earlier, but the way she glared at him when he returned with the water clearly said he was on thin ice in that regard. I know this Sakura is 1,000 times better than the other one, but Kami she's that many times scarier too. Got the water, he said, unnecessarily announcing his arrival. Thanks, now come eat. Rations from a storage seal. Definitely not his favorite, but more than enough to meet their needs. It would only be a few days at most anyway. How are you feeling? He asked, joining her at their light source, a small stick that glowed when bent and shaken. They didn't need much light to operate, so it was enough, even in such a dark place like the Forest of Death. Better. Really, she added, not even needing to look up to see his skeptical face. The seal shouldn't be a problem. It's just chakra after all. My whole clan just rolled over in their graves. Seals are just chakra, what a statement. Yeah, but she said as much earlier and he believed her just as little now as he did then. He'd seen what the thing did to Sasuke, though admittedly the other Sasuke was not really in control of anything. Naruto, if I promise to let Kakashi-sensei take a look at it when we finish this, will you let it go? Yeah, I will, he said, relieved. Kakashi knew the danger from that seal. The more eyes on her for it the better. I'm sorry Sakura, I'm just. I know, I'm glad I have such a good teammate to look out for me, she said with a warm smile. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed in spite of himself. Anyway, you said you wanted to tell me something. Oh, yeah, Naruto cleared his throat, pushing ahead and remembering what had happened earlier. When you, woke up, he made a face at the lack of a better phrase. I was using some red chakra, I'm not sure if you noticed. I did. Of course. I looked like that because I was using chakra from the Kyuubi. I'm his host. I'm Konoha's Jinchuriki. Sakura's expression wasn't easy to make out in the low light, but it seemed neutral. That's why are you telling me? It was odd, the tone her voice carried. Well, you my friend and my teammate and I just wanted you to know, he said honestly, still unsure how to read her reaction. She clearly wasn't scared, but what panic struck him as the girl drew her legs to her chest with a loud tearful sniff, immediately causing him to stammer out what he hoped was something consoling. What he didn't know was that Sakura was going through something Sasuke had as well some hours earlier. A moment of happiness and also regret. He had been her teammate for more than a decade. He'd genuinely been her friend, and for years even tried convincing her to go on a date with him. Heck, she'd even humored him once, years after the war ended. Yet, in all that time everything she knew about him was discovered. Happenstance. Accidental or intentional, outside of his control. Here he was, just handing her his most personal secret because he wanted to. It made her want to puke. Instead she cried. For the friend she never deserved and she'd never get to apologize to. Instead she'd just be better. For the friend who was going through crisis just because he didn't know if he'd get mauled for trying to pat her to calm her down. She reached up and pulled his hand atop her head, smiling at him through a watery gaze. Sorry, I'm fine now. Thank you. Naruto's brain was doing gymnastics trying to understand all the underlying messages that had just passed, but her smile and soft hold on his hand calmed the storm. As long as you're fine, he ended up settling with, withdrawing to his seat. I was afraid I made you cry 'cause of what I said. You did, actually, Sakura openly admitted, but for a different reason. You being a Jinchuriki doesn't bother me at all. If anything, I'm reassured. Naruto let out a massive sigh of relief that he hadn't been aware he was holding. Wow, thank Kami. You know, it's funny, I had a random feeling you were going to say. Besides, I've known for years. Were you serious? Karen Uzumaki suppressed a shudder as her team quickly moved through forest undergrowth. The heavy atmosphere that seemed to permeate the entire region was near suffocating, distant sounds of unpleasantness, never too far away for her to dismiss them entirely. A flicker of something out of the corner of her eye drew her attention with white eyes, but it was nothing, the same as the other 5 or 6 times it happened. Inadvertently her pace lagged and one of her teammates, Ryo, nearly crashed into her from behind. Watch it, Dumbus. He snapped, moving around her. Come on you two, stop dragging your feet and keep up. Her leader Nabutashi called. I'm tired of needing to babysit her while she daydreams, I'm taking the middle. Karen can take the rear. And what happens when she loses us? Nabutashi shot, looking over his shoulder. Besides, you want to explain to Shin-sensei why we didn't follow the formation he ordered us to use. How about you use that leadership you keep bragging about and lead us to a damn scroll. Their pace slowed considerably as Nabutashi's attention fixed on her angry teammate. Karen felt her stomach lurch, and she berated herself for starting yet another issue. They'd only just ended the last one. Fortunately, the argument ended in less than a minute, with her remaining as the rear guard. What the hell was my village thinking putting me with these two? Ryo's last word was ignored by their leader, but Karen actually wondered the same thing. She was near continuously working to heal injured shinobi, and she never thought after all this time that they'd even let her leave the village. Yet here she was, in a Chunin exam of all things. Was the village trying to get rid of her? It seemed crazy, but what if she'd outlived her usefulness? But it was such a strange way to get rid of someone in her position. She had no friends, certainly no family, and ultimately no attachment to the village. Kusa was a ball of tightly held misery that she hid away for fear of it overwhelming her one day. They must know all this, surely. If they didn't want her, they'd have just killed her to prevent the security risk. Yes, they must clearly still want her there. At least something does. But the start, Karen realized she'd lagged once more, her teammates several meters ahead of where they should be to her, barely visible with the gloom of the forest so thick. She pushed her speed further and caught up enough to catch their words once again. Did you hear that? The hell are you talking about? Nabutashi got no further as an impossibly fast and alarmingly large paw with 4 massive claws moved through the air from behind a tree trunk, colliding with the team leader mid-hop, and sending him into a nearby tree, where his very dead body splattered messily. For a fraction of a second, panic filled her entire being before her instincts overrode the automatic response to freeze. Oh, fuck. Karen and Ryo both diverted as the rest of the bear suddenly came into view, jaws easily catching the boy's left leg, and removing it with a crunch. He went down screaming before another powerful paw silenced him. Tears streaming down her face, Karen ran as fast as she could. She's seen plenty of people die, but not like that. Not so suddenly. Not when the person who would die next was to be her. Ah. She tripped. It was surreal. She actually tripped over the brush somehow. Was her life a joke to someone? Someone was watching right now, she was sure of it. Amused at her pathetic end. It was frustrating. So incredibly frustrating. She was angry, furious even, at so many people and herself all at once. She closed her eyes tightly and waited for horrific, life-ending pain. Horrific, life-ending pain. Horrific, life-ending pain. Horrific. Hey, are you okay? Life-ending pain. Karen shot up to her feet, heart racing at 1,000 beats a second. A boy her age with a blue shirt, dark hair, and a Konoha hit I-8 was watching her in what could only be considered amused curiosity. That's so, he said, nodding. Sorry I wasn't fast enough to save your teammates. My condolences. Alright. Reality rapidly caught up with her. Nabutashi and Roy were dead. She was alone. Simultaneously a sense of apprehension and inexplicable relief overcame her. Wait. The kunai came to her hand and her guard went up. The bear. He's there, the boy said, calmly pointing over his shoulder with a thumb. A few meters away the bear was unmoving, sprawled on the ground with uprooted bushes and greenery around it. I knocked him out. We try not to kill them here if we can. Messes with the ecosystem. You know. Yeah. Of course, she said dully, still taking in the full size of the thing. It was like a bear-shaped house. Why? Well wait, that wasn't a thank you. Why did you save me? It was all she could think about. This, admittedly attractive now that she was paying more attention, Jenin had gone out of his way to save her life during an exam that freely allowed and encouraged them to kill one another. There had to be a motive, but what? Why does he look so regretful? Why indeed? The boy said, almost to himself. Well, it'd be better if we regrouped with my team, but I'll explain on the way, is that? Alright. Your team? Did you think I'd leave you here alone? Yes. Are you an idiot? Karen clapped her hands over her mouth. Stupid. He's clearly stronger than you are, you brain-dead Kunoichi. Why is he so easy to relax around? To her surprise though he chuckled. Ha, it's been a long time since someone said that to me. You may be right. Come on. With that he jumped away and after a second of hesitation she followed, never once sparing a glance for what lay behind her. Silence settled between them as their pace evened out to something manageable, but it was quickly interrupted by her savior as he maneuvered himself, so that they were fairly close, but still able to lead the way. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Wait, isn't this the last Uchiha? He's super high profile. Ah good, you recognize me, he said absently. Anyway, I noticed you during the first exam and have been wanting to ask you a question. That was it. And here she thought it would be something bad. What do you know about the Uzumaki clan? It's the worst case scenario. Delivery. You know, I think one of the reasons I enjoy this story so much is simply because Sakura is very likable here. Yeah, I wrote her that way, but it's refreshing, ain't it? Ah heck, it's all refreshing tbh. Let me know what you like most about this story, I'll add it more if I can. Also doing as I do with Kid Karen. I like to think that she has that intrinsic Uzumaki-ness, and a priori Karen has got to have a lot more kid personality in there than the one we mainly got in the series. Besides, we all know that Sasuke is great with kids. I mean look at Boruto, right? Guys. Yazumaki. Me too. Chapter 14. Yazumaki. Me too. Hey, have you ever eaten ramen before? No. Oh man, you don't know what you're missing. The noodles, the broth, the toppings, the nice smile that AMD gives you when she serves it. I'll buy you a bowl while we're waiting for the tournament. I promise once you've had a taste you won't want anything else. If I'm not satisfied I'll kill you. Sure. Watching the blonde Jenin and her rather easy to upset brother interact, Tamari was currently coming down from an admittedly milder panic attack than she normally would have. Gara was the kind of person to kill first and never ask questions. She watched him kill classmates, Chunin minders, civilians that got too close, assassins, the list went on and on. Only their father was able to really stop him when things got too out of hand without needing to knock him out. Then this kid showed up. Naruto Uzumaki, according to him. The orange highlighter just waltzed into their camp and started talking. Getting past the fact that none of them noticed him coming, Gara simply engulfed the blonde in sand mid-sentence. It took a few seconds for all three of the sand. Jenin to realize that the clump of sand was not dripping blood like usual. Sheesh, that really is one of the worst ways to go. The statement, made by the exact same blonde they'd seen crushed a second prior, was made conversationally with an arm sling around her shoulders. She stabbed him, naturally, but he just exploded in a small poof of smoke. Clones of some kind, clearly. A dozen clones later Gara stopped trying to kill them. That's when things started to get weird. Though it was obvious Naruto was a Konoha Jenin taking the exam, he had no interest in their scroll, nor did he seem to want to sabotage them in any other way. He was just hanging out. And Gara was actually talking to him. It was deeply unsettling in a way that made her almost miss the murder Tanuki in him. Almost. How about you, Tamari-chan? Want to join us? Don't chan me, kid, I'm not the kind of girl you can just get casual with, she snapped automatically. Sheesh, what's her problem? Naruto said in a stage whisper, nudging her brother with an elbow. Gara looked down at the offending limb before returning a level gaze. My sister is not a people person. Never before had the urge to wallop her little brother ever came to her like this. Literally. Thoughts like that were suicide. You know, you're awfully friendly all things considered, Kankuro said with a frown. Well no. Make up face, I'm trying to make some friends here. Naruto said with a flat expression. Isn't being friendly kind of expected? War paint, yeah, but why? Kankuro just shook his head. Random Konoha Genin wants to be friends with the Kazukige's kids, just because. Sure, tell me another one. The blonde boy frowned for a second before shrugging to himself. Fair point. I'll admit I'm really here for Gar. You two are kin to just extras. No offense. Stop bullshitting us, what do you want from my brother? Temari demanded. I'm really starting to question your memories here. I said it, didn't I? I'm trying to make a new friend. You can't honestly think we believe. I mean I've never met another Jinchuriki until now, so it seemed natural. Dread. Another. Her lungs filled with ice. Another Jinchuriki. Hey. Temari's eyes snapped to the monster disguised as a blonde genin. He was giving her an understanding look. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you. Kankuro had similarly tensed, one hand already resting on his puppet sling to deploy it at a moment's notice. Gaara on the other hand suddenly grinned. So, you are like me. And that we both have tailed beasts sealed in us. Yes. Village generally treats us like shit. Also yes. Everything else. Hell no, Gar, not even close. Naruto frowned as he considered the red-haired genin. You need some help, and I'm gonna give it to you whether you want it or not. Starting with that ramen, he added belatedly, nodding absently to himself. Slowly Temari's heartbeat slowed to normal as she took in the weird whisker-faced boy. He really sounded like he cared. He really did, and it made no sense to her. Why? It was all she could say. Naruto looked at her and she was struck with what she saw there. Sadness. Pity. Disappointment. He moved close to her so that he was well within her personal space as she froze in fear. Softly he spoke so that only she could hear. I'll be honest, Temari-chan, if you actually understand it then things probably wouldn't be like this in the first place. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned as he dismissed the reporting Anbu. Signs of his most infamous student had been spotted around the Forest of Death. Orochimaru anywhere near the village was not a good thing, but to have him lurking during a Chunin exam was several orders worse. Nico. She appeared from nothing, ready to serve as ever. Yes, Hokage-sama. Bring Jiraiya here please. A short bow of her head was all she gave before vanishing, and he couldn't help but be impressed. Since Kakashi's sudden 180 after he began training Team 7, the ever-stoic Yugao Yuzuki had seemingly tapped into even further levels of "If senpai can do it, so can I." Not that he was complaining, she was rapidly becoming one of the most capable Anbu that he commanded. It certainly also didn't hurt that she had a killer figure, and Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama is here to see you. The old man coughed as another of his office Anbu delivered the message. He quickly returned to his seat and relaxed into the comfortable worn leather. Send him in please. Jiraiya walked in, rubbing the back of his head. Hey, sensei, you needed something. Only to inform you that your old teammate is in town. The Sannin froze, mid-neck stretch. This isn't a joke, right? Unfortunately, no, Hiruzen confirmed. It appears he's been in the Forest of Death. We're investigating further, but I have little confidence he will be found. Any idea what he's after? Jiraiya asked. I have some theories. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow slightly, and immediately Jiraiya pulled a strip of seal paper from a pocket before letting it drop to the floor. The faintest pulse of chakra moved through them as it landed. Hiruzen recognized the privacy seal at once. Do you think he's involved in the upcoming attack? What else would he be here for after all this time? Jiraiya scratched his chin in thought, leaning against the desk. I can think of a few things, but he could get them without needing to aid an invasion. True enough. Hiruzen lit his pipe, drawing on it before letting out a long trail of smoke. Still, the threat looms ever greater with his potential involvement. His voice faded as his gaze moved to the Hokage monument in the distance. Something on your mind? Hiruzen let out a sigh, taking off his hat and placing it on the desk. He really was losing his touch if he was that obvious. Kursu Minato, you should still be here. I am old, Jiraiya. Konoha needs a new leader. Desperately so. He'd been far too old for this for decades. The village needed strong leaders, yes, but change was essential. New perspectives kept the village growing, adapting to the ever-developing world. It also meant that old men like him could take a damn break for a change. War was not so considerate. We've been through this. I'm not right for it, the Sannin said. There's a difference between not being able and not wanting to do it, Hiruzen countered. Also, it's not just you. I'm recalling Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose in clear surprise. Really? You think she'll actually come? If I insist. I think you underestimate how much she really doesn't like being here. I think you underestimate how convincing I am when I need to be. Jiraiya grumbled under his breath. I get that you want to retire, I even get that you think you could still convince me somehow, but you think Haim will take the job. Jiraiya looked at him blankly before regarding the pipe apprehensively. What did you put in that thing? Hiruzen ignored the comment, pressing further. He'd get his knuckle-headed student to understand one way or another. It is less that she will become the god aim, and more that we need someone new to take the hat. I have merely been holding it to give someone time to rise, but it is doing more harm than good at this point. Hiruzen frowned at the pipe in his hands. You or Tsunade are the best options in the short term. She'd sooner stop gambling. Will you do it then? That desk isn't where I belong. If you'd ever listened to me when I taught you, you'd know that the desk is the least important part of it. It's the people. They matter the most. Jiraiya gave his old sensei a disgruntled expression but didn't object. Hiruzen continued without pause. Kakashi will be able to take over in a few years. He's turned around his Minset with this team, and we both know he's a credit to Minato's teaching. More, even. Until then. We need someone. I get it, Jiraiya said tiredly. Just one thing. What? If I become Hokage, I'll have to stop writing my books. Research takes time, and I don't send clones to do it. Hiruzen stopped moving as a shadow seemed to fall across the office. Slowly he turned to face Jiraiya. As I've said, Tsunade is the only real choice. I'll call for a council meeting. Karen was currently sweating. Not actually sweating, of course, the forest was actually far cooler than one would expect. Besides, she wasn't someone who easily sweated anyway, and thank Kami for that. There were some people back in Kusa who she could locate by scent alone on a hot day. Karen, are you listening? Yes. Yes. For much of the travel that they'd been doing, Sasuke filled the silence with random information about the Uzumaki clan. Of their vitality, longevity, and chakra that often held special properties. That their knowledge of Fuinjutsu went beyond that of anyone else in the world. Of their signature red hair. She knew all of this. Her mother told her similar things before they'd become stuck in Kusa. Sasuke also told her things she hadn't known. How the Uzumaki were allied with the Leaf for generations, that despite having all but disappeared from the world, they were still honored with their clan. Symbol emblazoned on all flak jackets. The first Hokage was married to an Uzumaki, and though Tsunade Senju carried on her own clan name, she was still a quarter Uzumaki by blood. This and more, she couldn't help but be privately fascinated at the connection her clan held with what was often considered the greatest of all hidden villages. Not that it helped in any way to get rid of the way her nerves were fraying at the way the boy was dancing around his unsaid accusation. Seriously, it was kind of driving her mad. Why are you telling me all of this? Karen asked, gaze lingering on a small pack of wolf-like creatures that were walking beneath them. More than a few of them tracked her steadily as she moved ahead to another branch, but a low bark from the lead one kept the group moving out of sight. Having red hair doesn't make me one of those Uzumaki people you're talking about, you know. Very convincing, Karen. Sasuke paused as he made it to the next branch, motioning her to follow him as he returned to the ground. It appeared the wolves had fully vanished into the brush, not that the boy seemed worried about them in general. Considering what he did to that bear, he could probably handle it anyway. A second later she joined him on the ground. "You're right," Sasuke said with a nod, leading her further. Healing a teammate by letting him bite her, that's a little more curious though. It fits right in. He got no further as the tip of a kunai poked the back of his neck. "What do you want from me?" Karen said in a low voice. She was amazed at how steady her voice and hand were considering how hard her heart was racing. He saw which meant he'd been tracking them for at least a day. He probably let the bear kill her teammates before swooping in to save her. And didn't that make her gut twist uncomfortably? Yet despite this she still couldn't shake the passive feelings of ease he gave her. It was both aggravating and confusing to absurd levels. "To meet a friend of mine," he said, clearly unperturbed by the kunai. "I'm not forcing you, you know, but I do think you'll be interested." "What choice do I have? I doubt I'll survive this place on my own," she grumbled. "Come on then, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry." With that he continued on, leaving Karen feeling rather silly with a kunai in her hand pointing at nothing. She put it away with a huff and made to follow, wondering what was going to happen to her now. "Sasuke. Welcome back." "Hey Sasuke." Naruto grinned as he gave his friend a wave, mimicking Sakura who was seated at their small camp. They both pulled up short as a red-haired genin followed him into the clearing, the look on her face one of apprehension and nerves. "Naruto?" Sakura asked automatically as they approached. Obviously she wasn't a threat, but as their scout he was the go-to person for this kind of stuff. "She's the girl from the Kusa team Sasuke tracked down. And she's really familiar now that I'm looking at her this closely, but where?" What he didn't realize was that Sakura on the other hand made the connection instantly, barely hiding her surprise. What the heck the Sasuke-obsessed Karen of all people was doing at her Chunin exam was anyone's guess. Naruto on the other hand just continued his report. "I thought they would have been gone by now, that team had no chance of getting past this stage. Same scroll by the way." Sasuke stopped at their circle of seats and motioned to his side. "Sorry for the sudden intrusion. This is Karen." "Karen?" Naruto mentally snapped his fingers. "Of course, I thought she looked familiar. She was in our Chunin exam. Small world. She's from Kusa," Sasuke continued. "Her team was killed by a bear, I only managed to save her." Neither Naruto or Sakura missed the narrow-eyed glare she shot the Uchiha, but it didn't seem her heart was in it. She hesitated before taking a seat, shoulders fulling with weariness. "Hi, I'm Karen, nice to meet you," she said automatically, perking up at the sudden offer of a warm drink from Sakura. "Hi, Karen, I'm sorry about your team. I'm Sakura Haruno," she said, unbothered by the questioning look that Karen gave the cup. The Pinkette drank some of her own, which seemed to ease the worry of poison. Not about to be left out, Naruto automatically held out one of his nutrient bars. "Same, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you." Taking the food, Karen's eyes whitened, shooting Sasuke a lightning quick glance before locking back on Naruto. "Like from the clan?" Naruto frowned, caught off guard. No one had ever really given him that kind of reaction. "Yeah, totally. Only one around here, but that's life, I guess. Who are your parents?" Well, I don't know who my dad was, but my mom was Kushina Uzumaki. The old man said she was from Yuzu and was sent over to be a Konoha Kunoichi when she was a kid. And be a Jinchuriki, but we can skip that part. Old man. The Hokage, Sakura helpfully explained. "Don't think too much about it, he does that. Right? Yes, so anyway, she survived the clan getting wiped out by being here. She died when I was born though, so it's just me now." "Oh, I'm sorry I brought it up," Karen apologized. "It's just your hair." "My hair?" It took Naruto a second to understand what she was getting at. "Oh yeah, my dad was probably the blondest dumb blonde in the world for me to not get the red hair," he said with a laugh, enjoying the inside joke, while simultaneously not noticing the amused reactions he got from his teammates. "Everyone gets the red hair." There was a moment where both Naruto and Sakura's gaze slowly moved from Karen's face to her very, very obviously red hair. A few seconds later her face was just as red. There's no way, right? The older Karen never spoke about her past. Heck, the only thing she ever was interested in talking about was Sasuke, and that got old really quick. They rarely interacted at all after everyone stopped trying to kill one another. But if she was, why wouldn't she? Just curious," Karen mumbled, looking away. "What's it like in Kusa?" Sasuke asked, changing the subject. It's fine I guess. A bit warmer than it is here." Karen broke off, before noticing that they were clearly expecting more. "Sorry, I spend all of my time working, to be honest. I don't go around the village much." The members of Team 7 each processed that piece of information in their own way, but if asked they'd have all agreed Karen's expression was one of poorly hidden discomfort. "It has been nice to visit somewhere else for a change, short as it was," she added. She didn't need to elaborate. With her teammates dead, there was no way for her to pass the current test, even if she managed to get all 3 scrolls. "You sound like you don't really like it there." Karen lowered her head as Sakura glared at Naruto. Sorry. "No, it's okay." Karen shook her head, eyes still on her feet without really seeing them. "I wasn't born there, just kind of ended up there." Excuse me." She stood up and walked to the edge of the clearing, deep in thought. "Poor girl," Sakura said sadly, turning her attention to her teammates in annoyance. "Her team just died, you know, no need to make her feel worse." "Her team was not nice to her," Sakura, Naruto complained. "They both shouted at her a lot and ordered her around. I could hear it so easily and I wasn't even trying where I was." "He's right," Sasuke added with a frown, though I doubt she'd admit it. Karen clearly feels less burdened with them gone. If this is how she is treated out in the field, how might it be back at her village? Not to mention. They continued to talk in low voices. Meanwhile, Karen had her eyes shut tightly, unable to rid herself of the image of her temporary Jonin sensei's inevitably angry face at her failure. No doubt with this she'd never get to leave the ward again. They wouldn't want to risk losing their healing tutor. Those 2 jerks, was she really sad they were dead? Nabutashi and Ryo never considered her anything more than a disposable asset. Sakura's nice. They're all nice. I wish I had friends like that. A snort of derisive mirth bubbled up uncontrollably. She didn't have any friends to compare them to, who was she kidding? Was it so bad to want something more for herself? To try something for a chance at something, anything? The 3 cut off as Shuri joined them, regarding her with mixed but curious expressions. "I'm sorry, let me reintroduce myself." Her heart pounded. Her breath shuddered. Hope had taken root in her, and it held on with wild abandon, warming her chest in a way she'd long forgotten. Who knew where this could go, but more than anything she wanted to try. She looked at the 3 genin, settling finally on the blonde. "I'm Karen Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, cousin." Naruto blinked as the word echoed in his head. Cousin. You what?" Karen was in Uzumaki. Yeah, I'm pretty shocked too," she said, an edge of shyness to her voice. "I never thought I'd meet another Uzumaki." "Kurama. She's not lying, right? Please." "She's not." A part of him still couldn't process why the old Karen he knew hadn't said anything, but it was rapidly losing ground to his excitement of having found a surviving member of his clan. Immediately he looked at Sasuke. "How the heck did you know?" "That's a good question," Sakura said after a second, regarding Sasuke with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Clan education," he said with a shrug. We get taught a lot about the important clans of the village, including how to recognize them, so we don't look ignorant. It's a thing, he added tiredly. Mother was very strict about the Uzumaki too, despite there only being one in the village. Yeah, but by chance I noticed Karen during the first test and have been spying on her since. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want to get Naruto's hopes up in the event I was mistaken. He let a hand rest on the blonde's shoulder. I know that if there was a chance someone of my clan was still alive, I'd take the chance no matter how slim. There wasn't even a question about what to do. Yeah. He did understand. Sasuke turned to Sakura and gave her a grin. Besides, Naruto would do the same for me. There was a moment of comfortable silence before beaming Sakura gently placed both hands on Sasuke's collar and lifted him in the air, shaking him thoroughly. You think you're the only one who cares about him, you smooth talker. The next time you leave me out of something like this I'll make you regret it, you hear me? The Sasuke managed to get out as he was manhandled. She then pointed a finger at Naruto who froze, half afraid and half impressed that Sasuke didn't drop a hair, despite now being held and shaken by a single hand. The same goes for you. Yes ma'am. Great. Sakura placed Sasuke back on his feet before dusting her hands off. Good talk, team. Anyway, let's plan this out. Plan what out? Karen asked, still blinking at the explosive pink head. Your death, obviously. Naruto suddenly found himself being used as a shield as Karen moved behind him, looking at Sakura with wide eyes. My death. Phrasing, Sakura, said Sasuke, who was still straightening himself back out. But you were right, of course. It's the only option. Come on guys, you're scaring her, Naruto said reproachfully. Leaving the two to their thoughts, Naruto turned to his newly discovered clan member. This is pretty crazy, he admitted, drawing her eyes. I never thought I'd meet another member of my clan, but life is random like that I guess. It'd go against everything I stand for to not help you if you need it. He paused, feeling unsure for a second. You do need it, right? Alarm bells rang in his head as his instinctual sense of danger screamed for his attention. Karen's eyes were blinking and getting kind of shiny. She sniffed once. No? And again. Please no. Yes, she said shakily. I do. It's okay, just don't say anything too over the top, and it'll be fine. Naruto flashed her his patented smile. Then I'll save you no matter what. Believe it. To which Karen immediately began crying. She tucked her head behind an arm automatically to hide her face. Naruto only barely kept from slapping himself. I did the opposite. Wow, Naruto. Sakura's soft accusing voice carried all too easily to his ear. Making two girls cry in a single day. You're something else. I'm fine, I'm fine. Karen took a deep breath as she looked to the canopy above before exhaling and giving her head a little shake. There's a lot going on in my head right now. Sorry, I'm okay. The Naruto effect, Sasuke said shortly, nodding to himself. As powerful as it is ridiculous. Yeah. Naruto said tiredly, waving a hand in his friend's direction. I've always dreamed about rebuilding the clan. There's got to be more of us out there, hiding like you were. It would be nice to give them all a place to come back to, right? Yeah, it would, Karen agreed with a smile. Anyway, they're both right about what we should do. If your entire team dies, the Jonin will just leave. Unless they're going to want your body. Kusa is growing, but they're behind in the medical field. Having a corpse wouldn't do them much good, Karen said. Considering that their best solution to a lot of problems was go bite the girl, yeah they could use some improvements. Then we'll do that. Kakashi-sensei can get Karen to join the Hokage, he corrected for Karen's benefit, and we'll go from there. Wait. You're telling me that your sensei will just go along with a defecting shinobi plan? The Hokage too? With no discussion. We can't communicate with them until the test is over. This could cause a huge incident. Yes, the 3 genin of Team 7 course. Unless you're lying about being an Uzumaki, Sakura said slowly. I'm not. Then there's no issue. But a slight rustling of nearby leaves caused them to all break off as a very familiar team of genin dropped into their clearing. Sasuke-Uchiha, step forward, we are here to kill you, said Dozu, a kunai raised and pointing to the genin in question. Wait, why are there 4 of them? Who's the red-haired girl? Asked Kin, a senbon with a bell softly ringing in her hand. Doesn't matter, we'll wipe her out too if she gets in the way, Zaku growled, small ripples of wind forming around his hands. We're not here for the rest of you losers, so stay out of our way, and we might let you live. Silence fell on the clearing for a moment before PFFF. Naruto doubled over, unable to keep it in as he held his gut. Naruto. Sakura tried to scold him, but also covered her mouth as she began to shake. Karen looked in worried confusion between them both, and then to Sasuke who, while maintaining a look of impassivity, had the corner of his mouth twitching. You got something to say, Zaku demanded. Naruto gasped desperately for air before letting out a bark of laughter, pointing to the angry boy. Why the fuck are you bold? This sadly caused his teammates to lose their composure, Sakura leaning on the blonde for support as she laughed and even Sasuke crossing his arms as he chuckled. It also made the highly embarrassed recently bald sound genin lose his shit. I'll fucking kill you. He raised both arms, palms facing Team 7. Go to hell. Fuden. Dai Taiho. The cone of wind pressure blasted out, carving out everything in front of it without prejudice. The entire camp vanished in a moment with the brush around and behind it. The trunk of the nearby tree was gouged away to the point where, if not for its colossal size, it would have easily toppled. Zaku panted as his arms dropped to his sides, hands twitching in pain. He pushed his air tubes nearly to the point of internal damage in his anger. What the heck, Zaku, a little warning next time, Kin complained in annoyance, still recovering from the blast. Indeed, Dozu agreed, ears still ringing. A low whistle from beside them drew their eyes. Sasuke and Sakura were looking on at the destruction with some interest, while Naruto, though was holding a very frazzled Karen, nodded appreciatively. You gotta respect the effort, he said, and his teammates nodded. He turned to the surprised Sound Genin and continued, you missed though, sorry. Why you? What do you want to do, Sasuke? Seems they're after you. Doesn't matter, they saw too much. Realization and grim expressions were exchanged as the three-leaf Genin looked at Karen. He was right. I will handle it. Naruto and Sakura hesitated for a moment before nodding. We'll start for the tower then. With that they departed swiftly, unsurprised that the Sound team made no move to follow them. They had a mission after all. So? Naruto looked curiously at Karen, who was expressing a mixture of both displeasure and embarrassment. How long were you planning on holding me? Sasuke sighed as his teammates took Karen and moved on. That had gone about as well as he'd hoped, despite the interruption. While his clan being more or less wiped out was not a net positive, they sure did make a handy scapegoat for anything he needed to hand-wave an explanation at. You've got some confidence taking us on alone. I'll give you that, said Dozu. Unfortunately for you. He cut off as Sasuke simply faced the opposite direction. Hey, asshole, don't ignore us, Zaku snapped, hands extended aggressively. Sasuke didn't turn around, instead delivering a single line. Amiwa motioned air. Nani? Like puppets with their strings cut, the three genin dropped to the ground, dead. Always wanted to try that one, he chuckled, disappearing in a shunshin to catch up with his team. Kabuto cursed under his breath, grinding a plant under his shoe as he waited impatiently. Yora crouched a few meters away, idly poking at an anthill. Misumi was off taking a dump. Again. 4 days. It had been 4 whole days since the start of the second test, and they hadn't found a single team. It was inexplicable. He also couldn't help shake the feeling that they were being followed, but he chalked it up to paranoia. He was a damn Jonin-level shinobi pretending to be a dumb genin, who in the exam actually had the skill to stay out of his notice. Nobody, that's who. Well, it wasn't like those brats didn't even like my ninja info cards. If they just paid attention they would see how awesome they, and by extension I, am. Kabuto, what's the plan? Yoroi asked, not looking up from the anthill. We'll just stalk the tower area, maybe pick up a straggler, he replied. It wasn't the priority anymore, plain and simple. Instead, he'd need to think of a way to survive his next meeting with the Orochimaru. From the message he'd received via Snake Summon, it appeared his information regarding Team 7 was so inaccurate that his ass was grasped the next time they met up. Got it. Misumi, you hear that? The only response he got was a gurgling surge and a groan. Kabuto cursed again. Delivery for the fandom, hope you enjoyed digging in. Obviously when it comes to Karen, there's a couple things I've made executive decisions on. For one, I've committed to her actually being in Uzumaki. I've also gone with Naruto and Sakura not knowing that she was in Uzumaki before this. Pretty sure that's all accurate, but I don't pretend to know, or much concern myself with pinpoint canon accuracy. In my eyes, Canon Karen basically cast her clan name aside to become who she was and didn't have regrets after so many years. She could live with what she chose. Only Sasuke who knew her intimately would have really known something like this. Also, Sakura doesn't know a thing about the Uzumaki clan, and Naruto is more or less of the belief that the clan has been wiped out, though with this those gears really start to turn. As always, love to hear what y'all are enjoying and what you're looking forward to next. Next chapter starts after the fight has ended, so no more dragging this thing out. Looks like I'll actually have to write a fight or two. No promises on long ones, but I'll try for something entertaining. See you D. Let's not and say we did. Chapter 15. Let's not and say we did. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantages. These rules will guide a person's extremes. It's not a riddle, right? I think I'll kill something if it is. Haku couldn't help but agree as his team regarded the words written on the large wall scroll before them. It took far longer than they'd expected, doubly so because of those damn spiders, but they'd finally made it to the massive building with all 3 scrolls. When they entered, however, it wasn't to the sight of a proctor, but an empty room and a message on the far wall. Wait, there's something else. He moved closer and saw what looked like a small piece of paper taped just under the large scroll with something scribbled on it. If you lack hell then you're fucked. I don't get paid enough for this crap. A beat of awkward silence moved between them as the image of a pissed Jonin passed through all of their minds. Well, it's obviously the scrolls. I don't see a place for us to put them though. Chijiro noted. Do we open them? Didn't they say we'd be disqualified if we did? Fumiko countered. Because if we do that and that happens, I'll kill you. She traded looks with her two teammates before sighing in resignation. Fine, give me one, let's just get this over with. Proof. Took you long enough. For a while there I thought you actually might fail. Zabuza stood before them, eyeing the genin in irritation. Apologies for the delay, Zabuza-sama. I take it we passed. That's right, though I expected you to finish higher up. How many other teams are here? Fumiko asked. You'll see for yourself. Let's go. He led them back into the hall and up a gently curving staircase that brought them higher and higher. Occasionally they passed a narrow window too tight for a person to fit through, allowing them a view to the lower canopy of the trees they were near. Before long sunlight filtered into the building as they cleared the trees altogether, making the three genin wince after being in such a darkened place for so long. Eventually they came to a floor that opened up to the second level of what looked like a large mess hall. Teams of genin were scattered about below, mostly on their own, but there was a single large group of 3 teams all chatting together. Haku immediately recognized the waving hand belonging to the ever-attentive pink-haired Sakura, which he returned with a short one of his own. We're 7. Chijiro's voice was one of surprise. Out of 14. After all, 42 skulls, 3 types, 14 groups of 3. No, you 7th out of 7, Zabuza corrected, much to their confusion. That orange brat showed up with 7 extra Earth scrolls. No more teams can pass. He looked down on them, clearly not pleased. You lass. Chijiro dropped to his knees, head in his hands. Mizuki-sama's going to demote me. Probably. She'll never give me my swords back, he moaned. Fumiko just kicked him in irritation. Anyway, continued Zabuza, ignoring the boy's despair, since you're finally here, they'll end the test early. The sound of coughing drew everyone's attention to a Konoha Jonin who was standing at a different point on the second level. Hello, I am Jekko Hade. Please follow me for information about the next stage of the Chunin exam. With that he left through a nearby door, the 6 teams below quickly moving so as not to be left behind. No one had forgotten the last transition they had between tests. Go on, Zabuza said, walking off. Fumiko nudged the still-limp Chijiro with her foot before grabbing his shirt and dragging him along. Haku just sighed, eager to be gone from this awful place. Seriously, those spiders sucked. Why couldn't they just talk to us there? Ino complained, wincing as she limped down the hall with her team. Something's happening, Shikamaru reasoned, clearly not pleased by the idea. They might make us fight now. Well, why? Choji asked. There's still a lot of us here for a tournament, Shikamaru elaborated. Good, I'm itching for some action, Kiba said with a grin, Akamaru barking his agreement. I'd rather not, but I'll do what I have to, Hinata added. The expressions of many fell greatly as they all entered a new room that was undoubtedly an arena. The Jonin sensei of all teams were lined up in front of a massive statue of 2 hands, making a hand sign that took up the entire wall. In front of them stood Hade, Anko, and Daiu Hokage-sama. Naruto exclaimed, waving through the elbow that dug into his side. The Hokage nodded to the blonde with a smile before observing the 7 teams that lined up facing their sensei. Whatever thoughts the Jonin had about who else had made it, they hid them well. Hokage-sama will now explain the 3rd test, Anko said before stepping back. Thank you, Anko. The Hokage took a puff from his pipe before speaking. Before I explain, I'd like to elaborate on something. The true meaning of the Chunin exams. The genin exchanged mixed expressions as the Hokage continued. Though our villages are allied, this has not always been so. Additionally, if you can understand my meaning, we are all in the same business. Allies or not, competition is unavoidable. One's fortune is almost always at another's expense. It was certainly true. Villagers lived and died by how they were able to provide services with their shinobi. Regardless of what those services were, it needed to happen or the village would disappear before long. In other words, this is a controlled version of war between allies. The Hokage took a moment to take in the faces of the genin before him. Many seemed shocked by his proclamation, but many more were unaffected. It seemed like more than a few of their ranks had come to this understanding themselves. The 3rd exam is performed in front of many important people. People who will directly affect the balance of where missions go, who they will bring their business to, and who they will hold in higher regard when sharing their opinions with others. You not only fight for a promotion, but to bring your village prestige. Why are you telling us all of this? Gaara's emotionless voice cut across the room, drawing a number of irritated faces from the Konoha shinobi present, but the Hokage chuckled, diffusing the tension. Clear the sand from your ears and you might hear something useful. Returning his gaze to the group at large he continued. That all said, I will now disclose the 3rd test. Slightly over 1 month from now you will participate in a tournament. A bracket of 8 will be formed today, with the team that finished fastest in the 2nd test, Team Guy, getting a bye to the 2nd round. We're not doing prelims. Sakura said under her breath in surprise. Her shock was felt through many of the genin, having expected the same. We are not, the Hokage confirmed, having heard her. During the tournament, there will be a coin flip with the winner choosing the mode of combat to be held. Team battle, or one-on-one. Team battles are single 3-on-3 matches, while one-on-one are as they say. Let the victor stay on field to fight the next member of the opposing team until none remain. Are there any questions? How will we choose the bracket? Asked Tamari. Hayate stepped forward with a box that had a hole in it. One member from each team please take a number at random, he said in a bored voice, holding it out. Team Guy, wait where you are. It only took a few seconds before they all held a number, and the matches were set. First match. Team Asuna vs Team Zabuza's second match. Team Baki vs Team Kurenai third match. Team Kakashi vs Team Oboro fourth match. Team Guy, bye. Now that you know your opponents, use the time you have to properly prepare. Do not disappoint your village. Please accompany your Jonin sensei who will guide you out of the forest together. Any other questions about the exam can be directed to them. Good luck. The Hokage turned, making brief eye contact with Kakashi before leaving the room. There was much to discuss. It appears, the Hokage said lightly, moving his gaze around the group of people standing at attention before him, that we have quite a lot to discuss. It was about an hour after the genin had been dismissed with their Jonin sensei from the base in the heart of the forest. With so many high-level shinobi, the group would cut through the forest in little more than an hour or two. The Konoha Chunin and Jonin proctors were now moving through the forest, collecting any remaining genin. But were still alive. This left the tower more or less empty, but for the slightly inconvenienced squad that was posted there more long-term. It was peaceful once more. Almost, at any rate. You've got no idea, Jai, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Question though, why are there so many people here? Apart from the Hokage and all of Team 7, they were joined by Karen, Jiraiya, Anko, and a purple-haired Kunoichi he recognized as an Anbu, though she was dressed as a civilian. Kakashi was able to relay what you told him to me early enough that we could act properly, the Hokage explained. First we will deal with your cousin. The girl in question instantly stood straighter, visibly nervous. Karen Uzumaki. Yes, Hokage-sama. You have 1 minute. Explain yourself. Naruto frowned at the Hokage as Karen rapidly shoved as much of her past and intentions into the minute given. He had to restrain himself from speaking out against her treatment, knowing all too well that the old man couldn't just be his kind Jai all the time. What were you hoping to do here in Konoha? Join the shinobi forces. I don't know, her head lowered. I just want something better. The old man held her gaze before letting out an irritated sigh. You've put me in a difficult position, you know, he said, lighting his pipe once more. Just the fact that we are having this conversation could cause an incident. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, please don't hold Naruto responsible for this. Any of them. They're just trying to help me. There's a reason why genin do not make any decisions in the village, the Hokage said pointedly, much to Team 7's chagrin. The old man instead regarded the others in the room. Thoughts? Leave her with me, we'll figure out if there's anything going on, Anko said with a smile, making Karen shudder. Kakashi said nothing, clearly wishing he could be reading his port at the moment. It was fine though. They'd never have even gotten to this point without him. Jiraiya watched Karen with a curious gaze. The blood test will tell us if she's the real deal, though she definitely has the look. She looks like Kushina's kid sister. And when word eventually gets out that the Uzumaki clan is rebuilding within the walls of Konoha, the Hokage gave Naruto a flat look. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. Not really much of a clan with just 2 people, Jai, Naruto objected, very much aware that no one believed him. Ah, no offense, Sasuke. None taken. Anyway, Jiraiya continued, I don't see a problem. Good, we agree then. As if there was a chance you wouldn't, Naruto thought smugly. Karen blinked as the serious scary Hokage was replaced by a cheerful old man. It'll take a little setting up, but I don't foresee any problems. You will have to go through some testing, but barring that, welcome to the village. Thank you, Karen said bemusedly. The Hokage motioned to the final occupant of the room who stepped up with a warm smile. This is Yuga Yuzuki, he introduced. She'll be taking care of you for the time being. Nobody was confused about what he was referring to. Nice to meet you, Karen said dimly, wobbling on her feet for a moment before her legs folded beneath her. She only dropped an inch before Naruto caught her. No, Naruto, I think you really saved me. Told you, he said quietly, helping her back to her feet. I'll see you soon, okay? Yeah? Yugao helped her out of the room, likely to smuggle the girl back to the village proper as soon as possible. Once they left, the Hokage turned his attention back to the group of genin. With that out of the way, give me a full report on what happened in the forest with the Orochimaru. Jiraiya frowned as the 3 genin finished their accounting of the entire fight against his former teammate, including the attack and elimination of the Sound team. For Orochimaru to be interested in Sasuke to that extent, trying to get him to defect from the village, the rumors he'd been getting were starting to sound more and more true. It was a horrifying possibility. It's a miracle you 3 survived, the Sannin said bluntly. If he really wanted you gone, you would be. To be fair, each one of them had something of a trump to get them through the fight against someone they had no right in surviving against. Naruto of course had the fox, though coming out of the fight without being sealed was to the kid's credit. Orochimaru was more than familiar with Jinchuriki and how to fight them. Sasuke was a prodigy like his brother, albeit a later bloomer, and had a matured Sharingan. The eyes were the cheat codes of the shinobi world. Surprisingly though, Sakura was the one to get the snake bastard to retreat, through something equally as improbable to boot. "Can you show me the seal?" he asked, getting a nod from the girl as she pulled her hair aside. It sat innocently on her neck like a trendy tattoo. "How do you feel?" "Normal," she replied. "I know I lost my temper a bit when I changed, but I changed back, and now it's like nothing happened in the first place." "A bit," she says, Naruto muttered to Sasuke, getting a twitch from the corner of Uchiha's mouth. Sakura just stuck her tongue out at him. "Could you change for us again?" he posed, shooting the Hokage a questioning look and getting a small nod in return. There was almost a morbid curiosity permeating the Jonin present. To see a genin so unaffected by something that had caused Anko an overwhelming amount of trouble was baffling at best. Sakura, to his confusion, actually slightly blushed. "I can, but it'll rip my shorts again." "The tail," she added helpfully. "Take him off then," Anko said impatiently. "Easy for you to say, you're always half naked," every male in the room thought at once. "Look, if any guy in here gets any funny ideas on him, good enough." The irony of being literally surrounded by Konoha's most infamous perverts was not lost on the Pinket. Still, she eventually agreed, slipping behind a table for a moment before returning, the curse seal propagating across her skin in a wave to fully cover her body and begin the change. Amazingly to the genin it happened even faster than the first time, and seconds later the level 2 curse seal Sakura stood before them in all her glory. Holy fuck. Enko's two-word statement fairly accurately summed up the thoughts of everyone in the room. Jiraiya needed to look further to understand what he was seeing more. He'd only need it for a few seconds, so he could do it on his own. Natural chakra entered into his system in a trickle, enhancing the world around him 10 times over. The feel of everyone's chakras immediately around him were laid bare to see with his new sixth sense. At that moment his suspicions were confirmed. It somehow uses natural energy. "Orochimaru, you bastard, what have you done?" he breathed, unnerving those around him. "What?" The question that came from Sakura was quite a bit shorter than her usually polite tone, her earth-spiked tail moving idly. "It's more dangerous than I'd imagined. He must have killed hundreds in testing to get something like this to work." Jiraiya let the natural energy go, feeling a little more human and a little less toad. No oddly homicidal feelings coming up. "How about feeling like you're about to turn to stone? Just go with me on it," he added to her confusion. "No, but it does feel nice to be this strong," she admitted. "It just feels like chakra to use though." "You're absurdly good at chakra control," Kakashi noted absently, so light drifting to the pocket that held his precious book. The meeting was taking way longer than he'd anticipated. "That is such bullshit," Anko said, affronted. "No changes at all. Just stronger." "I suppose it does make me feel a bit more primal," she said for lack of a better word, grinning to herself. "Makes sense," Jiraiya agreed, nodding to himself. Of course no one else got whatever he had apparently. "I'd like to keep an eye on her for the time being though," he added to the Hokage. "Yes, that does seem reasonable," the old man agreed as Sakura returned to normal. "I actually have an idea for that. Anko, thank you for remaining, you are dismissed. If we find out anything further about the seal then we will let you know." "Right, thanks. Also don't spend too long looking for that thing," he added, causing the woman to flash him a grin while the others traded looks. A moment later she was gone and only he, Jiraiya, and Team 7 remained. Jiraiya got the hint immediately and dropped another privacy seal on the floor. "Alright, sensei, what's your plan?" he asked. "I've got a mission for you to accomplish before the tournament." "Of course you do." "Really?" he said dryly. "You want me to drag her back here in less than a month? I don't even know where she is." "It'll be fine. You've got our best rookie team to help and their sensei. I've heard he's a real go-getter." Kakashi, finally having lost patience with the long meeting, was currently reading his porn with a relieved sigh. The 3 genin were just looking at him in exasperation. "With all due respect, Hokage-sama, you suck. You all understand what time we're leaving tomorrow, right?" 8 in the morning, Sakura said with a nod, getting unenthusiastic vocal agreement from Naruto and Sasuke. It wasn't that they were complaining about the time, but rather after being asked nearly a dozen times when they were leaving it was wearing on them. "Come on Jiraiya-sensei, just because Kakashi is our sensei doesn't mean we're always late like him," Naruto said tiredly. "I'll believe it when I see it, kid," Jiraiya said. "Kakashi, so help me if I have to come get you tomorrow morning, you'll find out why Minato never messed with me, even after he became Hokage." Hi came the equally unenthusiastic reply from their sensei. "In that case, see you all then. Make sure to prepare for anything. Who knows what we'll have to deal with to bring Haim back." With that the Sannin departed, likely to the hot springs, while Kakashi just buried his head in his book again and walked off in a random direction. "Wow, still kind of amazing we're about to go bring Tsunade-sama back to the village," Sakura mused. Internally she was fairly excited. Not that she was under any illusion about the kind of person the Slug Sannin was, but this was a mission only Naruto had gone on before, so it was exciting to be a part of it. I do have to wonder why this is happening now though, Sasuke pointed out. Couldn't it have waited until after the exam? I guess it's not like we really need to be here to train for it, Naruto said. Between Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei we can probably learn a lot in a month. If they want to teach us, Sakura added with a grimace. They could both be pretty wishy-washy about anything. If that's the case we'll just need to convince them we're worth their time. I think we can handle that, said Sasuke with a smirk that his teammates mirrored. Yes they would. And now it's break time finally. Even if it's only for the evening. Sakura waved her friends off as they departed, both clearly having plans to take care of before their impromptu mission began. The cursed seal. If Jiraiya of the Sannin, Konoha's foremost expert on seals, thought the thing was a big deal, then she really never fully understood what exactly Orochimaru had done to her friend. She knew that during this trip she'd need to get every detail out of the Sannin about it. Also, this was the perfect opportunity to get Tsunade's attention. There really wasn't any way she wouldn't get the woman's notice, but at least she could do it without needing to plan something complicated. Now to get back home and figure out the transforming ripping underwear problem. Where are my underwear? Meanwhile, back in the Forest of Death. Two Chunin stood next to one another in a meeting room, both staring at the same spot on the floor, where an extremely dangerous item lay. They exchanged equally wary grimaces before the more senior of the two began making hand signs. A second later, there was only a dark and burned spot on the floor. The two vowed to never speak of this moment and returned to their duties. I'm home. Welcome back. Sasuke almost reacted to the voice before remembering his odd housemate. In all honesty he hadn't expected to see Kurenai at all that night. I would have thought you'd still be celebrating with your team, he said, shrugging off the sack he was carrying and dropping it by the door. Much of the last hour was spent shopping for some much-needed restocking of his shinobi tools. Most of the more specialized things came from clan storage, but basics were almost always in demand, considering how much he trained with them. They're all with their families now, Kurenai said. We'll party tomorrow and plan out their month of training. Were you hoping I'd join again? He asked in curiosity, finally having straightened up the entrance. He moved into the main room and was immediately greeted by the sight of a loosely dressed Jonin lounging on the couch. A village's worth of wet dreams stared at him, irritated. You think I can't handle it? She shot, getting a raised eyebrow out of him. Don't be ridiculous, he returned. Did you eat? No. I was waiting for Anko to get back but she never did. Had a couple drinks before I just came here. Any idea about that? Your team was held back. The image of a laughing Anko holding up a flabby Orochimaru mask in delight quickly came and went along with the desire to never think anything like that ever again. Not at all. Tell me about how things were from the Jonin side, and I'll whip something together. As Kurenai launched into some random story from the last few days, Sasuke smiled to himself as he moved to the kitchen. After everything it was nice to have a break like this, even if it was only for one night. Naruto let out a sigh as he pushed the last few noodles in his ramen around the bowl, lost in thought. Old man Ichiraku had already gone home for the night, leaving AM to take care of their last customer of the day. Normally the blonde wouldn't linger much when he finished his food, but today was different. 2 fresh bowls remained, one for him and the other for Gar. As soon as he got there. It took Naruto little time to locate the Sand siblings after they'd been dismissed, but a split-second sage mode made it easy to do. So, and at once he was off to follow through on his promise to treat his fellow Jinchuriki. Of course, it wasn't just about the meal. Gar had been a heavy weight on his mind for months, and now he was in a position just like he had been in Nami. Ready to do something absolutely stupidly reckless. I am here. Blunt as it was, it helped bring Naruto back to reality with a smile. Hey Gar, pull up a stool. Amni, we'll take those bowls now. Sure, Naruto, I'll start wrapping up then, said the girl with a smile, serving them both. Enjoy your food, she added to Gaara who watched her impassively. Silence fell as the two tucked into the meal, Naruto with gusto and Gaara with an equal lack of emotion. A few minutes later it was broken. This is acceptable. Right. To what end have you brought me here? Naruto's expression became more serious as he let out a breath. I do want us to be friends, he said, continuing to eat slowly. No one understands what you've been through like I do and I want to help you. I do not want help, nor do I need it. Naruto smiled, placing his chopsticks down. That, my sandy friend, is where you're wrong. And he lightly pat the boy's back with an open palm. Like a light being switched, the entire setting changed from a ramen bar to a vast endless space of muddy to orange and brown. Naruto stood opposite a suddenly on guard Gaara as he took in the changes. Where is this? What have you done? Saishin Sekai, Naruto said, completely at ease. This is basically a subconscious space that the tailed beasts and their hosts can go to for communication. No Jinjutsu or ninjutsu can crack this place. No lies. You'll probably feel a bit more at ease yourself without Shikaku in your head for a change. It is quieter, Gaara admitted. Mother. You know that isn't your mother, right? Naruto said warily, eyebrows raised. It has made me who I am. Defined my very life from birth. They are the same. Naruto ran a hand through his hair, looking to the sky. It's okay, Konoha wasn't built in a day after all. Agree to disagree. The reason Shikaku isn't in your head is because he's right there. Behind the teen sat the immense form of Ichibi. I was wondering when you'd stop the chatter and notice my esteemed self, he said, looking down on them menacingly. I can't wait to get my hands on you. 3 mountainous tails collided with Tanuki, knocking him down before wrapping him up and slinging him around, crashing into the ground repeatedly. Give it a rest, you overgrown rat. Let me crash, go you crash, damn fox. I'll crash, crash, crash. Yeah, come back when you've got a few more tails, Kurama said with a yawn, deftly disciplining his brother. Hop to it, brat, we don't have all day. Right, thanks. Naruto said brightly, enjoying the look of utter bewilderment on Gar's face. Anyway, I'll make this short. Your seal is absolute dogshit. It's the main source of all the problems you've had over your life. I could do something better on a dinner napkin with a crayon, and the person who did it should go bury themselves in the desert. Fortunately, I'm here. Naruto drew himself up to his full, still unimpressive height. I can fix your seal, but you can't tell anyone I did it. Like genuinely not anyone ever. What do you say? Silence stretched out between them, apart from the background raging Tanuki, long enough to have Naruto doubting himself again. He had thought long and hard about how to help his friend, and it kept coming back to one thing. The seal. He could do it now. He could really give his friend his life back. Sure, it may cause him to lose a bit of the automatic sand defense, but he could get that back with actual communication with Shikaku. Also, Gar was strong enough to earn the title of Cage, always being run down from basically no sleep, and having a voice in his head telling him to kill stuff for years. Imagine if the guy could get some decent sleep. Okay, so I can see you're thinking about it, that's good, Naruto said, accepting that this might take a second. Fortunately for them, the mind space stuff never seemed to stretch out for longer than a fraction of an actual second outside it, so they were good. Probably. Meanwhile, outside the mind space. Mommy, look, it's that boy, he's doing it again, and there's another one too. Aim watched a mother hurry her child along away from the stall, and looked back to the 2 boys still sitting at the stall, though unlike when she last saw them, they were both now sitting up with their heads lolled back, drool running from their mouths. I think I'll just assume you're done, she said slowly, taking the mostly finished bowls and retreating to the back room. Kids sure did some weird stuff these days. Anyway. Naruto gave a short whistle, and Shikaku was suddenly slammed into the ground, so that he could see the blonde. Okay, Kurama, you can let him go. Tick tick, brat. 5 minutes tops, then I'm pulling us out. Got it. Kurama, Shikaku growled, rising once more. He seemed to think twice about it before turning to Naruto. Fine, I'll kill your host's mind instead. Yeah. Listen up, asshole. Naruto shouted, leveling a finger at the beast before slamming a fist into open palm. You've been going wild in my friend's head for way too long. I know I'm not the sage, but when I'm done with you, you'll be calling me daddy anyway. There we go. There was one of those transition chapters, but a lot happened, so we needed to unpack. A moment to talk about the teams. I gave Team Guy first place because Gar and them were being entertained by Naruto basically the whole time, slowing them down. The AIM team on the other hand was never beaten by the Naruto-Kabuto combo fight, so they made it cause I needed one more team, and they weren't completely terrible. Kabuto's team didn't make it because Naruto's clone sabotaged them hardcore. The Sound team, well yeah, they're already dead. On Sakura forgetting her underwear, the thought process is this. She's concerned about it before using the cursed seal. Using it does mess with her emotions cause it's still the MF cursed seal, then she's back and more or less still coming down off that high, so she forgets. The thought also made me chuckle, so there it is. As for the guys not saying anything, well, if that isn't human nature, not in a pervy way, but more in avoid all danger by pretending it isn't real way, it quite is. Finally, I don't like the 100% kill all humans deranged Gar, so we toned it down for this story, if that wasn't already clear. That'll be all, folks. Next time they go globetrotting to get Tsunade. Wouldn't that be entertaining? As always, love to hear your thoughts and thanks of course for the support in reading. We're off to see the wizard. Chapter 16. We're off to see the wizard read. Gambling drunk. A gentle morning sun caressed the treetops of the land of fire. Birds sang happily, and the wind carried their joy across the land and through the village hidden in the leaves. With little prompting, the village awoke, civilians and shinobi alike rising to the new day, and everything it would bring with a confident smile. No, I wouldn't do it. Kurenai, let me go. Most of them. Probably. I don't wanna. I have a mission. For a whole month. Tell them you're sick. You'll be fine. Kurenai pouted up at the teen from her position wrapped around his ankle as he unsuccessfully tried to leave the house. Proof. The white smoke cleared to reveal a Kurenai that couldn't be older than 6, wearing the biggest sad face she could muster, big eyes welling with shaking tears. Adorable, he deadpanned, lifting the girl and placing her next to him. A quick double check of himself confirmed he had everything he needed and was ready to go. Without hesitation he walked out of the home. He paused, turning to the woman now leaning on the doorframe. Dressed casually with her hair loosely tied to one side, the morning light gave her a rarely seen homey appearance. The corner of his mouth twitched upwards, and he raised a hand for a short wave. Try not to get too much takeout, alright. With that he vanished in a shunshin. Naruto whistled to himself lightly as he walked through the village, ignoring the scowls and dirty looks he got from the villagers who noticed him. He was all packed up for the mission, his home was clean, and he'd even gotten the chance to say goodbye to Karen, who ended up becoming his neighbor. She was not happy about the only familiar faces she knew shipping off for the next month, but promised that she'd still be there when they got back. In a way this was probably a good thing. Karen needed to sort herself out, and not having a Kusa Orochimaru-shaped shadow hanging over her could only be a positive. Naruto wasn't sure what she'd end up doing in the end, be it shinobi related or not, but he'd make sure that she could live a peaceful life in Konoha. It'd be nice to help more Uzumakas like her, don't you think? He said aloud, seeing his destination coming up ahead. I couldn't care less about your annoying bloodline. Yeah, it would be, he agreed with himself. You think we got here early enough? Sakura likes to be on time. Kurama just ignored the question, making Naruto smirk. The fox was not a fan of small talk. Or any type of talk, to be honest. A couple knocks at the door was all it took to get a response. It opened to a familiar face who perked up at the realization of who it was. Hey, Naruto, here to pick up the princess. Long mission this time, I heard. Yes sir, good morning, he belatedly added, giving Sakura's father a cheery grin. Could you let her know I'm here? Why don't you go tell her yourself, he invited, motioning for the boy to follow him inside. You know where her room is, right? Ah, yeah. Good morning, Naruto, it's nice of you to visit, Sakura's mother greeted, having finally poked her head in from where the kitchen was. Sakura's upstairs still, so go on then. Good luck on your mission. Thanks, he responded, making his way up the stairs as he felt the eyes of both Harunos never leave us back. Kurama, why do I feel like I'm being set up? Probably because you are. Reaching the second floor landing, Naruto barely took 3 steps before a barely dressed Sakura walked out of the bathroom with a hairbrush halfway passed through her hair, freezing in place as her brain caught up with his presence. Nice knowing you, kid. You too, Kurama. 5 seconds passed in stillness as Naruto silently thanked the long list of people who had helped him in his previous life and this one. Sakura on the other hand just scowled, pulling the brush free and tossing it into the open door of her room. Not funny, you two. She shouted in annoyance down the stairs, ignoring the laughter that followed. Really, from entertaining a future engagement to a banker's son to being okay with her Jinchuriki teammate, it was almost as heartwarming as it was irritating the way they warmed up to the boy. Ah, Sakura, why are you like that? Naruto, who hadn't exactly been able to move his eyes off the girl, felt his question was justified. For some reason the first level of Sakura's curse seal was active, curled around her left bicep, down her torso and wrapped around her right thigh. I'm getting used to how it feels, Sakura explained, looking down at her body. She'd been experimenting all evening while rapidly rethinking her wardrobe for tail functionality. Just running the seal like this gave her a steady flow of information on how it worked. She was determined to gain full mastery of the thing, despite the inherent risk. She then realized that they were still in the hallway, she was still in her underwear, and Naruto was still staring. Goodness, he's probably shocked to his core to casually see this much of a girl. I'm amazed he hasn't passed out yet. Wait, why is he even here? She probably walked into her room and shut the door, to which Naruto sagged in relief, both in body and soul. His poor mixed psyche was really not handling puberty well. The door opened again to a now fully clothed Sakura who beckoned him in. He followed, entering the space for the first time as she shut the door behind him. Sakura's room, while not overly obvious, was very telling about the kind of person she was. A desk covered in books and what looked like anatomical diagrams, a dresser and full-length mirror to one side, a target hanging on a wall with several kunai buried in it, wall scrolls with scenery painted on them, and a photo of Team 7 on her bedside table. What are you doing here, Naruto? We don't have to meet for another 30 minutes. I figured you'd be sleeping. Considering that all of them could move pretty fast, it meant that leaving only a few minutes before reporting time wasn't really cutting it close. I thought we could walk to the gate together, he offered, a bit embarrassed now in spite of himself. You know, the old-fashioned way. Oh, sure, I'd love to, she said with a warm smile. I'll be ready to roll in 5 minutes, can you wait for me downstairs? Yeah, no problem, Naruto said happily. Not getting rejected by Sakura for basically anything was still a novel experience that he enjoyed immensely. Making his way back downstairs, he sought out a pair that nearly directed him to his end. I thought I was gonna die, you know that. He shot at the elder Harunos who were both in the sitting room drinking coffee. That daughter of ours wouldn't hurt a hair on your head, Nobuki said in amusement. She's too mature sometimes though, so it's fun to tease her when we can. Sakura is a great teammate and friend, but I think you've got the wrong idea, Naruto said, unbothered by their scheming. After all, Sasuke was still the undefeated king of attracting girls, and outwardly obsessed or not, Sakura was no exception to this rule. It was enough that the two really were so friendly and accepting of him. He fought for years through war and the end of the world to get what he now, as a boy once more, already had mere months after becoming a genin. This friendship. This family. This peace. So what if his crush had sort of come back with it? He wasn't some idiot ruled by his emotions. That is exactly what you are, idiot. Next time we're in the library, remind me to read you the definition of the word friend. Okay, I'm ready. Sakura leaped down the stairs 3 at a time, landing gracefully next to him with a satisfied hum. She shot him a smile before leveling a half-pout at her parents. We'll be back before the tournament. You've obviously got a lot of protection for your mission, but don't let your guard down, her father said, oddly serious for a change. Sakura just rolled her eyes. We will, Dad. Bye, Mom. Come on, Naruto. She pulled him out of the house by his arm, letting go once they'd reached the road. Your parents are awesome, Sakura, Naruto said, looking back at the house over his shoulder. Her chest tightened slightly as she took in the somewhat wistful expression on his face. Like he'd been through it so many times, even the thoughts themselves were like a well-faded scar. I'll bet yours were amazing too, she said earnestly, eliciting a surprised blink from the boy. That's what I'm told, he said, greatly appreciating her attempt to cheer him up. Thanks, Sakura. The girl just smiled, settling into their walk across the village, as her friend launched into talking about their upcoming mission. Kurama let out a mountainous grumbling sigh, shifting to get more sunlight as he rested in his stretch of green. His time-traveling, irritating friend was once more subconsciously communicating the warm and fuzzies. It made his furch. Still, he was giving the brat a break after arranging such an entertaining meeting with Shikaku the previous night. It was cathartic being able to slam the tanuki around, and watching his minuscule blonde host actually make his sibling call him daddy, after a thorough beatdown was worth 3 human lifespans of imprisonment. Sure, it all came at the risk of the tanuki's host blabbing about Naruto fixing his seal and being so strong, but apparently the kid felt it was worth it. Not like he cared about stuff like that. Satisfied at the amount of sun he'd gotten, Kurama rolled over, crushing everything underneath him, as he exposed his other side to the warm sun. Yeah, this beat sulking in a flooded cell any day. The 8th hour of the day was heralded by a yawn from a one-eyed jonin, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else at the moment. Even the little orange book he was reading was tilted slightly to the side like it was taking effort to hold it up. Jiraiya stood nearby, writing. In his notebook with a look of concentration on his face. He frowned for a moment before smiling perversely and scratched a line out, writing a replacement with an ever-widening grin. Sasuke tried to pretend he wasn't associated with either, despite standing between them. Yo, Sasuke. The boy perked up to see his 2 teammates approaching from down the road, Naruto waving vigorously. He raised a hand in greeting, pleased to finally have a distraction. Good morning to both of you, he said when they finally arrived. Good morning, Sasuke, Sakura said with a smile. Not for the first time, Sasuke silently gave thanks to whatever god made this Sakura so tolerable. You ready to go? Asked Naruto. Of course, who do you take me for? Hey, I'm way better than I used to be, the blonde defended. Sakura was just telling me how she fixed her clothes problem from the curse seal transformation, it's super cool. To his look of curiosity she said, I didn't exactly have the time to redesign my outfit, so I made a cut where the tail would be, and am keeping it sealed with chakra. It's actually pretty simple, but it does take some pretty fine control to keep things from losing their tension. It's only a drop of chakra to do though, so it's not going to bother me. So she was controlling the threads in her clothing with chakra control. That sounded insanely challenging. Internally, Sakura smirked. It's also a kick-ass continuous chakra control exercise. Even I impress myself sometimes. Cool, right? Sakura's chakra control is so good. Wait, came the voice of Jiraiya, who was giving the girl a thoughtful look. Anyway, now that we're all here we can go. We'll be heading northeast beyond the land of fire. Remember, Kakashi might be your squad leader, but on this mission I'm in charge. Understood. Yes sir, the 3 chorused with a mix of nods and thumbs up. Understood. Jiraiya repeated to Kakashi, who pulled his eyes slowly out of his precious book. Hi. Then let's move. The sooner we settle down for our first camp, the sooner we can get training. The 3 simultaneously nodded before looking at one another in realization. Training. It was as the sky began to turn a soft orange that the group of 5 finally set up camp, choosing a spot near a thin winding river. Within seconds sleeping bags were out, a pit was built, wood gathered and lit, food was being cooked, and the 5 sat around their low-kept fire to finally go over their mission. You're a pretty efficient group, Jiraiya commented, regarding the 3 genin. Isn't this your first mission out of the village? It is, but Kakashi-sensei had us do a couple simulations of making and breaking camp, just to make sure we were organized, Sakura explained. I've also been out with Team 10 once. I spent a lot of time playing in the woods, Naruto said with a shrug. Sharingan, Sasuke added. Deciding not to comment on the absurdity of using the Sharingan to set up camp, Jiraiya looked to Kakashi. Teamwork makes the dream work, he said automatically, not even looking up from his book. Jiraiya cleared his throat and Kakashi coughed lightly, closing the book and stowing it. Right, you had information to share. Jiraiya pulled a slip of paper from a pocket, checking it before tossing it into the fire where it disappeared among the flames. Tsunade is currently in the land of hot water. Most of the country is fairly spread out with little in the way of entertainment, so we'll be heading for Yugakure. Odds are she's there. Not exactly known for its gambling, but there are a couple good spots in the village, Kakashi said. Gambling? Sasuke repeated in confusion, the look mirrored on the others' faces. My old teammate is a well-known gambler, Jiraiya said with a wry grin. Though to be fair she's more well-known for losing, Kakashi interrupted, getting odd expressions from the genin and a sigh from Jiraiya. She's been called the legendary sucker for many years, though if she hears you say it, she'll probably kill you so. Ha noted. Anyway, if she's in Yugakure then we'll find her in no time, Jiraiya continued. No shenanigans either, we're not trying to cause a problem for the old man. Why do I feel like that was directed at me? Naruto grumbled, getting a consoling pat from Sakura. He's probably imagining an army of orange genin flooding through the streets and across the roofs, Sasuke reasoned. Please, I'm no amateur, the blonde argued, affronted. My infiltration no Jutsu is top tier. Alright, let's talk about that later, Jiraiya said. Who knew, maybe the kid had another banger to show him. In the meantime Kakashi and I will be giving you things to train. From what I've seen and heard, you're all pushing at least upper chunin. You've all got something that lets you hit outside of your weight class too. Still, any jonin worth their salt has a closer. Are we getting promoted? Naruto suddenly asked, an uneasy edge in his tone. Sakura's eyes whitened slightly, and Sasuke frowned, all of which was noticed by the two elder shinobi. Don't you want to be? Jiraiya asked neutrally, curious at their reactions. Well sure, eventually, Naruto returned after a second of hesitation. But we're a really good team, I don't want us to split up so quickly. All three genin exchanged looks, unknowingly sharing the same thoughts. It only just started, it can't end so soon. You do know that getting moved to another team would be much less likely considering you'd all be getting promoted, right? That's no guarantee, Sasuke said evenly. From the way you're talking it doesn't seem like we'd stay as Chunin for long anyway. Which was a wild thought to all of them. Sure it made sense for themselves, time travelers as they were, but the others having that kind of strength so soon. Had so many little differences really caused that much of a change? Apparently yes. We also probably not have Kakashi-sensei on our team, Sakura pointed out. Don't worry Sakura, I'm not going anywhere for now, Kakashi said, smiling at the three. Jiraiya considered the genin thoughtfully before allowing himself a small grin. This really wasn't a group like other Team 7s. Kakashi's right, he said, grabbing their attention. To be honest, Konoha has many high-level jonin and chunin. Our overall military force is nothing to scoff at. Promoting you three doesn't really serve the village as well as keeping you where you are. Having more powerful jonin is useful yes, but a team of powerful genin has its uses too. I see, Sasuke finished, nodding to himself. Oh, that's pretty sneaky, Naruto said approvingly. Never mind then. I guess I was worried for nothing. We can't stay genin forever, Sakura reminded him, taking some of the wind out of his sails, but she bumped his shoulder with her own and threw him a smile. But we can still enjoy it for now. Naruto beamed at the girl before turning back to the others. Alright, so what's all this about closers? You wanted to teach us some stuff. I have a technique that is suited for Sasuke and his Sharingan, Kakashi said. Jiraiya has one for you, Naruto. What about me? Sakura asked, knowing they wouldn't leave her out to dry, but still too curious to not say anything. I'll be working with you on that seal first. It's more complicated than you can imagine and I'd like to look into it further before going with my idea, but Jiraiya sighed, regarding her with an unreadable expression. We may not have a choice about it. Naruto frowned as he picked up a pebble, rolling it between his fingers before flicking it into the water. Their camp was well lit despite the late hour, a bright moon high above them. He looked back by the fire again where Jiraiya sat beside Sakura and analyzed her seal with a familiar old-looking toad sitting on his shoulder. She was unbothered by his proximity and occasional prodding, reading what looked suspiciously like the tales of the utterly gutsy shinobi with a small smile. Kakashi was apparently dead asleep a little ways away, but there was no way he wasn't somehow paying attention to what was happening with one of his genin. Can't sleep. Naruto didn't react to Sasuke's question, having noticed his approach from beyond the camp. Sasuke was currently on watch along with several of Naruto's clones. I know she's been fine so far, but there's got to be something wrong with that seal, the blonde said, tossing another pebble into the water. It came from him after all. Yes, I agree, Sasuke said softly, absently rubbing the spot where his cursed seal used to rest. The act went unnoticed by Naruto, his eyes on Sakura once more. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if Jiraiya would be able to see the truth of the seal. He clearly understood more about it than Sasuke ever did, but Orochimaru was an individual who was always one step ahead, no matter who or what he faced. Still, Naruto threw him a half grin. If anyone can figure it out, then it's the pervy sage. I hope you're right. Sasuke threw a pebble and watched it impact the water with tiny ripples. He threw another, watching in satisfaction as it impacted the exact center of the ripples he just made. Nah, Sasuke. Whatever happened to getting revenge on your brother? The third pebble got nowhere as his arm froze mid-throw. Sorry, I know it's none of my business, but I've been wondering for a while, Naruto explained, clearly troubled. You used to be obsessed, I guess, but it just doesn't seem to matter now. Not that it's a bad thing. He quickly added. I know it's not something you just forget about, so I wondered how it changed. Sasuke sighed, staring down at the pebble in his hand. Relax, Naruto, I'm not mad that you asked, he said, looking at his nervous friend. I'm not going to suddenly run off to find him because you reminded me. You sure? Sasuke flicked the pebble at his friend's forehead with a smirk, motioning for him to follow as he walked away from the camp along the river. When Itachi killed the clan, he left me alive. Told me to hate him, pursue him, become strong enough to kill him. Nothing mattered if it wouldn't further this goal. It worked too, for a while. Naruto said nothing, but the sounds of his footsteps were enough to keep Sasuke going. I ignored everything around me and got stronger, or at least I thought I did. I was a top dog in a school classroom. I reached the top of a tiny, insignificant hill with nowhere to go. My world was so pathetically small. So what changed? I realized that I was looking at everything backwards. Instead of fighting to be free of my past, I was being held down by that very thing. I dismissed everything I knew about my brother to believe the most convenient truths to move forward. It took some time, but after that it felt like I could think clearly for the first time in years. Naruto seemed to be looking for something to say. I also realized that the incident was more suspicious than I'd ever considered. My brother just randomly killed the clan because, in his words, he wanted to test himself. It's laughable at best. Yeah, that does sound a bit dumb. He could have just asked the old man for a fight, Naruto reasoned. He was trying to recall if Sasuke had ever told him much about the massacre, but couldn't remember much of anything. I will eventually find Itachi, but when I do I'll be ready to deal with it, whatever that meeting brings. So what should we do when we run into him? Well, yeah, you think I'd let you face him alone? Sakura too. Sasuke smiled to himself and threw an arm around his friend's shoulders. No, you really wouldn't. Sakura hummed to herself softly as she turned another page of what had rapidly become her favorite book of all time. It was amazing to think that the author of so much smut had started out with this of all things. It wasn't lost on her that the main character and her own teammate shared a name. In fact, there were more than a few similarities between Naruto Uzumaki and Naruto Musasabi. Maybe she was reading into it too much. Once more, please. With barely a thought, the cursed seal spread across her entire body. Amazing, that boy is a genius of geniuses. The second voice drew her gaze, not for the first time. Pa, as Jiraiya had called him, was an elder toad summon. What on earth the Sannin needed his presence with was anyone's guess, but she was far out of her depth when it came to knowing the range of Naruto's amphibian companions. She'd never even seen this one before. Was there also a maw? That boy is twisted. What else could that be in the seal? True enough. Do you have a place to seal it? Yes, we can burn it after. Sakura coughed lightly to interrupt them. Could you include me in this, please? Right. Better put that down then, Jiraiya said, gesturing to the book. Committing the page number she was on to memory, she placed it in her lap. So there's two things we need to talk about. I suppose you could call it good news, bad news, but to be honest, it's more like good bad news, gross news. Sakura blinked twice, and Jiraiya cleared his throat. Gross news first. Orochimaru's chakra is packed in there. I'm unsure the extent of what that offers him, but at best he could probably control you, and at worst you could potentially become a version of him if it ever got strong enough. There's formulas in there for consciousness and memory of all things. Pretty nasty stuff, all things considered. That's pretty gross, Sakura admitted. Can you take it out? Yes, you'll have to provide something to replace it, but it'll be your chakra, so no problems there. Sakura nodded. This was a good start. What's the mixed news then? Before that, what can you tell me about chakra? Jiraiya asked. Physical and mental energies mix to make chakra. There are many elements, while also having the aspects of mind and body, yin and yang. Jiraiya's eyes rose at the last bit, impressed. It was Pa, however, who continued. That's good. To be short, there is also a third energy that exists in all things called natural energy. People who are able to use it in tandem with their own chakra are called sages. I am a sage, and so is little Jiraiya here. Fascinating, Sakura said, eyes sparkling in interest. Very, the toad said with a nod. Natural energy blesses its user with absurd levels of strength among other benefits, however it is also equally dangerous. Senjutsu requires perfect balance in order to be used, as without it even for a moment a user will turn to stone. It sounds incredibly hard to train. Like you wouldn't believe, Jiraiya griped, only to wince as Pa's cane bumped his head. Of course. The elder toad lectured. It's impossible to gather without being perfectly in tune with nature. Training alone is suicide, and it requires the trainer to be able to remove the natural energy from the user before it kills them if something goes wrong. So what does that have to do with me? Jiraiya sat up straighter and continued explaining. The curse seal is passively taking in natural energy and giving you a pseudo-sage mode. The problem is that taking out the piece of Orochimaru's chakra will remove the balancing that is happening. You will need to learn to balance natural energy in order to take over the seal from him. It's a brilliant piece of work, all things aside. Sakura let all the information settle over her as she considered, not that I'm asking you to, but could you remove the seal? Not without killing you in the process. You'd need someone better at Fuinjutsu than I am, and I'll be honest, I don't know of anyone alive who is. Fair enough, she said evenly. You don't really seem bothered by any of this, Jiraiya said pointedly. I'm not, Sakura said truthfully. If it's a matter of control then I'm confident in my ability to learn it. It's not a matter of if, just when. Paul let out a croak of laughter. I like this one Jiraiya, you should keep an eye on her. He said in amusement, disappearing in a small poof of smoke. The Sannin just shook his head. Alright then, we have a plan for you, he said with a nod. I'll summon Power Ma to teach you to harness natural energy during the mission. Can I ask you a question? At his nod she continued, this seems like something you wouldn't teach just anyone. Why do it for me? She thought it was a fair point. Sage mode was a future Naruto trump card. Absurdly overpowered, coveted by the literal handful of people in the entire world who could use it, even Naruto at 16 defeated pain with it. And Jiraiya was willing to teach her just like that. Jiraiya's expression was neutral, but it was clear he was considering what to say. Eventually he spoke. Why do for you, like you're some nobody, right? He posed, eyebrows raised. You may not realize this, but your team has the most individual potential on it, since Kakashi was a kid. All three of you will clearly become powerhouses one day, and Konoha will be better for it. By helping you reach higher, those who come before you help grow a better future for everyone. Also Jiraiya looked off into the distance where Sakura knew Naruto had followed Sasuke. I told him about the fox. The two adults traded glances before regarding the blonde. Do you regret it? Jiraiya asked neutrally. Not even a little. Kakashi smiled, mirroring Naruto's cheerful expression. The kid's done nothing but yak about you and your teammates since the day I ran into him. You both mean the world to him. You know what he carries, and you're smart enough to know that. Something of that magnitude will always draw some kind of trouble. If it's to protect that, then I'm okay with it. She felt the hurt in her heart with the understanding of how much Jiraiya had cared for Naruto, even now. I never realized Naruto, losing Jiraiya must have devastated you. With all that said, her respect and liking of the Sannin rose immeasurably. She stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you very, very much. She heard an amused exhale before a large hand lightly patted the top of her head, making her look up at the man in surprise from her bowed position. You're welcome. The next morning found the group training in earnest, dedicating the early hours to the genin, before planning to head back out at noon. They weren't that far away from Yugakure, so this was something they could afford to spend some time with. Naruto looked down at the bucket of water balloons he'd been handed, back up at Jiraiya, then shrugged, walking to a larger cleared space, and placing the bucket on the ground. A second later, 10 clones popped into existence, and each shuffled around to grab a balloon. Naruto. What? Came an unexpectedly synchronized response from the entire group. They were being stared at by everyone else. What are you doing? Asked Kakashi. Oh, well you know how shadow clones pass on memories. I figured out a while ago I could use this to train pretty much anything. Took me a bit to figure out how to be efficient with it, but you can't beat the results. The four watched as the collection of Narutos all began to try to pop the balloons as instructed, one almost immediately getting his balloon to flatten into a near disc. Haha, check it out, he exclaimed, dispelling a moment later. There was a collective ooh, and suddenly all the clones were making discs. Another Naruto popped into existence to replace the earlier one. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi. Did you? Nope. A shadow clone jutsu can be used to train. Sasuke said slowly, hands already moving to make one. Kakashi stopped him with a dry look. I'll pout. Somehow I feel like there's a bad influence in your life I'm unaware of now. Make sparks like I showed you. Not far from them, Sakura sat in a comfortable position, looking into the faces of two small toads with aged faces. Pa from the previous night, and Ma, the new one. Well, go on then, Pa said. She activated the first level of the seal, letting it slowly cover her body. Fascinating, said Ma. Little Orochimaru made this, you say. It suits a snake like him, Pa said, though it came out more like an observation than anything. Anyway, are you ready to learn? The youngster. Sakura grinned, tempering her eagerness to begin. Yes. Let's get started. I'll admit I enjoyed that chapter quite a lot. Good talks all around, and a new little arc to adventure through. Should be fun. Let me know what you think, and shout out your favorite part of the story so far. Better Sakura. The warm and fuzzies. The humor. Sasuke no Gotoku. Whatever it is, thanks for reading and I'll see you soon. Never meet your heroes. Chapter 17. Never meet your heroes. It was 2 days later when the group stepped through the gates of Yugakure. The gate guards acknowledged but otherwise ignored the genin, their attention favoring the two extremely high-profile shinobi that lead them. Jiraiya gave a relaxed greeting, drawing the pair into a short conversation that had one chuckling before long, nodding at a casually posed question. Not sure she's still around, but yeah, I did hear my buddy saw her coming in a couple weeks ago. No trouble, I hope? The other guard asked wearily. A reasonable thought, the genin knew. Rarely did S-ranks and legends gather just to catch up. None from us, the Sannin returned with a disarming grin. Honestly, it was unnerving how unthreatening the man could appear considering what he could actually do. Thanks for the help. Before you go, could you? There was a small flash of orange, and the genin all resisted the urge to bring a hand to their faces, as the legendary shinobi signed his work with a beaming grin. So, what's the plan? Naruto posed as they made their way along the bustling main road. Traffic in and out of the village was somewhat light, but beyond the walls was an entirely different story. You really have to ask. Jiraiya scoffed, motioning for them to follow him. His steps were made with the confidence of someone who clearly knew where he was going. A couple minutes later their patience was rewarded. Alright, let's split up, the Sannin said to the three genin. I'm gonna look in here, you three check everywhere else. As one the genin raised their eyes to the sign above the door, then to the security guard to their right, and finally back to their temporary leader in a deadpan. This is a strip club. What is this, obvious day? Hop to it, kids, there's work to be done. With that the man entered. Kakashi, who had been ignoring all of this in favor of his orange book, finally looked up from it, and took in where they were. He blinked twice before carefully marking his page, stowing the book, and walking inside without a word. They'll play somewhere else, this ain't a place for kids, the guard said bluntly, causing Naruto's eye to twitch. He flicked his hood eye in a silent I go where I want kind of way before turning back to his teammates. Well, that went exactly the way we figured it would, he sighed. Plan C then. If that C stands for clones then yes, Sasuke replied. It's still fairly early in the day so Tsunade could be anywhere. We can all go check out the casinos while Naruto covers the streets, Sakura posed. You remember what Shizune-san looks like as well. I still have the picture if you need it. I remember, said Naruto. If they're out and about then I'll find them. Let's pass by the market first though, said Sasuke, getting himself questioning looks from his teammates. He shrugged. I'm hungry. Inside the club, Jiraiya briefly spoke to the hostess before being directed with a nod to the back where the bar was situated. He wove his way through the tables of customers and the occasional raised platform with a scantily clad woman dancing on it. Despite being the middle of the day there were plenty of men and women enjoying themselves. Of course, night would fall before the club became truly alive. Hey there, handsome, the bartender said with a smile as he reached the counter. There wasn't anyone seated there at the moment. Can I get you something? Whatever your favorite drink is to make, I'm heading to a private booth. Is Masai around? She's here, but she's on break. Could you let her know that I'm here? I'm sure she'll make an exception, just tell her what I look like, she'll recognize me. I'll wait, he added, sliding into a seat. The bartender gave him an appraising look before shrugging and walking through a back door. It wasn't like she had other customers to take care of. A short time later she returned. She said head to room 3. I'll have her bring your drink too. Thanks, Jiraiya said appreciatively, laying a bill on the counter with a wink. It didn't take long to find the back hall with private rooms. There were small ones for individuals and much larger ones for parties. The entire second floor was an event space in itself. Room 3 was as intimate as it got. A white couch on one end and a low stage on the other with barely a foot between them. He wasn't waiting long before there was a light knock. Oh my, it really is you, Jiraiya. If the woman was to be summed up in a single word, then it would be busty. If he were forced to pick a second word. Really. Masayo, it's been too long, the Sannin greeted, taking the offered drink with a grin. You look beautiful. I'd better, she smirked, closing the door behind her. She pulled a chair from the back of the stage and sat on it. I was wondering if you'd be around sometime soon. Were you? He asked in curiosity. Sure. Odd weather's been cropping up. Dark-looking red clouds. Jiraiya paused for a fraction of a second as he sipped his drink. You'll have to tell me all about it, he said, making himself more comfortable. Do you have the time? If it's you I can make an exception. They paused as a dull cheer was heard through the door, drawing odd looks from both of them. Anyway, I've been practicing something new, want to see it. Well, I am on the clock so to speak, but whoever said you can't work and play at the same time? He said with a grin, leaning back in his seat as the woman started her dance. Meanwhile at the bar. Kakashi currently faced the room of patrons that all watched him expectantly. Even the single dancer that was currently in the center of the room was watching, leaning against a pole on the platform. He reached his right arm out, grabbing the cold glass and flicking his wrist. The cork popped, liquid poured, and the champagne bottle arced through the air. His left hand slid a glass across the counter, catching every drop of the seemingly wild spill within. A twist brought his arm around, catching the bottle a hair before it hit the counter and freezing in place. The cork was securely held in 2 outstretched fingers. Applause and ooze followed. Amazing, the bartender said. You shinobi are something else. It's all in the wrist, he said, returning to his seat while giving the patrons a short wave. So about that drink. Oh, say no more, shinobi-san. It's on the house, what can I get you? Kakashi smiled under his mask. Shinobi life was pretty cool at times. As expected, it didn't take long for Naruto to find Tsunade. His hench shadow clone spread throughout the village with ease, blending in as they took in everything. Half an hour after starting, one spotted Shizune walking through a crowd, Little Pig Tauntaun in her arms and a resigned expression on her face. He casually followed her for a minute before breaking off, ducking into an alleyway and dispelling without notice. Ah, got them. Sakura and Sasuke looked over at Naruto's announcement, having been scanning the large room for their targets under the guise of taking the place in. The smaller casino was a more subdued space, but the large one was actually much more bright and lively than they'd expected. Truth be told, it was hard to imagine the legendary Kunoichi to be in a place like this. Where? Sakura asked. They're eating somewhere not too far away from here. Did you let Kakashi-sensei know? Sasuke asked. Yeah, he's heading over now with Jiraiya-sensei. The blonde paused as he felt something under his foot. In that case we should head over soon too, Sakura said. The genin made their way outside into the bustling street outside. Okay, Naruto, where to? Sakura and Sasuke looked back, but where they'd expected to see their friend, instead the space was empty. Both blinked in confusion. Naruto. Tsunade knew that something was wrong. She should have figured something was off after winning well in the smaller of the 2 casinos that morning, but at the time she just brushed it off. After continued success in 2 private gambling dens, however, she was getting wary. Usually winning streaks like this. A large man with a mane of spiky white hair entered the restaurant, closely followed by a shorter man with short white hair and most of his face covered. It took a grand total of 2.5 seconds before the larger one noticed her and lit up in excitement. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Tsunade-sama. Shizune said in surprise, looking up from her food in concern. She followed the blonde's gaze to an even greater surprise. Jiraiya-sama. And Kakashi-san. What a coincidence. Her old teammate said boisterously, giving Shizune a pointed look that she understood immediately, relocating to the empty spot at Tsunade's side of the table. He and Kakashi took the 2 opposite them. Coincidence my ass, don't you have work to do? She griped, pouring herself more sake. Kami, what dumbest problem was he about to lay at her feet this time? They says I'm not doing it right now. He countered, laying a small scroll on the table in front of her. Delivery. You can guess who it's from. Red spread through her body as she took in the plain-looking scroll. Whatever buzz she had achieved seemed to dull as her hand automatically snatched the thing up and opened it. Tsunade. I will be brief. You are being recalled to the village for a matter of great importance. Out of respect and care I have allowed you a very long leash, however your time abroad is now over. Jiraiya will give you any details you ask and will escort you back with his team. Here's in Sarutobi, Sandame Hokage. She fucking knew it was bad day waiting to happen. The flick of her fingers sent the offending message at Jiraiya's forehead hard enough to knock him over, but he snatched it out of the air without breaking his grin, reading it over himself. Absently he placed a privacy seal on the table before tapping it with a flaming finger. Oh, that's what the old man said, he mused, incinerating the paper with some fire chakra from his fingers. Well, any questions? This is your team? She asked after a second, deciding to hold off on the one that everyone knew would be driving her crazy at the moment. Actually it's Kakashi and his kids. He leads Team 7. Lovely, the insane group. What a winner, she snarked. Why the fuck are you here, Jiraiya? To collect Konoha's next Hokage, he replied simply. Hokage. Rage bloomed in her chest. Is this a fucking joke? Dead silence hit the table as everyone looked at him in shock. Clearly he hadn't shared everything with his own team. Hokage. Kakashi repeated. He moved his one-eyed gaze back to her appraisingly and nodded after a second. Yes, I can see why they made that choice. Those old farts can make all the choices they want, Tsunade snarled. Like hell I'll take that shitty hat. If you want to argue you'll have to take it up with sensei, Jiraiya said, shrugging as he took some of her sake. This guy was really trying to press her buttons, wasn't he? That's good. Anyway, you're being recalled. Doesn't matter what it's for in the end, and I'm not about to let you walk away. Slowly Tsunade stood, leaning forward slightly and cracked her knuckles against the wood table. And what if I decide to walk anyway? Jiraiya's gaze darkened and Shizune visibly shrunk back from the man. Even Kakashi seemed to tense up. Then in that case I'd Tsunade send you. The 4 adults turned to see a large samurai approaching them with a disgruntled expression. 2-leaf genin trailed him while a 3rd was being held in the air by the back of his shirt. Kakashi's team obviously, and their identities. Even though she hadn't seen him for over a decade, she could have been brain dead and still recognized Minato's son, Belief's very own Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki if she remembered right. The other boy was obviously an Uchiha, which given their very dead situation, made him Sasuke Uchiha. The girl was a mystery but dismissed instantly. A few seconds later he stopped near their table. Does this kid belong to you? Naruto let out a weak chuckle, but stopped as he was given a small shake. Jiraiya let out an exasperated sigh and put his head in his hands. Kakashi simply took a drink, shaking his head. I'm not sure what trouble he's gotten into, but we'll make sure he doesn't do it again, she said, giving him a look that promised great bodily harm. See that he doesn't, the samurai said gruffly, dropping the blonde on the ground. Naruto Uzumaki has been permanently banned from the Tor gambling house. That was the name of the large casino in the center of the village. What nonsense did this kid? Her thoughts were cut short when she was handed a small scroll. As a thank you for troubling you with this matter, the house has graciously decided to clear your debts. We look forward to your continued patronage. Ha. With that the samurai left. Man, those guys are rough, Naruto complained. It was only a little money. They'll make it all back in a weekend. They cleared my debt to keep you away. Tsunade said in shock. Kid, what the heck did you do? Well, the Pinket started getting their attention. We were just wandering around and ended up going into the really big casino in the center of the village. Naruto found a coin on the floor and put it in a slot machine and pulled the handle. Come on, it was totally legal, Naruto argued. If it's on the floor, anyone can claim it. Jackpot, Sasuke added with a shrug, causing the adult's jaws to drop. Pinky just continued. After that Naruto got this crazy look on his face and ran to the nearest roulette table. He put the entire jackpot on one number. At number 9, the blonde said proudly, getting deadpans all around. Subtle. It was way over the max for that table, but I don't think they liked that some kid just randomly came in and won slots like that, so they allowed it. A sudden foreboding overcame the table as they all looked at Naruto. What? I didn't really think I'd win that too. He defended. Unbelievable, Tsunade said, looking at the ceiling. Kami hates me. They paid him what they could and authorized the rest to be transferred to his account in Konoha at a later date. Then they, escorted him out. Naruto just let out a mad cackle, hands on his hips. Yeah. I'm rich, Bayuv. Pinky's elbows stopped that deftly. They asked who was responsible for him, and he said you, Sasuke said, looking at Tsunade. That samurai was one of the guards. Once more all eyes fell on Naruto who was rubbing his side, still grinning. You planned this, didn't you? Shizune's voice was a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Somehow. I didn't cheat, if that's what you're wondering, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. But them clearing your debts was pretty cool. I honestly thought they'd cut it out of my winnings when I said that. And you did that why? To make you feel indebted to us. Naruto tried slowly, deflating as she started to scowl. Worth a shot. What are we trying to get her to do anyway? He asked his sensei. Become the new Hokage. Oh, yeah that makes sense, hang on I'm sorry what? The three genin looked at Kakashi in utter shock, only to turn back to Tsunade who at this point felt like she was starting to get a headache. Damn it, all she wanted to do was eat good food and drink. I'll say it again so you can all remember it properly. There's no way in hell I'll take that job. Only a suicidal moron would want to be. Hokage. Hey. Naruto rounded on her, clearly angry. Being Hokage is an honor. Being Hokage is a death sentence, Tsunade spat. I can't even count the number of lives that stupid hat has ruined. I'm amazed that the old fossil hasn't kicked it yet either. The Hokage give their lives to protect their village. Naruto fired back. The fourth even. Spare me the Yondaime worship, she interrupted. The fourth was the worst of them all. The greatest Kage who was so amazing that he broke the record for getting killed as young as possible, and left the village with no leader when it needed one the most. Never mind the people who actually cared about him. Grandfather. Uncle. Naoki. Dan. Hokage was a path that could only bring pain. Even this kid didn't realize what he'd lost because of it. Naruto just glared at her in a way that was all too familiar. Seriously, was this kid genetically engineered to piss her off? If you really believe in all that crap you're just as deluded as they are. Don't you think that's enough? Tsunade turned to the glaring Pinket. What, you have a problem with me too? It's obvious you've got some kind of issue with the Hokage position, but I couldn't care less. How dare you look down on him like that? From what I can tell you've been running away from any kind of real responsibility for years, drinking and losing money like some kind of degenerate. He's got more integrity in one finger than you do in your whole body, which is something because there's so much of it, she added. Jiraiya spat out the small sip of sake he just took over the currently frozen Shizune and Tuntun. Kakashi had a hand on his hit eye. With a blank face the slug Sannin stood up. Outside, Pinky. Sakura scowled, watching Tsunade walk out of the bar with people scrambling to get out of her way. Sakura, you really? No Naruto. I wouldn't let anyone talk to her about you that way, she spat. Even if she's one of the strongest people around. Naruto scratched his cheek in uncertainty, no one aware of the guilty feeling that had settled in the boy's gut. He'd been goading Tsunade on purpose to try and get their showdown and subsequent bet to more or less go the same way as the first time around. Sakura leaping to his defense and running away with it was definitely not anticipated. Besides, however annoyed she'd been with him in the old timeline, she was pissed at his friend. A part of him couldn't help but be warmed by Sakura's words though, so it wasn't all bad at least. Coming. He looked up to see both Sakura and Sasuke waiting for him a few feet away, and quickly made to follow. Finally silence fell on the room, and the sound of Jiraiya setting his now empty cup down on the table seemed to reverberate. We really should go after them, shouldn't we? Shizune posed awkwardly, getting an exasperated look from Jiraiya and a blank one from Kakashi. Kakashi-san's team is about to lose a member. The Sannin took a moment before reaching across the table and grabbing his former teammate's sake bottle, draining it in one go before standing. Okay, I'm ready now. Sakura was, in a word, upset. She assumed that the woman she trained under, became friends with, and ultimately emulated over the years, minus the alcohol issues, was always the way she was. Rough, but caring under it all. Reckless, but responsible when it counted. She experienced many tragedies, but they grew her into someone stronger. This bitter, sad existence. This was not the Tsunade she knew. She meant everything she said to Naruto. Gone were the days that she'd tolerate anyone bringing him down. But in actuality she was most upset for herself. She was pissed that this Tsunade was a shell of who she was supposed to be. Naruto, you changed her, didn't you? Like you did everyone else. Did I take that from you today? Seeing Tsunade stand across from her in the empty training ground she'd been led to took away much of the guilt she might have felt. At least she didn't make a scene in the village streets. You're in for a shock, sensei. Over on the side of the field Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Shizune waited, the latter holding her pig maybe a little too tightly, if its expression was anything to go by. Shouldn't we stop this? She asked in a low voice. Tsunade-sama looked really mad. Sakura could get seriously hurt. If there's one thing that being on Team 7 has taught me, Sasuke began, glancing at the others with Sharingan eyes before returning his attention to the field, it is that you should never underestimate Sakura. Don't you mean your opponents in general? No, he specifically means Sakura, Naruto said with a nod. She is damn scary. Kakashi just nodded. Shizune just gave them a look of disbelief. A strong genin or not, this was the Sannin they were talking about. Jiraiya shrugged. I'll admit I haven't seen her fight yet, but from what I heard this should be interesting. Bets? Asked the masked Jonin. 1,000 Ryos says she knocks Tsunade on her ass in the first hit, said the blonde. Shizune snorted in laughter at the absurd bet. 1,000 to the same, but on her second hit, Sasuke countered. She probably doesn't want to actually hurt Tsunade. I'll take those, but Tsunade won't get knocked over. She's still going to lose, Kakashi said. Well yeah, she's a Sannin, Naruto said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Shizune just looked up at Jiraiya in bewilderment at the contradicting statements. Jiraiya-san, where did you find this crazy team? The man just laughed, settling into getting some good insight to his new student. They really are betting on us, Sakura sighed. Ah well. How did you want to do this? She called out at Tsunade. You can do whatever you want, I'll just be using this. Tsunade held out the pointer finger of her right hand. I only need one finger to deal with a brat genin like you. Sakura's jaw clenched in aggravation. This bitch. You know what? Let's make a bet, the Sannin continued. If you can make me use more than this finger I'll obediently follow your group back to the village. And if I can't? Sakura asked. Then your loudmouth teammate can hand over everything he's got on him, and you'll piss off. Sakura looked over at her team and saw a number of thumbs up. Deal. In that case, what are you waiting for? Bring it. A breath later Sakura was in front of Tsunade, fist pulled back. Surprise flicked across the woman's face at the sudden speed. Hope you've got strong fingers. She launched her fist forward as Tsunade moved her finger to block it, the contact causing both to get blasted back a number of feet. Sakura clenched her teeth, flexing her hand before reforming a fist. Tsunade looked from her finger to the girl's fist in befuddlement. What the? Sakura was within her guard a second later, the ground cracking from chakra pressure off her feet, as she came in for a series of strikes to drive the woman into a corner. Tsunade dodged back, using her finger to block a couple before stepping in, pressing her finger against Sakura's wrist and using chakra adherence to drag the final strike into a large boulder that had small wooden targets tied to it for shuriken practice. The boulder shattered explosively, sending fragments into both combatants. Sakura took quite a bit more as she passed through the remains of the rock, but Tsunade could be seen with multiple cuts along her arms as well. Jiraiya. What the actual fuck? Tsunade looked at her old teammate in a mixed angry shock as she passed her finger, now glowing green, over her scratches and healing them instantly. Jiraiya, of course, was completely unresponsive, as was Shizune. Both had gobsmacked expressions on their faces. Damn it, useless pervert. Pinky, who taught you that? Sakura, who was now dragging herself out of the rubble with a disgruntled expression on her face. I figured this out myself, she said, making a couple hand seals before healing the few cuts she'd received on her face. Internally she was cursing her lapse in judgment for getting baited like that, but damn did this woman's attitude just make her want to sock her. You know what, never mind. I'll get my answers when we're done. This time Tsunade advanced, and it would have been comical seeing her with that finger extended, if not for the fact that she could probably cause an earthquake with it if she wanted. Wielding the thing like a sword, she stabbed forward, forcing Sakura to dodge, but rapidly increased the pace of her thrusts, until they were well past the pace even a Chunin could comfortably keep up with. It wasn't long before an attack landed, the finger sinking completely into the teen's chest with a stricken look on her face. Horrified, Tsunade pulled back but no blood flowed. Instead, the girl lost vivid color as she crumbled away, an earth clone. Quickly the Sannin turned and intercepted the follow-up strike, only for that to be a clone as well, though a regular one. The fist passing through her own as Sakura seemed to flicker in and out of existence, was enough to catch Tsunade off guard, so the true attack from above startled her into real action. Sakura's punch was caught in Tsunade's left palm, the force transferring down and into the ground, leaving a spider web of cracks many meters in all directions, and even forcing the Sannin's feet several inches into the earth, as she weathered the blow. Tsunade's right fist was firmly planted into Sakura's gut, sending her careening across the training ground to tumble and land in a heap. The woman looked at her open left and closed right for a few seconds, before realizing she used far more than one finger in that last exchange. Kami, damn it. Hey, Pinky, you alive? Sakura weakly raised a hand from her position before letting it flop back to the ground. For a change, she didn't try to heal herself internally at all, worried that Tsunade would notice. Sure, that meant she'd be a walking bruise for until the woman healed her, but it was worth every ounce of pain considering the result. She could have done it if she used the cursed seal, Naruto grumbled, paying Kakashi his winnings. Sasuke didn't say anything but paid the man as well. Watching the fight was well worth the money. That was amazing, said Shizune after a second. To get Tsunade-sama to be serious even for a moment, Sakura-chan put up a serious fight. It's hard to believe she's a genin at all. Yeah, that girl is something else alright, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. Haim, do you mind? Yeah, I got it. As Tsunade made to gather Sakura, Shizune turned to Jiraiya. We're currently staying at a hotel. Should we continue this there? Strange. Everything was strange. As Gaara walked alone through the streets of Konoha, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The days following his meal with Naruto, Uzumaki were otherworldly, for lack of a better word. More than once he'd been called out for being distracted, but a blank look ended those conversations before they started. In truth, he was distracted, but the reason was likely unbelievable to anyone who knew him. He felt at ease. Several days had passed since the meeting, and each was punctuated by many hours of restful sleep. His siblings roughly woke him on the first night, terrified his tenant would run rampant, but a quick dismissal was all he spared them before returning to his wonderful slumber. He felt at ease for the first time in as long as he could remember. The Ichibi was no longer shaking the cage of his mind with every moment. Not since the intervention of a boy who was righteously furious for his situation. As if they'd known one another for many years. Yes, things were certainly not as they seemed. Particularly with Naruto Uzumaki. Also, seeing the beast that more or less ruined his life so far shout, "Please, Daddy, stop. I'll be good," was still so absurdly unreal that he actually wondered if he hadn't just collapsed from severe exhaustion and now he was just living in a dream while the murder Tanuki rampaged using his body. Yet it was quite calm. The Chibi was there where he always was, but the incessant whispers and taunting was not. His seal was strong and bright. He would not show it to anyone. He would not betray the secret of his odd friend. Yes. Gaara's mouth twitched in the ghost of a smile. Naruto Uzumaki was his friend. And thus Tsunade was found. No need to drag things out here. She's not trying to hide, they've got overpowered skills. Tsunade is a reckless gambler, though admittedly she was well within reason to make a bet like that against a genin. As for why Sakura took her on in such a straightforward way, I feel like it was more a matter of pride than anything. Not much else to say here, was entertaining to write and I'm looking forward to more. Hope you've enjoyed another dose of this story, and enjoy the rest of 2023D. The Old Town Road. Chapter 18. The Old Town Road. When Sakura woke, it was to a surprising lack of severe aches and pain that usually came with a post-thrashing. Well, thrashing may be a strong word for what amounted to just getting gut punched, but getting hit by Tsunade was more or less the same as getting hit by a train. It was easier to just let herself pass out than fight to remain conscious through what was several damaged organs, fractured lower ribs, and internal bleeding. Seriously. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Here though in the hotel room she found herself in, she felt very healthy and put together in a way that only came from masterfully done medical jutsu. She doubted there were many who could tell her sensei's work from others, but after seeing and experiencing it so many times over the years, it was like a neon-bright signature. It would be more pleasantly nostalgic if the woman hadn't caused the damage in the first place, or wasn't currently being a massive bitch. Ah, you're awake. Shizune's voice was surprised as she approached, a glowing hand reaching out for a quick diagnostic. Sakura observed the process with interest, drawing a small smile from the older woman. Just checking you out, she explained, the glow fading before long. We didn't expect you to wake for another hour or so. Did you heal me? No, that was Tsunade-sama. Shizune offered a hand and Sakura took it, getting to her feet. You weren't so bad that I couldn't handle it, but she felt guilty for hitting you so hard. Sakura regarded Shizune flatly. Really? The woman held her gaze for a second before deflating a bit and shaking her head. No, sorry, she just wanted it done faster and didn't want to wait for you to recover after, she amended. Yeah, that sounds more accurate. It's fine, I feel great. Where is everyone? At the bar off the lobby. We've already checked out, but they were kind enough to let us use the room until you woke up. A tilt of Sakura's head with a skeptically raised eyebrow had the Kunoichi sighing lightly once more. Yes, that's not entirely accurate. No, I do not want to explain it. It's mid-morning and we've got ground to cover. Come on. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle at that. Poor Shizune put up with so much for her sensei. The two of them made their way to the ground floor where the remaining members of their group were waiting. Tsunade barely gave her a glance before downing whatever was left in her cup and making for the door, leaving a grumbling Jiraiya to pay. Kakashi gave her a signature ice smile, and that was about all she got before blonde hair took up most of her vision. How are you feeling, Sakura? Asked Naruto with his usual energy. Sasuke joined a moment later, having simply walked to her instead of the half-leap that Jinchuriki took. She gave them both a beaming smile, flexing a bicep and slapping it lightly with her hand. Right as rain. Did you like the fight? Heck yeah, said Naruto, punching the air to her side. You should have gone all out on that first hit though, it would have totally blown her away. I wouldn't have lost any money to Kakashi-sensei either, he said as an afterthought. You say that like the whole thing with the casino didn't happen yesterday, Sasuke said flatly. To Sakura he continued, it's good to see you on your feet. Not many people live through being struck by the slug Sannin. I mean she didn't really hit me, Sakura argued as the three of them followed the adults out onto the street. She immediately noticed that they were fairly close to where they came into the village. It was actually kind of amazing that they spent so little time there overall considering what their mission was. If she really hit me I'd have exploded. Ugh, that is not a picture I want to imagine, Naruto said with a grimace. By the way, is that scary strength thing a medical technique or something? Tsunade Ba can do it obviously. Can Shizune-san? Whatever Sakura was going to say was interrupted by something striking her friend just above his hit eye, causing him to give a shout of pain and place his hands over the spot. I told you not to call me that, brat, Tsunade said, her right hand still raised over her shoulder like she just flicked something behind her. And to answer your question, no, it's not a medic thing. Sakura's aggravation at her friend being attacked was partially stalled by the fact that the woman actually answered him. She threw Sasuke a confused look who moved a bit closer to speak to her ear. Naruto's been talking to her nearly non-stop since your fight yesterday. You know how he is. Indeed, the Naruto power of friendship was a formidable force. Sakura moved a lightly glowing hand past Naruto's and gently laid it upon his head, clearing whatever pain he was feeling within a moment. Thanks, Sakura, he said gratefully. You're really getting good at that. All thanks to you constantly getting roughed up during training, she replied, much to the blonde's chagrin. He threw her lopsided smile before doubling his pace and moving level with Tsunade. I'll let you get that one for free, boss-san, out of respect for our shared ancestors. The woman looked at him sidelong before letting out a long breath. You have brain damage. That's the only explanation I can come up with. Naruto lagged behind for a few steps as he looked up at the blue sky and groaned. Why does everyone think I'm stupid? The group of 7 humans plus 1 pig made camp roughly a quarter of the way back to Konoha, after many hours of moderately paced travel. Jiraiya evened out the ground with an earth jutsu, and Shizune set about unsealing some light camping supplies. Much to the surprise of Team 7, they would be spending the next 3 weeks there, training for the upcoming final round of the Chunin exam. To be fair, the surprise was less that they'd be killing time training, and more that Tsunade seemed to be fine with it. Do what you want. This was her only response as Jiraiya laid out the plan to the group, shooting Shizune a look who resignedly resealed some of the gear only to unseal a different set, this one having a tent large enough for her and the older woman. Apparently she and Tsunade traveled very comfortably from village to village. Only once camp was set and they all sat down for a meal did the conversation truly continue in full. Kakashi-sensei, since we'll spend the rest of the month here, what did you want us to accomplish before we got back? Sakura asked in curiosity, a sentiment mirrored in the other genins' faces. They all had new things to train in their own personal milestones, but as sensei he surely had some ideas about what to aim for collectively as a team. Whatever you decide to do with your time, just remember you're still working with Ma and Pa every day, Jiraiya added in, poking at the pot he was cooking in without looking up. Of course, Sakura said with a smile, missing the sharp look Tsunade sent her and Jiraiya in turn. Well, sensei. To be honest, you're the most ready for the tournament in the team, Kakashi said with a thumbs up. You've been doing very well coming up with ways to train your control while doing other things. I'm confident you'll feel prepared when the 3rd round starts. So I'm free to do whatever you want outside of working with Jiraiya. Understood, she replied with a salute. Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Naruto in turn. Chidori, Rasengan. You have 3 weeks to master them. Both boys exchanged brief looks before nodding, noting the soft intakes of breath from the two who were just finding this out. Not that I think you'll need to use them during the tournament, but I know you'll be responsible one way or another. Of course, sensei, said Sasuke. Naruto on the other hand turned his attention to the number one skeptic in the group. You look like you've got something to say, he shot, much to the expectation of everyone else in the group. His attempts to bait the woman were as obvious as they were frequent. Also she seemed unable to resist rising to them. The Chidori is one thing but the Rasengan, the original technique of the fourth Hokage. Tsunade eyed him skeptically. Even Jiraiya took time to get it down, and he wasn't some snot-nosed genin when he did it. Naruto scoffed, giving her a patronizing look as he shook his head lightly. Come watch me train anytime, boss-san, I'll show you what a future Hokage can really do. There was a snap, and all gathered knew it was the woman's patience. Leaning slightly, she grabbed the front of the blonde genin's shirt. Hey, don't you think you're taking this a little too seriously? The rest of the group watched Naruto disappear over the trees on the other end of their clearing, his voice trailing off to nothing. I'll get him later, Tsunade said neutrally, accepting seconds from Shizune. The next day dawned bright and comfortable for Team 7 and Co. Not about to let their eventual destination distract her from her day-to-day activities on the road, Tsunade looked over medical documents she picked up from the central hospital in Yugakure. While most of the information she had was fairly restricted, her position as one of the top medical minds in the elemental nations gave her plenty of leverage when it came to exchanges of knowledge. She still worked to solve many of the medical issues their time faced, but while her mind and abilities never dulled, being on the road so much afforded her little in the way of large amounts of medical data. She simply didn't have the patient count. Even the times when she and Shizune settled for a few months in a smaller village with some medical issues and set up a temporary clinic, it wasn't enough just by size. So she offered her insight and help when able, and they paid her back in turn. Shizune was next to her, studying a diagram of a human hand and comparing it to the diagnostics she was performing on her own hand. Much of her time was spent studying one thing or another as she grew her medical knowledge. Working as Tsunade's apprentice and traveling as her friend was a dream come true in many ways. Oh sure, there were no illusions about the kind of woman she'd attached herself to, but Shizune liked to think that she had a much better understanding of her sensei than most. Tsunade was a good person at heart, and following her would allow her to help make the world a better place. Sasuke and Naruto were already gone, led off by Kakashi to a different area to work on their respective techniques. This left Sakura patiently waiting next to Jiraiya as he pored over a diagram of a complex-looking seal. That snake, always making my life more difficult, he grumbled, cutting his thumb lightly and flashing several hand seals without breaking his attention from the paper. He placed his hand on the ground, and two elderly toads appeared in a puff of smoke. Oh, is that Tsunade-chan over there? Said Ma, waving at the surprised woman. You're as beautiful as ever, dearest. Thank you, she returned, notes held loosely as she moved her gaze to Pa. The last time she saw the two elder toads was during the Second Shinobi World War. Jiraiya, what? Oh, she certainly does. Pa said with a laugh. You sure missed out with this one, Jiraiya boy. Can we not talk about this? The toad sage said tiredly. They're working with Sakura, Haim. On sage mode, Tsunade said incredulously, getting a curious look out of Shizune. You can't be serious. It's complicated, Jiraiya said, getting a flat, no shit look from his old teammate. I can show her, if that makes it easier, Sakura offered, getting a nod from Jiraiya. He caught Tsunade's gaze and motioned to his eyes meaningfully. She got the message and grimaced, but that was all the time she had before her attention was robbed by the transformation that happened in front of her. What the? Shizune actually dropped her book, stunned at the sudden shift in appearance Sakura took. So distracted was she that she didn't notice Tsunade's eyes briefly shift colors to an emerald green, her pupils shrinking to a fraction of their normal size. Her own form of sage mode was one she used exceptionally rarely, to the point that most speculated her title as a sage was just that, a title. She's using natural energy. Tsunade said in confusion, looking from the stretching Sakura who looked like she wanted to burn some energy, to the troubled Jiraiya. Do you remember the seal our dear teammate put on his apprentice years ago? Enko, right? Tsunade pulled up short as she regarded the frankly monster Sakura once more. You're telling me it does that? No, Orochimaru improved it. This is the newer one, Jiraiya explained. The seal passively pulls the natural energy and balances it to keep from killing the host. Host? You make it sound like the seal is a parasite, Shizune said, the medic in her taking over. In a way it is, Sakura said, drawing everyone's attention. I can always feel the seal trying to influence me, as weak as it is. It feeds on my chakra and emotions. In return it gives me a frightening amount of power. I like it though, she added with a smile. It was unsettling against her black eyes. She traced two quick jabs that cracked the air where she struck. I would have won our fight faster like this, I think. Tsunade, eyes back to normal, said nothing, observing the girl with a clinical eye. I'll tell you the grittier details later, Haim. Thanks Sakura. Ma, Pa, she's yours now. Off we hop then, Pa said, repositioning to Sakura's right shoulder and pointing with his cane. Ma took her left, patting the girl's head fondly. The three moved off to find an appropriate place to meditate. Shizune, go for a walk. Jiraiya. Shizune grabbed a book and made herself scarce, deciding to go check in on the training boys. Tsunade finally stood, her documents long forgotten. What the actual fuck is going on here? Jiraiya dropped a seal on the ground, mentally making a note to make more of the things, and sighed in a way that was far more common now than he felt it had any right to be. With that he began to fill her in. Sasuke was currently having a problem with his training. It was a problem that very few people in history actually experienced, and likely ever would. He, of course, had no idea that his brother in all but blood was actually experiencing more or less the same thing, and so he suffered the issue alone. He was trying to learn something he already knew like the back of his hand. As one might expect, faking learning a jutsu when a good part of your personal arsenal was based on said jutsu was insanely challenging. He was doing his hardest to replicate the struggles and timings that he went through the first time he learned the technique, but it wasn't that simple. He was many times the shinobi, at least publicly, that he was in his previous life. Simply replicating his old experience would be blatantly false to a high-level shinobi, let alone someone as keen-eyed as Hada Kakashi. What was his solution then? Improve the base Chidori. It was almost too simple of a solution to his situation. However, this did invite its own complications. Namely that he had no idea what to do with it. Sasuke would never consider himself inflexible by any stretch of the word, but he wasn't exactly the most creative shinobi. His time under Kakashi and further Orochimaru were very straightforward. Even his father was very similar. Train the body, train the skills, train the jutsu. As the years went on, this became his entire philosophy for gaining strength. The jutsu certainly helped, but this was more on a personal level. He had many alterations to the Chidori jutsu already based on the skills he accumulated through the years. This was not what he was looking for. Working with Kurenai, however, taught him much about his limitations. He lacked creativity and a freeness of mind that lended itself to certain paths. Training Jinjutsu relentlessly from when he woke up once more as an academy student went a long way to softening those edges, but he still had them. This wasn't what I expected when I thought I'd see how your training was going. Sasuke was roused from his musing when his guest finally spoke. He noticed her immediately, but she didn't say anything, so he mainly ignored her. I have a unique issue I am trying to overcome, he said briefly. Like that though. It took him a second to realize what Shizune was referring to. His body was currently a highway for visible electrical currents, starting at his right fingertips, traveling along his arm, and splitting to several directions at his torso. The lightning chakra moved freely around before finally dissipating into the ground off his left foot. I'm allowing the lightning to move freely through me to prevent myself from being electrocuted, he explained. I'm unsure about how to properly keep it contained without turning my hand into a charred husk. Shizune winced a bit at the bluntness of the remark, but otherwise was amused at his matter-of-fact tone. Well, if you want to try something unwise, I am an accomplished medic. I'll stick around while you work. A medic? The lightning died away as he stopped providing a chakra. Shizune was an incredibly accomplished medic in her own right, often overshadowed by the abnormalities that were Tsunade Senju and eventually Sakura as well. Being apprenticed to the Sannin spoke for itself in a lot of ways. If you're open to it, could I ask you for some advice on chakra control technique? He posed, getting a look of surprise from the woman. Your control is pretty good from what I just saw, Shizune observed, her unasked question clear. If pretty good was enough, then I might as well look for a nice place to dig my own grave and climb into it, Sasuke said with an uncharacteristically visible show of scorn. The Jonin would never know that it was at himself his feelings were directed. At how his shallow standards allowed himself to be a slave to his own idiocy and the ambitions of others. Well, Shizune considered the genin before nodding to herself. It wasn't like she had anything pressing to take care of. I'm sure I can give you something to work on. My training might be a bit much though, medical techniques require exacting control. Sasuke gave a satisfied grin. A promising perspective as ideas began to form. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Not gonna lie, Haim, but Sakura's on another level from where you were at her age. This whole team is like that. They're the future. Come on, Jiraiya, Tsunade said skeptically. I'm not saying the kids can't be really good, but don't you think you're going a bit too far? The future, really? You know just as well as I do what a single heavyweight can do for a village. Besides, the prophecy. If I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times, Tsunade interrupted. Dumb shit your toads say while their high doesn't magically make it prophetic. Stop licking the brightly colored ones. She paused as Jiraiya grumbled to himself. It's Minato's kid, right? The one who you think is whatever. Yes, it's him, Jiraiya said with a frown. Tsunade was intelligent, but sometimes she was too stubborn to see past her bitterness at everything. Not worried, this is just you pushing your expectations onto some chump genin with a bit of talent. If you went and spent some time with him and didn't push your own expectations on him, you'd see what I mean. Silence fell between the two, and Jiraiya stepped on the privacy seal tag he dropped to the floor, burning it with a pulse of fire chakra. I'll admit, they're a pretty chummy group for a Team 7, Tsunade said after a minute, to which Jiraiya nodded absently. Tell me about it, he agreed. It's actually kind of uncanny how much they mesh almost like. You're better off forgetting those thoughts. The two turned to find a one-eyed Jonin joining them. Kakashi. I'm serious. You'll thank yourself later. This doesn't it seem odd to you? Jiraiya asked. You must have noticed something off. Haven't they only been a team for a few months now? Kakashi sighed, sitting beside the pair with a grunt. Of course I noticed. They were a bit awkward at first, in an overly nice kind of way. Apologizing if needed, not wanting to offend each other. They went out of their way to include one another whenever possible and stuck together, no matter what I put in front of them. In no time they were comfortable. Now, a couple months later they're the best friends I've ever seen, just as close as many bonds I've seen forged in the core. Even if a romantic relationship started somewhere, it likely wouldn't mess up the team dynamic, because both boys would support the other and be happy for their two friends. Kakashi's head tilted slightly to the side, and the other two could tell he was smiling under the mask. They just work. It's like they were meant to be together. The Jonin reached into his pouch and pulled out his little orange book, getting an eye roll from Tsunade but nothing more. She didn't want to interrupt, and it was clear he had more to say. Don't take this the wrong way, but maybe we're projecting, trying to find something wrong because our teams went wrong too. It took me a while to think about it differently, but I can say this with confidence now. Not every Team 7 needs to be a tragedy waiting to happen, Kakashi said finally, unable to keep the pride out of his voice. I'd rather do everything to support that instead of picking it apart. Don't you agree? Jiraiya sighed, giving the Jonin a rueful smile. I can't argue with that. Tsunade just huffed, reaching behind her for one of the sake bottles she brought back in Yugakure. Kami, you've got mouthy, Kakashi. Next time warn me so I can at least have a drink first. She surprised him then by tossing him the cup and the bottle after she poured her own. Go on, tell us more about your new team. Tsunade let out a steadying breath, focusing on the fading warmth of the setting sun against her skin. Over 3 weeks passed since they set up their camp. 3 weeks of the kids working to become the scariest group of Genin Konoha had in a long time. 3 weeks of trying to figure out what to do with her life once she was back in Konoha once more. 3 weeks of trying to take a bath properly without Jiraiya trying to peep on them. Ironically, the answer to that solution was to include Sakura. While making comments about a young girl's potential was fair game, actually peeping on one was apparently beyond the near-invisible line the man drew for content acquisition, if barely. She could bathe in peace, and it also gave her an opportunity to learn about the genin with skills so similar to her own. Sakura's chakra control was uncanny, to the point that she could already be considered one of the best in the entire village. She wasn't able to spit out large jutsu by any stretch of the imagination, but it simply didn't matter. The girl was the poster child for the phrase quality over quantity. Then there was the matter that the Pincat seemingly created her own super strength technique, a byproduct of her medical training, chakra control, and ingenuity. Truthfully, Tsunade didn't really believe that the girl came up with it on her own, but she seemed genuinely shocked that the Sannin could do it as well, and it wasn't like there was anyone to teach her the technique in the village. She must have heard about it from somewhere and just figured it out, which to be frank was just as ridiculous. Regardless, the girl was, for lack of a better word, uncut. With some proper guidance she really could become one of the strongest the world had ever seen. A diamond in every sense of the word. Tsunade grimaced and shifted in her seat. She was getting that feeling in her stomach again. The one that caused her to take on Shizune as her apprentice. The Sannin tried to focus on the girl's negatives, such as her propensity to piss her off with nothing more than a disparaging look, but the feeling persisted and only grew stronger with time. Kami, damn it, that girl pisses me off. Determined to put the matter aside, Tsunade instead refocused on the main target of her attention. The orange maniac Jinchuriki that worked himself to collapsing day after day to unbelievable results. Chakra was perhaps one of the most oddly balanced forces in existence. One could get by with very little, as long as they could control it perfectly, a skill few even began to approach over the course of their lives. It went equally in the other direction, of course, but the extremes were rare and the extremes even more so. Sakura was a great example of one end of the spectrum. This kid simply obliterated the other end. Exhibit A, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Few could do it. A fraction of those could make so many. A fraction of those could simply just dispel and make a new one whenever any of them got some kind of good idea. In all honesty, the kid should have actually gone insane from all the micro-personalities that were constantly being created and reintegrated with his own. He's fine though. No big deal. Exhibit B, the Rasengan. Another stupidly intensive chakra technique the genin was trying to learn by spamming it around his training area as much as he could before collapsing. His clones worked on shape, power, and other things, but the original himself just tried it over and over and over. At least with the clones he got some return on chakra investment. Exhibit C, his health. Naruto Uzumaki may actually have been the healthiest person she ever laid her hands on. His naturally absurd clan vitality combined with the scarcely known regenerative aspect of the Kyuubi kept the kid in tip-top shape for his entire life. She doubted he'd ever been sick a day in his life, and if there was record of it, he was probably making it up. He'd stay looking young and fit long past the time his friends would get old and decrepit. Actually, it was kind of pissing her off just thinking about it. Case in point, Naruto's physical energies to contribute to chakra creation were through the roof, and the fact that he just never seemed to quit spoke to mental fortitude that matched. The boy was a beast and would shake the world to his core. Yet despite his lineage and position, despite being Jireya's chosen one, despite having so much potential and strength at his age, he was still a goofy dumbus who really only cared about his friends being happy and keeping people safe. The little idiot really did remind her of her brother. Thus did the final night before returning to the village fall on the pair, clones dispelled, the younger blonde lying on his back and staring at the starry sky, while the elder sat next to him, a single glowing hand being the only indication of what she was doing. Why do you try so hard? It took Naruto a few seconds to realize she was speaking to him. Understandable, as she hadn't said a word to him once while watching him train up until that moment. "Ha," was his intelligent reply. "Your drive, your commitment, call it whatever you want. Why push so far? Why do you want to know?" She could tell from the tone of his voice he was genuinely thrown by the question. "Morbid curiosity, brat, just answer the damn question." I guess it's all I've ever known." He frowned as he considered his answer. Seeing the flat expression she was giving him, he held up his hands to forestall a verbal beating. "I'm serious, what else did I have to work with?" Naruto pushed to his feet, and Tsunade let the jutsu fade from her hand. "I don't think I need to explain it much, but Dad really screwed me over when he put the Kyuubi in me." Naruto caught her surprised expression over his shoulder with a small smile. "Yeah, I know about him. Everyone else thinks I'm clueless though, so don't tell them." Tsunade didn't say anything, but the boy seemed satisfied and started stretching to warm down, not that his muscles needed it. "Anyway, I have a certification in being pushed aside and treated like shit. More than half the village still thinks I'm the Kyuubi somehow, and more than a few active shinobi have been, reassigned because they tried to do something to me. Also, having a 24/7 Anbu shadow is not equivalent to having friends." Naruto pulled off his hit I-8, looking at the heavily scuffed and marked metal. An odd amount of wear for a thing he'd only have gotten less than 6 months ago. "I started busting my ass to prove to everyone they were wrong, and I was worth a damn. Along the way I found more and more people that are worth protecting with my home. Hokage doesn't need to really be it, but it's been a dream for as long as he could remember. I guess the motivations changed a lot over time, but the work just stuck. There's really only one way in this world to get what you want. Overwhelming strength." "Hot, and here I was half thinking you were just doing it to get Pinky's attention," Tsunade mused, drawing an irritated huff out of the boy. "What else could drive a kid to learn a move like that in 3 weeks?" Naruto held out a hand and concentrated, a small sphere of spinning chakra coming to being an inch above his palm. It dissipated with a small burst of pressure. "To be honest, I figured it out 2 weeks ago. Clone training is busted." "Well, why the hell didn't you say something then?" Tsunade asked. To this Naruto gave an awkward laugh. Well, I figured you'd leave after I got it, and it was handy to have the best medic in the world next to me, in case I blew my arm off when I started to experiment." 2 blinks. Experiment. Naruto only got a foot away before her hand caught the back of his neck tightly. "What stupid ass shit have you been trying next to me? I was being responsible, I had an adult nearby." "The hell you were." Internally Tsunade oddly felt at peace, shaking the genin silly for his recklessness. Maybe it wasn't all doom and gloom waiting for her back at the village after all. Chapter complete. Hope you all enjoyed as we move our merry way along. A couple things to comment on. First, the name of the chapter just came to me and stuck, but it has no reason for being what it is. This little arc is obviously more Sakura Naruto focused, but never fear, we'll give Sasuke his spotlight soon. The other thing is I genuinely have no idea who Jiraiya shared to prophecy stuff with, but it never felt like a stretch for him to chat up Tsunade about it. Anyway, let me know what you think, be good, take care, and until next time.